Hai kepada semua PUBG Mobile community dekat luar sana yang sedang menonton video ini. Nama saya Miramar dekat sini daripada Malaysia dan saya di sini ingin meminta sedikit bantuan dan jasa baik anda semua untuk mengundi saya bagi Global Ultimate Team Selection yang akan diadakan dan hopefully dengan bantuan anda saya boleh membawa nama Malaysia pergi ke Global SM Challenge yang akan berlangsung pada bulan nanti. Jadi tolong datang dan support saya, tolong undi nama Miramar tersebut dan semoga dengan bantuan anda saya akan dapat pergi ke peringkat yang seterusnya. Terima kasih kalau anda telah mengundi dan mantap.
Hi guys, so I'm Bill from Team Secret. Now I'll be joining the Global Ultimate Team Selection. If you vote for me, you can get a chance to play with me and receive worldwide attention. So yeah, hope to join the Global Extreme Challenge happening at the end of July. Come and support me.
Bunga di depan mereka. Ini merupakan satu berita yang tidak gembira, malah akan dijatuhkan begitu saja. Miu.
Oh, sememangnya mereka perlu bergerak sekarang ini dan jalan raya itu sememangnya satu elemen yang sangat menjengkelkan. Sebenarnya ada kat sini, Jinbo akan membalik bom ke dalam bom. Tony yang lama duduk dekat situ akhirnya akan duduk pula di lobi sambil menanti pusingan yang seterusnya. Pasukan masing-masing.
Tapi sekarang ini kita melihatkan Zeral baru saja menaikkan dayanya di situ, membawanya ke tepi lereng bukit untuk menembak jarak jauh yang boleh dikatakan hampir 200 meter dan memang kena tembakannya tepat sekali. Dia menggunakan recall kawalan jenis apa ini, begitu mantap dan padat, tapi dia juga akan ditembak pada waktu yang sama menyebabkan dia terpaksa bersembunyi di belakang pokok. Tapi dapat askat mungkin? Tidak. Setitis lagi. Masuk je, tembak je. Tak dapat.
Satu jatuh. Sekarang ini anda boleh lihat Pablo. Mereka akan berusuh. Satu squad cuba untuk resource. Dua orang pemain mereka telah pun jatuh juga. Tiga sekarang ini meninggalkan Pablo. Bersorangan saja yang masih lagi terselamat dengan memegang EKM. Mereka untuk masukkan musuh mereka daripada RMC Cryptic. Tidak akan memberikan langsung peluang. Belas kasihan tiada langsung di kawasan ini. Lacoste memberikan begitu banyak. Sudah ada rata mereka.
Di tempat yang nampaknya tidak berapa nak bagus, ada Rift.
Boy, Ying di sini juga dengan pemikat tapi lompatan daripada Rabbit menamatkan terus Riv dan satu lagi musuhnya. 2 kill telah pun didapati oleh pasukan ni daripada Negeri 9.
Max sedang berselindung di bahagian belakang kotak itu. Suika dan juga Anis ada lagi di sini. Satu lontaran molotov yang tersasar jauh dan Anis cuba untuk dicari. Dua datang naik, kedua-dua dah jatuh. Satu cuba untuk dihabiskan tapi tak sempat. Reloading sempat untuk dilakukan pada waktu akhir ini. Kesilapan besar dilakukan oleh pasukan Y2. Terlampau besar Max juga.
Create a better future with Operation Tomorrow. Nothing is more important than the mission, even life. Only through the perfect combination of man and machine can you attain the strength to survive in the world of PUBG Mobile.
At least, that's what I used to think. But we've underestimated what mankind is capable of. What will our future look like? Let's find out.
Let's go.
5 seconds, please.
Welcome to Operation Tomorrow. An epic battle is about to arrive. In Season 11, new things are coming to PUBG Mobile. Higher quality maps and more interesting items for players to stage exciting battles. First, a new 2-player snow vehicle. A snow bike that is steadier and faster will replace the old one in Vikendi. First, the new arena mode will have a new 4v4 map, Town. In this all-new expansive map, there are 3 randomly activated bases. 2 teams of 4 will fight to capture these bases. Players will need to work more closely with each other and adopt a more strategic approach in order to prevail. The first team to capture 2 bases wins the game. Players can also find super weapon crates along the way to boost their power. Additionally, Royal Pass 11 contains the new Operation Tomorrow outfit. Will machinery make one stronger, or will determination prevail? Join the fight and find out. Bring your teammates and explore the new content together. Fight for glory and honor.
Tapi kan Cik Am, tadi saya nak cakap apa tau, biasanya mereka tidak berbincang terlebih dahulu untuk okay, aku drop sini, kau tak boleh drop sini dan sebagainya. Tapi balingannya Kobe, baik Lekiu, sakitnya you.
Ouch! Ouch! Satu balingan bom yang
Ouch!
sangat-sangat dan sangat cantik sekarang ini. Akan bakal dihabiskan dengan senjata AKM. Ada 40 peluru pada senjata AKM sekarang ini. 762. Kosong Sultan dekat kawasan Bukem.
Ya, kosong. Tapi sekarang ni kita lihat pasukan STP Agus. Alah, Agus boleh tembak tu Agus. Agus, come on Agus, come on. Agus dapat, Agus. Kau buat viewer kau risau lah Agus.
Agus sudah pun mendapatkan 1 kill secara mutlak sekarang ini. Dengan penggunaan senjata M762 sebentar tadi menghabiskan pasukan yang berada di hadapannya. Saya tidak dapat pastikan siapa yang dibantai tadi. Saat ini akan berhadapan pula dengan pasukan daripada OK Kayo. Sudah pun sampai kedudukan daripada Star Squad sekarang ini. Menyerang pasukan daripada Ton Wow. Maafkan saya, Miramar. Apakah yang bakal terjadi? Boro Raj dapat 1. Cantik sekarang ini. Adakah kedudukan pasukan daripada Ton Wow ESPORT sekarang ini akan berbahaya? Wolf berada di belakang. Gato juga berada di belakang sekarang ini. Para dapat mencari tembakan. Dapat 1 miracle. Baik. MHMM dapat 2 miracle. Baik. Menggunakan senjata Uzi sekarang ini.
Tarik sekali lagi di antara NRL dan juga NRL. Apa panjang sangat jodoh dua pasukan NRL ni. Lekiu berjaya untuk di knockdown. Tinggallah Kim Q dan juga Jam beban saja. NRL fighter begitu garang sekali. Tapi King berjaya dihabiskan secara langsung. Memang tidak ada sebarang teaming up yang ditunjukkan oleh mereka. Berjuang sehingga ketitisan darah yang terakhir. End dulu, tetap end dulu. Itu paling penting lah. Not end.
Knock end. Sekarang ini hanya meninggalkan seorang saja. 2 orang saya kira pasukan. Dan itu dia rata. Habis disingkirkan.
19 dan sekarang AKA mereka ada kunjungan kiri dan kanan dekat belakang tim nombor 10 cuba masuk. Mereka sudah pun bermain di dalam kawasan blue zone. Maka tim nombor 5 kena hati-hati dari belakang ada orang datang. Begitu dengan traitor akan mendekat mereka dari depan kat sini. Gabriel telah menembak dekat situ. AKA dengan 3 orang player, jangan lupakan Loyu juga sedikit rendah. Loyu dapat skin geret dekat satu knockdown. 3 lawan 3, grenade tangan dimasak, dibaling pada 3 orang target dekat situ. Kena hati-hati, dapat 1, dapat 2.
Rata.
This is it, the moment that you guys have already been waiting for throughout weeks of grueling action coming from all the teams across Malaysia. This is the PMNC Malaysia National Championship 2020 Grand Finals, and we are already down to our very final day. My name is Contra. Alongside with me is the lovely Choo Choo, and we'll be bringing you all the games that will be happening today. All thanks to PUBG Corporation, as well as Tencent Games, Like to be Quantum Studio, and not forgetting Yudu as our official partner of the entirety of PMNC.
And we're down to the final day here today. We do know yesterday LXE or LX Esports got himself a triple digit already on top of the chart of the leaderboard there. But at the same time, it's not impossible for the rest of the team to catch up, because we do know the gap between the points here is not that huge that they cannot overcome it. And at the same time, we're talking about a lot of games here today, but we started off with the show match, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right, we're be kicking things off a little bit different for today. We'll have a couple of surprises for you guys in store, as we'll be heading in towards Sanhok for a big battle between some titans out there. So we're going to be slowly introducing you all of the teams that will be participating in the PMNC show match. And I think you guys might have known a couple of names, as these stars are hailing from Malaysia as well. And there's going to be teams from PMPL to fight off against PMNC teams, so that we can see whether or not can they keep up, as well as the KOLs that will be participating as well. So let's check out this video coming right up. And that was the living that you guys may have missed out. If you guys haven't downloaded the map already, you can definitely have whole lots of fun in action inside of the brand new terrains that's so beautiful. And of course, even more beautiful if you can get yourselves that chicken dinner.
Especially if you're using Udo, if I'm not mistaken, there are promotion going on. If you sign up now, you can even get PUBG Mobile in-game items by Udo as well. So if I'm not mistaken, it's like the same, like the jersey that we wore during a casting. So that's pretty awesome, by the way, because it's one of the leading teams right now in the World League. So you want to be part of a team, especially it's coming up made from Malaysia. But before that, we're down to the teams that have themselves fighting for PMNC. And there's a road to PMPL as well as World League later on. So this is where everything started off.
That's right, and not only is there the 5 slots for the PMPL, the cash prize of 100,000 ringgit is definitely there for the taking as well. So I'm really wondering who will be able to actually snag up the top spot. And here are some of the teams that will be participating in the show match. And starting off, we have Team KOLs consisting of Master Ramen, Daddy Hood, Agus Rian, as well as Yana Samsudin.
I'm gonna love this team the most right now, because I do know Kak Yana is one of the most cheerful people out there and one of the best KOL, but this will be Resurgence playing as well. I can see somebody smiling here, but I am Pro White against Mobile and Voki. Do you think they are ready for the show match?
That's right, they should be ready for now, as we also have Arab joining in the fray as well. We have Zuli, Rocky, Botak, as well as San. A complete new lineup for the side of Arab, and of course, not forgetting Evo's VIP, as we have Kuza, Heikel, Razor, as well as Luxy.
On this side, we have Gig Fam, Damrit, QB, Sane, and also Miracle. A little bit of shift of a lineup than the previous one, but Net Brotherhood is joining as well as Atai April, Siko, and also Is will be joining in as Net Brotherhood this time.
That's right, and this is going to be pretty much exciting. We're going to be having some interviews coming up, and we'll see what do these guys have to say to each other.
Honestly thinking, based on the current performance of PMNC plus the KOLs that we're playing, they are actually pretty good players themselves. So we're gonna have to wait and see some surprises coming up for us, because all the teams out there are all experienced veterans players as well, plus they are new blood mixing in, but all of them having on the same par of level when it comes to their performance. So we're gonna have to wait and see. I cannot pinpoint, but yep, hopefully it'll surprise us.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's surprises as well as fun stuff going on inside of the game. So we'll be heading in towards the game really shortly. Make sure you guys vote for your favorite team right down below. Who do you guys think will be able to win that show match? Who knows, that might just be something for you, or just, great hats off to you for your kind of caster's prediction. So, of course, later on,
I can't predict. Come on. If I tell you to predict, which one would you say? Okay. Which one do you think will win? Honestly.
Well, I'm not gonna be any bias, but like some of these guys from Resurgence, you remember them being born inside a boot camp themselves. So I want to see them go down in the boot camp and just grinding it out with a whole lot of frags, and also maybe Evo's VIP would have a solid chance as well with this brand new roster that they've acquired in towards this brand new season of the upcoming PMPL. Things have been looking very promising for the side of Evo's VIP.
The thing is, those two teams, even though they are Resurgence and VIP, they haven't been playing PMNC, and do they have their warm up done here. We're talking about the players from PMNC themselves, like example Wazuhera, even Team Boscu, TRX Elementus, and Net Brother. Mind you that Net Brother used to be one of the most aggressive team out there. And we do know GigFam back then when it first started out in the PMPL, it was a really good run for them, but they kind of lost in between the way. But Aerof, I can't wait for their new emergence. But yep, we're gonna jump into the interview here right now to see what they have to say.
Guys tu. Ada tak apa-apa tips-tips hangat untuk viewer-viewer kita yang KD bawah 1 yang mau naik ke Conqueror bermain di Livik?
Barbar terus. Kill atas 10.
Senang.
Itu tips kau.
Barbar terus bang. Rasa tak ada.
Oh. Okey. Dan terakhir sekali saya nak tanya pada semua orang lah, tapi kita tanya pada Damrud terlebih dahulu. Damrud, awak rasa tim awak boleh menang dengan mudah ataupun akan ada sedikit masalah sebenarnya untuk anda bermain dengan tim-tim yang agak profesional dekat sini?
Mungkin ada sedikit masalah lah.
Ya, dia sangat humble. Dalam hati dia tak like easy game ni. Easy bro.
Tapi dalam hati easy lah.
Oh, Atai ada kat situ juga. Atai. Halo Atai. Oh, Atai tak ada. Okey, Atai tak ada dekat sini. Atai dia tengah kira dia main 10k dekat sini. Tetapi kepada korang semua saya nak tanyalah. Ini soalan terakhir sebenarnya. Siapa korang punya target utama? So kita mula dengan VIP Sam. Siapa yang kau betul-betul nak target, nak pen, nak bunuh, nak make sure bila mati pun kau nak tembak, reload balik, tembak balik kotak tu?
Target lah. Kalau target, Allah. Yang saya rasa kalau dalam ni kan, kita PMNC punya team lah. Kita ajar sikit. Kasih ajar dulu PMNC punya team.
Kasih ajar. Kasih ajar.
Confident tu tinggi tu.
Confident kena ada.
Ingatkan kau
So,
nak target
mungkin akan
Woki
ada
bukan
aktiviti-aktiviti team up kan untuk nak bedal dia orang ni.
Tak ada.
Tak ada So Ramen pula target sama ke ataupun ada target player yang awak spesifik nak bunuh dekat sini? Mungkin awak ada masalah sebab dia handsome sangat.
Saya main ni Showmatch ni sebab nak kena bunuh dengan YSUEV tu je.
Itu
So YSUEV tolong bunuh abang ramai. Orang lain kalau tembak jangan end tau. Knock je. Jangan end. Kasih YSUEV end abang.
impian yang begitu manis dia Ramen. Okey, untuk Iron Pro pula macam mana? Sama kau? Nak Waisu juga ke? Ada target-target lain ataupun nak main untuk menang je?
Main untuk menang je lah.
Main untuk menang je.
Yes.
Untuk Zuli saya tak nak tanya apa-apa sebab kalau tak menang itu memang Boyka akan sebat. So saya tak nak tanya soalan ini daripada awak. Untuk Damrod pula, last kali Damrod, ada tak apa-apa kata-kata akhir untuk kesemua 5 orang kat sini ataupun awak nak menganjing ke apa pun boleh je.
Tiada lah. Good luck lah. Nanti kami kejar.
Jadi baik. Kenapa dia baik sangat?
Baiknya.
Baik dah.
Okey, aku tak tahan sebenarnya. Okey, Iron Pro, engkau pula. Aku nak kau bagikan sedikit kata-kata yang boleh melukakan hati orang dekat sini.
Apa ya? Aku pun baik kak. Good luck lah.
Aduh.
Okey guys, itulah interview yang sangat-sangat hambar daripada 5 KL kita. Aku cuba untuk korek sedikit tapi tak dapat guys. Saya minta maaf saya tak berjaya. Tetapi good luck kepada semua 6 korang kat sini bermain. Good luck, have fun. Itu yang paling penting sekali. Make sure berikan kita orang sedikit aksi-aksi menarik. Ramen, kalau boleh angkat si Camp Charlie tu letak kat bootcamp. Kami nak tengok macam mana awak angkat tempat itu pergi ke bootcamp. Tapi kepada korang semua, good luck. Jumpa anda dalam kita punya Showmatch. Sebelum kita tamatkan kita punya interview, kita buat sign lontong together. Boleh?
Boleh.
1, 2, 3. Korang buat sign lontong korang sendirilah. Aku mesta aku nak ikut boleh saja. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Sayang lontong.
Ya, tapi itulah dia Showmatch team yang akan bermain pada hari ini 10 team.
Show matches candidates that will be playing off for the entirety of this afternoon. And of course, starting off, we'll be seeing all these 10 teams to be facing off against each other. So yeah, I just like how cheerful they are, and they are still very respectful even when we ask them, hey, give some trash talk. It's like, oh, good luck. Is that it? That's no trash talk. Choo-choo, I think you can do better than that.
Now these guys, most of them have been friends like forever, and at the same time they respect each other way too much there. And they're a bit shy, especially I know Iron Pro, he never trash talk people. It's almost impossible for you to hear him cussing whatsoever. And damn rude, I'm surprised. He's super rude in the game. Keep on kill steal people away, out of nowhere just jumping onto people. But when it comes to his personality in real life, he's totally different from his name though.
Yeah, like he's usually pretty much timid and shy, and he doesn't really have too much words to say, but he does let all the action do the talking. So speaking of which, of course, we'll be getting our hands pretty much down in the dirt for this entire match. Well, I do wonder how are the PMNC teams going to fare, because the only guy that did send out a big warning was Sam Z of Evo's VIP. It says, okay, we're about to school all these new kids and say, if you guys want to come into the PMPL, yeah, we'll give you the warm welcome that you wanted.
Well, that's I wouldn't say too harsh, because that's what they need to do as veterans. You should school them to let them know how big of a gap. Oh, but then at the same time, are they ready to take up the new blood? We talk about the new blood coming in from PMNC. Cannot be looked down either. We're talking about these guys have been playing way better than the previous PMNC.
I certainly agree with that. And one team that definitely impressed us yesterday was TRX Elementus with Death. Oh my goodness. Just talking about Death gave me the goosebumps of what happened yesterday, where he just went 1 versus 8. He took out 2 entire squads, and he just went on all solo to take that chicken dinner. And that definitely shot them up the standings. And of course, now they're in the running to also snatch this second dinner away from the PMPL teams.
And imagine that he killed 8 people just by himself, and half the damage there done by just him from the whole team. So I'm looking forward for his performance here today. Hopefully it didn't give him too much pressure based on yesterday's performance. Sometimes, you know, when you expect it too much, it gives unnecessary pressure for the players. But again, about the show match, we can never look at all these players that haven't been in the PMNC. They have been playing since a season 1 PMCO. Very veteran players, including all the leagues like VIP, Era, for example, even Resurgence here. Are they ready to take out these top veterans?
Well, I'm pretty sure that there might just be some upsets in between the way as well, and or even the PMPL teams taking each other out before anything. So there are chances for the KOL team. We've got the amazing Agus Rians, the one and only. Who definitely can give themselves a little bit more firepower towards Master Ramen side. And the funny thing about Master Ramen is that he said, okay, if you guys ever knock me, don't end me. The only person that can finish me off is gonna be Waisu Hera's Yibi, because, yeah, like, I don't mind being killed by somebody so beautiful like that.
Well, maybe he has a huge crush on her, so hopefully that shit straight into his heart. That's what he's hoping for. But back about the game, we're gonna have to wait and see. Like you mentioned before, I always wanted to see Agus Runs play. He hasn't been playing for professional for some time now, but he was one of the best players out there when he used to perform in the pro teams.
I definitely agree. Back in the PMCO SEA, they definitely shined pretty bright, but unfortunately, you know, their journey got halted there towards securing themselves that slot towards the C Grand Finals. But hey, he came back and now he's being a superstar, creating so many great content for all of us to enjoy. And I definitely want to see him pull up some numbers out there. He also played for a team called STP, but unfortunately STP did not seem to make it as well. But of course we wish them all the best in the long run of the upcoming seasons to come. So once again, on the line, other than the show match here, is going to be the real deal of the 5 matches to come as well. As we slowly get into that, the standing so far is shifting from one team to the other, and this doesn't seem to be that sort of huge consistency going on for the past 2 days. So this 6-way horse race is going to be rather interesting to see who will be able to make it in towards the 5 slots for the PMPL MYSG Season 2.
Not just the money prize pool that we'll be talking about. The more important thing is how to advance from here on. We do know when it comes to PMPL later, you kind of book yourself into a full professional scene where you can go further than you already are right now. This is where, like I said, everything starts from here, PMNC. Starting from the grouping stage, qualifiers, states, regional qualifiers as well. A lot of players has been asking me, some of the viewers even texted me on how to become a pro player. This is where you started off. Just run with the qualifiers, just go into PMNC, and therefore if you're good enough, you will advance to PMPL, which is going to be based on regional at first, then you're going to go for South Asia, then from there on it's going to be East and West for the World League. We've seen it before. We know one of the best teams out there. We do have a UDU gang, also Team Secret, to represent us, but hey, everything started here. Maybe you guys will be the next one to represent in the world as well, because we do know all the players here. I'm gonna say it out loud, very blunt. The PMNC today that we'll be casting here in the playoff on this season is totally different level based on the previous 2 PMNCs before. George,
I gotta say so.
Yeah.
And like I'm glad that you mentioned about the previous seasons and as well as how things run. And I'm also glad that you brought out about UDU Gang as well. Back then, Fredo was in a very different team. He was trying to make it out of the qualifier stage, but he was lacking only a few points to make it out. And when he played in so many of all the other tournaments, then finally they got spotted out by UDU Gang, and well, you can see where he's headed to as he's been winning championships after championships.
Bless you. But yeah, since you mentioned about Fredo, he did play a lot of. He actually coming from a different genre of game. I'd say he was one of the most talented players out there. Managed to transition himself from one genre of games to another one, and to actually shift games is not an easy thing to do, but he can pull it off. If he can, you can. But we're gonna jump into the show match of the playoff Day-3 PMNC right now. I can't wait to see for the KOLs to perform as well.
That's right. Let's head in towards action as we're taking flight from the corners of the port all the way in towards ruins. This is going to be a pretty scouted battle for some of these teams as we're looking at Ned, the first one to drop into towards the docks. Campo's going to be hovered by the side of TRX Elementus, while VIP Evos. They'll be having some scattered loots all across the southern end, and we'll see how this is going to be faring for all these teams. Only 10 teams for this show match, 40 players alive, and of course, we'll check out the circle much later on, but inside of the bootcamp, it's always going to be Arrow's spot to take.
Bootcamp, one of the hardest plays out there in Sanhok. We do know this place itself pretty much death trap, but if there's nobody contests you with it, you're pretty much having the blessing to yourself. One of the most heaviest loot to actually gain from is bootcamp. Sami, on the other hand, we're gonna have Bosku. We'll have friendly neighbor just across there as well. But so far, they won't be bumping into each other very, very soon. So I do want to see how the circle progresses as a Paradise Resort always be taken by Resurgence. Speaking of which, Paradise Resort, I'm surprised not many people dropping here today.
Yeah, Paradise Resort is going to be occupied by Resurgence, which is one of the most aggressive teams out there in the PMPL Season 1, but they only have to work on that consistency, and I think that a lot of all these droppers in towards Paradise, they won't look forward to actually meeting Resurgence so early on. One of the teams to be feared, of course. Same goes to the other PMPL teams. Like, you kind of watch PMPL and you know, okay, these guys drop right here, so it's like, it's better for them to perhaps look for other territories to be at. But as for Bosco as well as TRX Elementus, they are very close by each other and actually not too far off from Resurgence over in the northern east side.
But you mentioned about knowing the other teams that they used to drop here and there. I'm like, this is the moment where you want to test out your skills and also how much you progress throughout your whole training. If you can actually take these veterans down, it just shows that you pretty much kind of prepare for the next one. But here comes the circle here. Seems like Bond kind of be the centralization of the circle, while the rest of them have a long way to go, especially those who is dropping around Sami. They're probably going to climb up to the northern side of the map, pretty far out there.
Wow, if I saw correctly, I saw TRX Elementus. They were dropping at 4 different locations all by themselves. This is a tactic that has not been used for a very long time. It was used in PUBG PC to secure a really good spot to see how the cycle is going to go, and you will slowly have to make your way to regroup. And this is like control and dominate from multiple angles if your team is full of all these great solo squad players. So I'm not sure, can they really make it out to get that chicken dinner for TRX Elementus? But here comes Geek Fam already moving across, and Dark Horse is not too far off.
Yeah, mentioning about the formation by TRX just now, that kind of remind me, the last time I see that was the PMCO Season 1, that was being played by RRQ, if I'm not mistaken, where they kind of segregated into 4 parts of the map themselves and try to get all the information they can in every angle possible, and then pass it back to the team, so they know which part of the map having most teams to occupy themselves there, and try to avoid going throughout the whole map. That's kind of a very, very intelligent and smart move, but at the same time a very risky one, because you won't have any of your teammates to back you up in case you're being rushed. You have to play very safe, but at the same time it's not wrong to go aggressive if you think you can pull it off.
And so far, I do think that there's definitely multiple ways to execute such plans. As for Arof, they have already moved off of their boot camp quite early on, and now they're hunting for the hills as they make their way in towards that very first phase. So as for some teams over the southwest and that's a little bit of a long journey, but Sanhok, being a small map, it shouldn't be too big of an issue at all. So, as of now, 5 minutes of play, all the players are still pretty much left intact. These are your invited teams into the show match, as you can see right down below. The captains of the team, Master Ramen, Iron Pro, Zuli, Kitamrut, Atai, as well as Sam Z.
And these are the show match KOLs. This time, will they actually win it? We're gonna have to wait and see. And based on the current state of being, usually the fourth circle where everybody will be forced to face each other, so we won't be looking much action on the first or the second circle, KO fourth. But speaking of TRX Dev, the man, the legendary moment he had yesterday, and it will be the same thing today or not, because Resurge is slowly approaching him on this side, but he is more than ready for death. We can see that he's already camping out in his position.
Dev, one that good solo players that we saw much early on. We'll see whether or not will Iron Pro be able to actually take him off. He seems to be on top of the building for some reason. He climbed up towards the door, and now he's just doing some squats by the corner. Wow, great bouncing. Oh my goodness, 1 HP left for Dev.
Oh, that climbing of the cliff of the door really helps him a lot to dodge that one now. But I'm not sure about his position right now. They still know. We're talking about the veterans here. You cannot fool them. I am, bro, even gonna punch it out, Dev. Oh my goodness, this is just brutal. All punch them together. Oh, at least they're having fun for Resurgence.
Yeah, first blood going in for the side of Resurgence, as Iron Pro will be able to actually have this one in the back. I guess they would definitely spot him out moving in towards the building, so unlucky for them, but hey, Heiko's already spotted out some movements here. Voki might just be in trouble right here. He seems to be holding on towards his weapon, and here comes the spray perhaps. Heiko is not letting out those bullets just yet.
You know, back to a classic, we're talking about Evo's VIP taking against Resurgence. They used to be friends back then, very close ones, but they're also close rivals when it counted back, way back in the days. Sam Z trying to scout things out on this side, but it seems like nobody will land around his crosshair. Same goes for the other 3 members of VIP. Janik, on the other hand, TRX are very divided, so they won't be having extra hands to help them. I'm surprised how they actually play camping out for TRX, even though they got separated. I was hoping they will be on the go, on the run, to gain more information.
I really thought that they would actually have a way to actually reunite in some way or the other, but they're just going to be playing solo all the way through. So I guess this is one thing that they've been looking forward to do, while Janik is going to be the snake inside of the small little shack. He's just going to be proning all the way through, sleeping like a baby.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't sleep in there, because they already lost Death. The rest of the team is nowhere to be seen so far. Back about Net Brotherhood is Net used to be one of the most aggressive team alongside with Papa, if I'm not mistaken. They're one of the best out there as well, but kind of quiet these days. I don't know what happened to them, but getting to see them in action again is a privilege for me personally. I do want to see Atai to perform this time again, but we're gonna have to wait and see, because Dark Horse, they haven't been performing PMNC well at all. Even though they are invited, they are struggling to make themselves in the leaderboard. Hopefully in the show match they get themselves some momentum, some confidence to actually perform in the next couple of rounds.
Seems like Kim's gonna be swimming in the waters, and same goes to Neo for some reason. Fun fact, Neo used to be teammates alongside with Kim as well, so they'll be swimming by the ocean together just to reunite. Dark Horse going on a very different pathway, as we can see Fox Motion as well as Boboy is on the lookout. Same goes to Kichap as well. Dark Horse so far needs to actually maintain their focus. This is a good warm-up for them at the very least before they head in towards the official 5 matches of the PMNC.
Back to its Kimia. Seems like warming up is more than he had enough here. We're talking about getting all the way to swim across. Apparently, they are playing merry-go-round for Kim and also Neo in the water, dipping themselves inside. So probably it's gonna start it off as a cool day for them. But back about the other teams, we go. Gig happens to stay as the 3 team members now. Nobody see the scout for them. On the side of Waisu Hera, Evie, and the rest of the team seems like they are ready. Well, that's just happened.
Yeah, and as for now, we're just gonna be having some real quiet time. It's still phase number 1 after 10 minutes of play for some reason. And yeah, this is why it's still a snooze fest, because the circle is not shrinking anytime soon.
I don't know when the circle will shrink though, honestly.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting.
I guess by the time it's all over, Janik should be waking up from his slumber as well from that shack, while Chinpo is looking over to the corners of Kampong, while there's going to be a Groza nearby the corners of Dark Horse. They won't be able to spot this one out all too soon, but I think Ketchup has finally found it, so let's see whether or not will they be able to attain that Groza in the back. Janik still inside the shack as Net Brotherhood will be scouting out ahead. They did saw somebody passing by, which is why they have been waiting for that moment for quite some time. Iron Pro and the rest of Resurgence is in the middle alongside with Evos. Arif is going to be cutting across really closely as well. While from the northern section, we do have the KOLs with Yana Samsudin, Daddyhood, as well as Agus, just slowly making their way in towards Camp Bravo. That is a very safe approach. But as for the western end, there's going to be quite a number of teams over those mountains.
I like the fact the KOL team do know that there's not much team like to drop on the northern side of the map, so they pick a place when there's not many people to contest anything from anybody, and at the same time just rotate slowly. And apparently this circle is still playing along with them. We do have the drop here, which is pretty much empty. So I do want to know who took all the items inside, because apparently Geek Fam just kind of dropping by to say hello. MK14 in the second airdrop. There you go. Suppressor is also there, but Sanhok been knocked down first by Resurgence. Like you said, they are really aggressive when it comes to taking the fight. Zolly on the other hand, trying to zigzag away, but it's not going to work. Well, Iron Pro taking out the fight. Beautiful positioning by Iron Pro there, taking those who are coming up from the flanks. At the same time, have to reset himself.
And there we go, 3 members already down from the side of Arov, leaving only 1 behind. And oh my goodness, I think it's a team wipe right there. Arov down and out really too early as 2 of the PMPL teams collide. But here comes Geekfam to get on the side of Waisu. Oh no, Evie is down, and Master Ramen is going to be so upset about this. But Anis goes in for the revenge, and now snipes with the MP14. Let's see what he has in store. And oh no, there goes Waisu, going down as well.
Now the one that's winning only Geek Fam apparently. I'm surprised what happened just now. Resurgence is nowhere to be seen as well. We're down to 8 teams only. Bosco Nga tried to take the advantage here, coming in from the flank first with Pass going in. Bosco tried to take advantage of the third party. Baby will try to run away as Saint is waiting for Snipes to revive him at the same time. They need to reset the economy, and do they have enough time here?
Well, I do think that they might be able to actually heal up, but right now, MCB charging in. He's looking for that spray down, but it's going to be a little bit of that free fire coming in to actually take him down. See now with that micro Uzi, he gets right down to only very little HP. He's the only one left, and Geek Fam, 2 teams in a row, will be able to take them down.
Make it 4 because he just wiped Bosco. Resurgence is also Waisu Hera. And they're probably going to be potentially the 5th one coming in. Dark Horse just around the corner fighting against another team out there. While they will march towards Geek Fam's direction here, we have another TRX just across them. Will Geek Fam take out these 2 teams because they are too busy focusing between themselves? They forgot there's another team just across them on top of that mountain.
Well, it's great to finally see TRX Elementus finally reuniting, as we can see Jim Boy as well as Kim to be stuck behind that corner of the rock. Dark Horse has all got their crosshairs locked upon it with that vital information that they just received. But yeah, I guess maybe they could start lobbing some nades to perhaps secure the kill if they can. But it's still going to be quite a distance to cover up. As for Dark Horse, I'm really hoping that they can really show in those numbers, because this is the best place to actually get themselves pretty much ready for the next 5 rounds to come. While Jinboy finally makes his way towards the small little huts right down below, but Boboy is still keeping his tabs over the side of Kim. But Kim might not know what's coming for him. Boy seems to be missing all his shots.
Some of the days there where you're not performing well, maybe it's just a warming up for him right now, but boy, really need his sand just started now. Kim on the other hand tossing a couple of nades there, didn't hit, but boy, but running zigzag, not in a straight line, hoping they will miss their bullets. But boy, trying to go merry-go-round here. We're talking about the zone structure is not helping him, because Jimboy and Kim working it out as a team play. They take one down. Dark Horse running across the map, even though they have the advantage of their manpower, but it seems like they are being forced to retreat by only Kim and also Jimboy there.
That was a really hasty move coming in from the side of Dark Horse members. They lose 2, and maybe 2 versus 4 TRX Elementus might be able to actually kill off the entirety of Dark Horse. As you can see, Neo is running for his life already.
And Neo not swimming anymore this time, just running across that field. And I'm surprised Geek Fam didn't take advantage of that situation too. They were just nearby as a friendly neighborhood, but at the same time they're just sitting it out and be safe and hold their fires. But down to Dark Horse, Emotion and Neo, they're forced to a retreat quite far apart from each other, just taking themselves covers and be sure to reset themselves from what had happened. Especially the ammunition, they need to reset it completely, because there's a lot of fires and bullets being whiffed and missed. They don't want to, damage more in terms of the economy.
And as for now, Dark Horse will try to play for positioning. 7 more teams still left intact as we are moving towards the corners of Lakawi, where Net wants to take a little bit of a glimpse of this shore, as Heiko has kept his eyes on the hills for a very long time. Spot out Chinpoi, but this is going to be a very hard shot to land, because it's about more than almost a kilometer away from where he's currently standing for the moment. Evo's VIP so far not really receiving any sort of kills, although they did spot out Resurgence much early on. Had a chance to perhaps go in for those taps, as Geek Fam are your kill leaders of the time being.
And going straight for the circle and not just camping out in one position. Geek Fam knows what they're doing, which directions to go, because apparently they're not bumping into any of the teams. And we do see them going full aggressive, knowing that they're bumping so many teams before. Almost 2 teams being wiped up just by them. Apparently it's already 2 teams with 7 kills there. We're down to the next circle here. Ban will be probably the middle between Ban and Paradise Resort, Camp Bravo, Deck Junction. Maybe that will be the next circle ended up. And we do see EVOS VIP is very nearby Resurgence here, and it's gonna be EVOS and also Resurgence circle. Look at TRX Genix has a long way to go to still meeting their teammates halfway.
Wow, such an impressive circle for the side of EVO's VIP. We just have to wait while Daddyhood spots out all these members coming in from the side of Net Brotherhood, and he does not want to commit towards this fight. Seems like they will play it very passively. At the very least, they can possibly plan things out. And now with that sort of the movements all across, we will see whether or not can they make it out alive. Fox Motion takes out Jinboy, and seems like the war between TRX is not over. And Janik, so far being very far away from both Kim as well as Jinboy, he won't be getting much help at all. As we are looking at Kim, the only one surviving in this battle.
We kind of jinxed it. The moment we mentioned Jitboy, that's where he being knocked down and away into a box. Now Kim tried to fight himself here. Last tick of health. He uses his first aid kit ASAP. But at the same time, Motion and they have been going on this war forever. I'm talking about they have been chasing each other for some time now. Kim will be wiped here if one of his teammates couldn't reach him on time. But I don't think so. He still has a long run to go for Janik. Fox Motion also near will finish him off. Dark Horse taking back the revenge at wiping off two of their teammates just now. Still punching each other out. Maybe that's their sorry, I can't even word right now.
Don't worry, it's a celebration for sure. As sometimes we get our tongue times. At times, we're gonna be moving towards the other member of TRX Elementus. One-man show. It's gonna be Janik here taking out Snipes, but oh my, the bullets are flying his way, and yep, he should have seen that one coming.
Nobody see that one coming. There was across that map on top of this hill. And it was a long shot as well. Baby, how did he see that one coming for him? Evo's VIP taking the covers behind the stone structures here. At the same time, they're segregated into 4, making sure all the angles covered. While Baby overpig himself right now. Heiko kind of spot him out here. Can Baby get out from this to save his friend? Snipes bleeding out at the moment. And saying he's a bit far from the rest of them.
Seems like there's going to be an RSG right across as well. While Snipes gets a little damage over on his side, he will be able to heal up. But Evo's VIP, oh boy, seems like these members of Geek Fam might enter the Tiger's Den if they continue on this passage. And as they are coming across in towards the circle, they are playing it cool. Snipes, oh boy, 2 times in a row. After TRX putting some damage, it's going to be Snipes receiving another shot as well. Y2K getting a couple of bullets blown his way from the side of QB, but that won't take him down.
Snipes just gonna bleed out and finish off by the other teams here. Heiko is happy to get that extra kill, but Q Baby just too focused on this particular angle. They want to pressure so much on Resurgence, who happen to be clumping out together. The moment he is firing, that spray is not connected dot yet. Still trying to do so. He wasted so much ammunition on Resurgence side, and Boki right out in the open, sneaking himself right in the line of sight of Q Baby. And he's trying to tap things out here again. Baby is really persistent, wanting to take Resurgence down.
Now, these 3 teams are actually making a couple of rotations as Evo's VIP aren't too phased because they somewhat have to circle on towards their corner, while Razor's going to be able to actually find one on his crosshair with Net Brotherhood coming across as well. This is going to be looking good for Iron Pro as he does find Fox Motion coming from Dark Horse, leaving only 1 member behind. But Razor, oh my goodness, he gets out high, and that's going to be him getting clipped out outside of blue as well. 1 point given towards the side of Evo's VIP, and with that 2 other kills, that makes it 3.
And now April kind of have a lot of chilies on his side, so he's gonna be A-okay to actually reset his HP. Y2K on that and just walk into the Tigers. Then these Dark Horses apparently on fire now. Got the engine started for Fox Motion. So we're trying to take him down, but Fox Motion still managed to clutch 1 more out here. Iron Pro tried to get back the revenge for his teammates, but boosting himself out first. And while Y2K and Cellboy is bleeding out, Iron Pro has to take 1 down for Fox Motion. If not, it will be the end of Cellboy. But Motion really got fired back there, punished heavily, tried to revive Neo, and he doesn't have that much time.
Y2K still waiting for a little bit of rescue coming from the side of Voki as well. So far, this is going to be a time being bought there coming in from the side of RSG as well as Dark Horse. Well, Heiko's going to be able to snipe Y2K from quite far. This is going to be the best spot for Evos to actually take this chicken dinner if they can, as we are looking at RSG securing 7 kills in total, but they are not inside of the circle yet. This is going to be a little bit more challenging. Only the top 4 teams remain, and now he's trying to make his way across. Only 3 members remaining for the side of Resurgence. While for Dark Horse, it's going to be 1, but Fox Motion once again finds another kill in the form of Master Ramen. Oh no, he gets sprayed down by Yana, and Yana will go out, but thank goodness there is Neo to help him out.
This duo has been playing the tag team since like the start of the game. They lost 2 members since the early phase until now, holding it out as a pair. Neo and also Fox Motion now have to fight potentially against Evil's VIP. We're talking about all 4 men still well and alive, and Sam Z going straight into the circle first. They want to secure and gatekeep at the edge of it. Monster Ramen will be going down by Kuza. I'm sure Ramen is not happy about that, obviously, but Dark Neo will be finished off by the circle. We still have Agus and also DJ Sodi, which is Daddy Hood, try to fight themselves across this. This might just be a VIP game. Just got themselves that show match as a winner chicken dinner.
12 total kills. Such an impressive run for Evo's VIP as they managed to secure the top spot, removing so many of all these teams such as Geek Fam and also members of STP right there to finish off the game. And Resurgence was blown to pieces by Heiko's nade out of nowhere. Evo's VIP definitely deserved this huge victory right there for them, so kudos to them once again. And let's start off with what we just witnessed from the start all the way to the finish. Of course, they started off with Iron Pro opening up that nade towards the member of TRX Elementus, where we thought, hey, Death, yesterday 1 versus 8, you possibly would be able to upset by taking down Resurgence, but it seems like members of Resurgence know what's inside of that hut, and they just cracked those nades, got themselves that first kill, and later on we see a lot of fights going on towards the side of Suhera and many other teams as well. But for the KO side, I'm definitely impressed by how they managed to clinch themselves that top 2 finish and Geek Fam with those high volume kills.
Yeah, but the thing is, I kind of question TRX Elementus, how I say, their strategy. They split into 4 people in a different side of the map, different angle, and different places throughout the whole map. The thing is, they didn't actually move. We do see Death kind of camp himself in a small place. Same goes for Kim at first. And then Janik was quite far a bit late, but we do see that in the end of the day, Dark Horse kind of reunite only 2 of them left there, but TRX, didn't manage to even unite in the last minute, just in the nick of time. Then the moment they unite, that's where everything go haywire because they got sandwiched by so many teams. And about Suhera, they have been camping a lot on that top of the hill there, but didn't expect so many teams happen to passing by. We're talking about Geek Fam, wiped out so many teams in the early phase of the game there, just now getting themselves like 7 to 8 kills just by themselves, but kind of fumbles over by VIP and also try to transition themselves into the circle was not really an easy task. That's where everybody just falling apart.
Yeah, I felt like the team with too many action was actually Geek Fam because they took fights after fights after fights, and after meeting up with the Tigers, that's where everything ended for the side of Geek Fam. Of course, we wish to actually see them go all the way toe to toe, but they were kind of worn out by all these sort of fights by the very end. Same goes to Resurgence that was actually picking up that battle against Dark Horse and a few more kills along the way with Arof as well. We saw a really swift action being taken by Resurgence to actually take those kills against Arof, which to me was very surprising because I thought Arof definitely had a little bit of a lead right there moving in towards that corner of the map. But, you know, other than that, Dark Horse, I gotta say, they are the last surviving team coming from the side of PMNC side, and that was it. And of course, that is the show match right now. We'll be going in for a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the official match of the PMNC.
Let's go.
5 seconds. Please.
Welcome to Operation Tomorrow. An epic battle is about to arrive. In Season 11, new things are coming to PUBG Mobile. Higher quality maps and more interesting items for players to stage exciting battles. First, a new 2-player snow vehicle. A snow bike that is steadier and faster will replace the old one in Vikendi. First, the new arena mode will have a new 4v4 map, Town. In this all-new expansive map, there are 3 randomly activated bases. 2 teams of 4 will fight to capture these bases. Players will need to work more closely with each other and adopt a more strategic approach in order to prevail. The first team to capture 2 bases wins the game. Players can also find super weapon crates along the way to boost their power. Additionally, Royal Pass 11 contains the new Operation Tomorrow outfit. Will machinery make one stronger, or will determination prevail? Join the fight and find out. Bring your teammates and explore the new content together. Fight for glory and honor.
tersebut. 8 kill sudah diikuti oleh rakan-rakan masing-masing. Oh, sangat-sangat cantik. Tapi kan Cik Am, tadi saya nak cakap apa tau, biasanya mereka tidak berbincang terlebih dahulu untuk okay, aku drop sini, kau tak boleh drop sini dan sebagainya. Tapi bandingannya Kobe, baik Lekiu, sakitnya you.
Ouch! Ouch! Satu bandingan bom yang sangat-sangat dan sangat cantik sekarang ini. Akan bakal dihabiskan dengan senjata AKM. Ada 40 peluru pada senjata AKM sekarang ini. 762. Kosong Sultan dekat kawasan Bukem.
Ya, kosong. Tapi sekarang ni kita lihat pasukan STP Agus. Alah, Agus boleh tembak tu Agus. Agus, come on Agus, come on. Agus dapat, Agus. Kau buat viewer kau risau lah Agus.
Agus sudah pun mendapatkan 1 kill secara mutlak sekarang ini. Dengan penggunaan senjata M762 sebentar tadi menghabiskan pasukan yang berada di hadapannya. Saya tidak dapat pastikan siapa yang dibantai tadi. Saat ini akan berhadapan pula dengan pasukan daripada OK Kayo. Sudah pun sampai kedudukan daripada Star Squad sekarang ini menyerang pasukan daripada Don Wow. Maafkan saya, Miramar. Apakah yang bakal terjadi? Boro Rush dapat 1. Cantik sekarang ini. Adakah kedudukan pasukan daripada Tonwall ESPORT sekarang ini akan berbahaya? Wolf berada di belakang, Gato juga berada di belakang sekarang ini. Para dapat mencari tembakan, dapat 1 miracle baik. MHMM dapat 2 miracle baik menggunakan senjata Uzi sekarang ini.
Tarik sekali lagi di antara NRL dan juga NRL. Apa panjang sangat jodoh dua pasukan NRL ni. Lekiu berjaya untuk di knockdown. Tinggallah Kim Q dan juga Jam beban saja. NRL fighter begitu garang sekali. Tapi King berjaya dihabiskan secara langsung. Memang tidak ada sebarang teaming up yang ditunjukkan oleh mereka. Berjuang sehingga ketitisan darah yang terakhir. End dulu, tetap end dulu. Itu paling penting lah. Not end.
Knock end. Sekarang ini hanya meninggalkan seorang saja. 2 orang saya kira pasukan. Dan itu dia rata. Habis disingkirkan.
19 dan sekarang AKA mereka ada kunjungan kiri dan kanan dekat belakang tim nombor 10 cuba masuk. Mereka sudah pun bermain di dalam kawasan blue zone. Maka tim nombor 5 kena hati-hati dari belakang ada orang datang. Begitu dengan traitor akan tekan mereka dari depan kat sini. Sabril telah menembak dekat situ. AKA dengan 3 orang player, jangan lupakan Loyu juga sedikit rendah. Loyu dapat skin great dekat satu knockdown. 3 lawan 3, grenade tangan dimasak, dibaling pada 3 orang target dekat situ. Kena hati-hati, dapat 1, dapat 2. Rata.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PUBG Mobile Malaysia National Championship 2020 with me, Chuchu, and also beside me, the amazing Contra or Contra Cast, if you want to search for it. But before this is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios, and which is our official sponsors. You do best with customizable data and plan. Switch it right now.
That's right, if you make the switch today, you can get yourselves that exclusive YouTube jersey inside of the match itself. So make sure you guys do that if you guys want to support Yudu Gang in the PM World League. And of course, speaking of the World League, of course, that's like the grand stages, but it's where it all begins here at the PMNC. Back then in Season 1, Yudu Gang was the champions when they used to be known as Gang FTY. And, you know, Choo-Choo, it has been a long way. Champions are forged from the ground up, and we've seen amazing stories. Now is the time to shine, and now we're getting in towards our final 5 games to find 5 winners to get in towards the slots for the PMPL Season 2. And of course, lots of cash prizes to be given out to the victors out there with a total of 10. Oh wait, gotta correct myself right there. It's not 10,000, it's 100,000 ringgit.
Yeah, but like you said before, nobody starts as a pro. They all been from scratch building themselves up. But this is the overall leaderboard for today and right now, the final day of playoff. LX Esports still at triple digit 121. Nobody cutting for their points yet. TRX Elementus is really close by for the 92 points at third place. Stay Home have been playing superbly well yesterday. So maybe between the 5 teams here, we're talking about if anybody can cut down or tear down the LXE or LX Esports point, that they will be for sure to be one of the players or the squad that got themselves that 100% slot for the PMPL later on.
That's right. It's only going to be that 5 teams out there to make the cut. And of course, speaking of which, we got an interview coming on, and let's see what these players have to say right here.
Inilah player-player anda. Hello semua.
Hello.
Hello.
Hai.
Taklah, nice. Saya on the go kalau anda tak kenal. Saya akan jadi interviewer anda hari ini. So saya ada soalan-soalan spesifik untuk setiap tim. Korang semua bermain dengan sangat-sangat baik. Kami pun rasa sangat-sangat bangga untuk cast game-game korang. Dan juga ini satu opsi yang baik untuk viewer-viewer kat rumah sekarang mengenali anda dengan lebih baik. Sebab saya pun sebenarnya tak begitu mengenali korang kecuali Z saja yang saya sangat tak kenal. Yang lain semua saya kurang sikit kenal. Kita ambil satu opsi untuk kenal antara satu sama lain. Okay? Tapi saya nak mula dengan jejaka yang paling kacak dekat sini terlebih dahulu. Bukan saya, tapi Kicap lah. Kicap, saya ada satu soalan tau. Benda pertama saya nak tanya adalah, apakah association awak, iaitu awak AKA? Tapi saya tak pasti, adakah awak AKA daripada AKA Gary punya clan ataupun memang tim awak nama AKA saja dan tak ada kena-mena langsung dengan tim Johor Bahru si Gary itu?
Actually AKA clan ni AKA Jazz ada buat untuk bangsa Melayu. So time tu kami buat satu line up untuk Sabah punya, dan kami ikut bertanding lah. Ini first time kami dapat ke stage jauh begini.
Okay. So ini adalah kali pertama AKA Rogue join PMNC kan?
Ya, ini kali pertama, tapi bagi saya sudah 3 kali. Sudah 3 tahun join. Yang 2 kali tu dah lepas lah.
Okay. So sekarang ni ada peluang yang sangat-sangat baik untuk lepas. Inilah satu benda yang sangat menarik kan. Saya sendiri tak pernah ingat player ni join 3 kali, tetapi ini adalah kali ketiga beliau join dan beliau ada peluang sebenarnya untuk ke PMPL. So cerita sikit pengalaman daripada PMNC 1, PMNC 2 dan juga sekarang PMNC 3. Boleh tak cerita perjalanan daripada 1 sampai yang ketiga sekarang?
Okay, PMNC pertama 2018 saya dengan clan lama iaitu Licious ESPORT, tapi terciduk dekat qualifier nombor 3 dengan kurang 2 poin ke 3 poin tu. Lepas tu PMNC 2019 kami try lagi di Suria Sabah. Itu pun kalah dengan Geek Fam. Time tu masih nama orang tambah daun squad. Kami nombor 4 time tu. Jadi tahun ni kami baru dapat masuk pergi playoff. Iaitu AKA.
Ya, dan anda berada di kawasan yang agak baik sebenarnya untuk bagi top 5 dan terus maju ke hadapan. So itulah AKA. Kicap memang bermain dengan sangat-sangat baik setakat ini, dan ini adalah percubaan kali ketiga. Orang cakap percubaan kali ketiga ni selalunya memang membawa banyak kuah. So, saya ucapkan good luck kepada... Kenapa yang pakai air mata tu?
Bawa sama lah sikit.
Okay. Tak sama. Saya cancel. Tetapi okey, soalan seterusnya sekarang ni untuk jejaka seterusnya kita, iaitu untuk rakan kita Vortex daripada tim Stay Home. So Stay Home ni satu tim yang
saya tak katakan diorang ni sangat-sangat kuat, tapi mereka sangat-sangat konsisten. So stay home.
Yeah.
Apakah resepi untuk sentiasa konsisten? Sebab agak konsisten tim korang.
Kami pun bermula dari qualifier solo. Lagipun kami tak kenal satu sama lain lagi. Chemistry kami pun kurang, sinergi kami pun kurang. Tapi setiap malam kami training, saya dapatkan screen. Lepas tu kami training bersama. Kami dapat konsisten dekat dalam PMNC ni macam tu.
Nice. So inilah salah satu tim yang sebenarnya datang daripada solo. Yang mana chemistry antara player-player solo ni sebenarnya agak sukar. Tapi mereka berjaya lakukan benda itu dalam masa yang begitu singkat dan nampaknya ada peluang cerah untuk mereka pergi ke PMPL juga. Dan soalan seterusnya untuk awak juga, Ince Vortex, iaitu dalam apakah perasaan awak lah dapat bermain secara solo, buat satu squad dan sekarang berada di playoff dan ada peluang sebenarnya untuk bermain di PMPL. Apakah perasaan awak secara overall sekarang?
Perasaan kami agak teruja sebab kami dapat pergi sehingga ke tahap sampai playoff ni. Dan kami akan cuba yang terbaik untuk masuk ke PMPL season 2. Teruja.
Setelah kita punya rakan kita dia agak teruja untuk pergi ke PMPL, saya pun agak teruja. Saya harap saya dapat menjerit nama awak Vortex di masa PMPL. So harap awak lepas, okay?
InsyaAllah.
Dan seterusnya kepada tim yang menyebabkan saya punya tekak terkeluar semalam, iaitu tim TRX Elementus.
Hello.
Iaitu Ince
Jani.
So,
Hello.
So Elementus dah lama ada dalam scene sebenarnya. Saya selalunya nampak nama korang semasa tournament-tournament university. Seterusnya semasa season lepas punya qualifier untuk masuk ke PMPL. Tapi anda sedikit masalah device dan sebagainya sebab tidak lepas. Sekarang ini ada peluang diberikan sekali lagi untuk anda pergi ke PMPL dan anda bersama dengan sekali lagi dengan mami awak. Saya kenal mami awak. Dia kenal satu korang.
Dia tengah tengok ni.
Dia tengok, saya tahu. Dan mempunyai satu tulang belakang yang keras dan sebagainya. Dan sekarang korang sangat-sangat hampir untuk ke PMPL. Saya rasa dia lah orang yang paling happy dan juga of course teammate-teammate korang sebab kerja keras akhirnya akan membuahkan hasil. Apa perasaan engkau sekarang ni, Janet?
Firstly, perasaan saya mestilah happy and agak nervous juga sebab actually point kita orang pun belum cukup selesa, tapi kita orang akan keep consistent and try our best lah untuk dapatkan slot ke PMPL tu.
Saya harap korang akan lepas juga TRX Elementus. Lama kami tunggu untuk korang lepas. Tapi sekarang ada peluang yang sangat cerah. Tapi inilah soalan yang sedikit mungkin sedikit best sedikit untuk korang. Macam mana korang nak rate antara semua tim yang bermain sekarang ni? Awak boleh rate semua. Mungkin awak boleh rate top 5 ataupun top 10. Apakah tim yang paling kuat korang rasa menjadi masalah untuk korang? Especially untuk hari. Sebab korang berdua. Ada beberapa tim yang boleh pintas korang. Siapakah tim-tim yang korang macam akan fokus sedikit mengatakan bahawa mereka ada peluang untuk memintas kita dan menolak kita ke tangga ke-6?
Kita orang akan fokus pada firstly team LX, second AKA, and the third one is Malino.
Malino itself. Okay. Itulah 3 tim yang akan mereka fokuskan. Tapi kita akan pergi pada target yang seterusnya kita pula. Tapi TRX Elementus, good luck kepada anda. Anda sangat-sangat dekat sekarang untuk pergi ke PMPL. Good luck to you, okay?
Alright, thank you.
Okay, soalan seterusnya adalah untuk Dark Horse. So kita ada Neo bersama dengan kita, the one.
Hello.
One and only dekat sini. Neo, Neo apa khabar?
Khabar baik, alhamdulillah.
Okay, so untuk tim Dark Horse, korang rasa korang masih ada peluang tak untuk pergi ke PMPL? Kerana 2 hari pertama itu macam tidak menjadi sangat korang main strategi dan juga pergerakan. Tapi masih lagi 1 hari. Kalau korang tengok PMWL, Judo Gang 1 hari dapat 4 mata daripada 5 game. Dan terus mereka berjaya nombor 1. Kalau korang boleh lakukan benda yang sama lakukan Judo Gang, korang juga sebenarnya boleh qualify ke PMPL kan? Adakah korang masih lagi rasa perkara ini masih viable? Masih lagi boleh cuba dan pergi untuk lakukan top 5?
2 hari pertama kita memang tak perform, kita tak nafikan rotation, fight semua kita ambil semua agak teruk kita punya gameplay. But kita still tak putus harapan, since baru-baru ni je memang tengok Yudo Gang, Triple Chicken apa semua kan. And terang-terang benda tu dah tak mustahil, and kita akan cuba 5 game yang terakhir hari ni lah, kita akan try untuk usaha sungguh-sungguh bermain lebih baik daripada 2 hari sebelum ni lah.
Ya, itulah semangat yang ada untuk Abang Neo kita daripada Dark Horse. Memang ada peluang sebenarnya. Dia tahu Yudo Gang pernah buat benda mustahil, mereka juga boleh lakukan perkara yang sama untuk Dark Horses. Untuk mencapai apa yang Yudo Gang buat, soalnya mereka avoid early fight dan sebagainya. So, apakah tim-tim yang korang macam tak nak jumpa langsung dalam rotation buat masa sekarang ni?
Tim yang kita orang agak takut lah, ex-teammate saya, TRX Elementus, saya tak nafikan lah satu tim yang saya takut. And then ada lagi satu iaitu Marlino in South. Sebab firepower diorang memang kuat, and team fight diorang jenis yang tak takut. Diorang just pergi, diorang execute. Jadi.
Kali kedua kita dengar nama yang sama iaitu Marlino in South daripada oleh Dark juga kami oleh Encik Neo. Tetapi good luck untuk korang. Kami harapkan yang terbaik untuk korang buat benda yang mustahil, Dark Neo.
Okay, thank you.
Seterusnya untuk Waisu Hera sebenarnya. So Waisu Hera adalah satu-satunya squad full wanita yang bermain dalam tournament PMNC playoff kita. Ini satu benda yang sering kali dikatakan sangat-sangat mustahil untuk dilakukan. Tapi mereka berada di sini bukan hanya untuk tournament semua orang wanita. Tidak, inilah tournament PMNC playoff untuk ketiga, dan kita ada satu squad full, dan itulah Waisu Hera. Dan bersama kita kat sini adalah Anis dengan kita. Hello Anis.
Hai.
Awak apa khabar?
Baik.
So, saya ada beberapa soalan untuk awak, dan soalan pertama sekali adalah apakah preparation korang untuk datang ke PMNC ini?
Preparation, training sampai jadi. Lepas tu mental semua kena strong, tak ada koyak-koyak kalau macam tusun ke apa ke, reset balik. Even kalau kita orang kena kill dengan lelaki pun kita orang rasa macam tak down sangat lah, sebab anggap benda tu macam scream je.
Yang mentality yang kuat itu yang dicari oleh Waisu Hera. Bagi Waisu Hera juga kan, korang ada 2 tim, iaitu Waisu Hera dan juga Waisu Junior. Since korang daripada clan yang sama, ada tak apa-apa macam scream together yang korang buat, ataupun main TDM bersama-sama ataupun sebagainya? Macam kita orang Waisu Hera, kita orang tak main dengan Junior.
Kalau klasik tu memang tak main. Tapi kalau lawan TDM antara Waisu JR, Waisu Hera, adalah malam-malam lepas scream.
Okay. So itulah perbezaan untuk mereka. Tapi untuk korang, benda yang menarik adalah Waisu Hera ada fanbase yang sangat-sangat besar. Ramai wanita-wanita luar sana yang menjangkakan macam, tak mungkin kita boleh masuk tournament ini dengan satu full line up wanita saja. Tapi lepas apa yang awak lakukan, game yang pertama kita di Erangel dapatkan chicken dinner, semua orang dah macam wow, benda ni boleh berlaku. Ini bukan satu benda yang mustahil untuk dilakukan. Kepada fans-fans korang, lelaki ke, wanita ke, apakah nak cakap kepada mereka?
Kepada perempuan, tim ladies yang macam ada keinginan nak jadi macam Waisu Hera, korang jangan rasa takut kalau nak lawan dengan lelaki. Sebab lelaki ni macam biasa je, macam korang main Scream Ladies je. Lepas tu kalau lelaki pula jangan pandang rendah dengan perempuan. Perempuan pun boleh tembak. Tapi kalau rasa macam kita orang buat tu, ada masa buat lah, ada masa power macam tu.
Dengar tu Kicap. Dia tengah cakap dengan kau tu Kicap. Senyum je Kicap tu. Tapi sekarang ini satu soalan terakhir. Sebenarnya soalan ni tak ada list, tapi saya nak tanya kepada awak. Masa first game, opening game, korang ada chicken. Apakah perasaan semasa tu?
Chicken. Sebenarnya tak expect pun chicken, sebab macam susah sangat dekat tempat circle macam tu, open space, ada satu compound je. Lepas tu saya suruhlah teammate saya macam stay cool je, biar diorang fight dulu ke apa ke kan. Lepas tu bila dah chicken tu banggalah juga. Macam tak expect.
Itu dia, Wais Tuhera, kita tahniah diucapkan anda juga untuk sampai ke stage ini dan juga mendapatkan chicken dan hampir dapatkan double chicken juga pada map Sanhok semalam juga. Memang betul-betul mantap permainan daripada korang. Tahniah kerana korang berada di sini, Wais Tuhera.
Thank you.
Ya, sudah. Jangan kicap tangan tu bawah. Masih. Soalan terakhir sekali kepada jejaka yang saya paling kenal antara 6 orang ini, iaitu Bosco Z. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Okay, Bosco. Okay, korang ada 2 team season lepas.
Okay.
Masa korang bermain qualifier dan ramai yang cakap korang yang akan qualify dan bukannya Bosco. Kalau qualify pun mungkin dua-dua akan qualify lah. Tetapi yang main tu adalah Bosco korang yang akan lepas. Tetapi season lepas tidak berjaya. Dan sekarang korang datang kembali untuk pergi ke playoff PMPL dan nampak sangat cerah peluang untuk ke sana. So apakah perasaan anda dan juga cerita sikit perjalanan daripada, sebab saya ingat awak sebab korang adalah orang-orang yang berada di leaderboard semasa PMCO Malaysia tengah berlaku. Korang masih dengan tim Ghost Revenge kalau tidak salah saya. Korang bermain di PMCO Malaysia hampir untuk ke China tapi tak lepas. Daripada situ saya nampak nama awak selalu ada dekat situ dan sekarang ini dah dekat 1 tahun 2 tahun masih lagi ada. Tapi sekarang paling dekat untuk digelar professional player. Apakah perasaan dan juga cerita sikit awak berperjalanan?
Firstly, perasaan saya lah dari macam this is the time, sebab selama ni kami dah mencuba daripada season pertama lagi PMNC sebelum qualify ke PMCO yang pertama. So kita orang gagal kat situ, dapat nombor 6, just perbezaan beberapa mata saja. And then bila PMNC yang kedua pula kita buat nama yang sama juga, Ghost Revenge, and then tak lepas juga di zone KL on that time. Tapi this year and this time untuk PMNC yang ketiga, kita orang akan cuba yang terbaik. Kita akan buat yang terbaik juga. Macam mana pun kita akan dapat slot juga 5 tu untuk ke PMPL. And buktikan kepada semua orang yang kita mampu untuk lepaslah ke PMPL. Sebab selama ni kita dah cuba tapi bukan rezeki di pihak kita. Tapi macam mana pun kita orang akan lepas juga untuk hari ni. Dan terima kasih jugalah kepada semua-semua yang menyokong kepada kami lah.
Ya, kerja keras memang membawa hasil sebenarnya untuk tim Bosco, terutamanya untuk Z personally lah. Memang sudah lama orang otai dalam scene kita. Tapi awak orang otai dalam scene kita dan sekarang dalam 6 orang dekat sini awak paling otai lah boleh cakap selain daripada TRX Elementus. Apakah awak punya opinion pasal tim-tim yang baru tumbuh sekarang? Sebab tim-tim ni saya rasa tahun lepas mungkin saya tak kenal pun sendiri, mungkin awak sendiri tak kenal. Tapi awak punya perasaan, adakah mereka ni darah-darah baru ni bawa apa-apa benda-benda baru ke dalam tim yang awak rasa macam wow?
Pada pendapat saya lah, tim-tim yang baru sekarang ni dorang memang berkembang laju. Dorang pick up cepat, dorang faham gameplay dengan cepat. So bagi saya tim-tim baru dekat Malaysia ni memang sangat bagus lah. Since kita punya PUBG scene memang meningkat naik laju. So perasaan saya memang rasa happy dan gembira and excited juga sebab kita dapat orang kata berlawan sesama sendiri dengan saingan yang sengit dan kuat lah. So bagi saya memang memberi kepuasan kepada tim-tim yang lain juga supaya kita boleh training bersama and then kita boleh naikkan skill masing-masing sama-sama. So memang baguslah untuk tim-tim baru ni yang naik dengan cepat.
Kata-kata semangat daripada Encik Bosco Z, daripada tim Bosco, memang satu player yang kasar kat situ. Tapi sebelum kita tamat kita punya interview, ada tak apa-apa kata-kata akhir untuk anda berikan kepada tim-tim lain? Kita boleh start dengan Vortex terlebih dahulu. Ada tak apa-apa kata semangat ataupun kata-kata yang awak nak lukakan hati orang pun boleh juga.
Pada tim-tim yang berada di atas dengan fikir tim yang berada di bawah ni tak boleh naik ke atas macam tu. Good luck. Itu saja.
Alright, itulah Vortex kita dan terusnya kita pergi kepada Janik. Janik, ada apa-apa kata untuk player-player di sini, tim-tim di sini dan juga of course orang main supporter-supporter di luar sana.
Alright, to all grand finalist team, good luck and all the best. Korang buatlah yang terbaik untuk dapatkan slot 5 ke atas tu. And LX, careful kita orang akan kejar korang hari ni.
Kami bakal kejar korang kak.
Okay, seterusnya Waisu, Hera, Anis.
Good luck untuk semua team.
Lah comel je lah. Kepada Kicap.
Kepada semua tim, good luck juga. Buat yang terbaik, 5 slot PMPL tu, good luck, kejar. Sebab mungkin kami akan maintain point hari ni. Mungkin lah, insyaAllah. So, tapi buat yang terbaik lah, good luck.
Itulah AKA Kicap kita. Seterusnya Neo.
Untuk semua tim, saya doakan yang terbaik untuk korang. Tapi hari ni kita orang maybe duduk bawah sekali. Kita orang akan cuba bermati-matian untuk naiklah ke atas. Sebanyak mana yang kita boleh naik, kita akan naik, tinggalkan yang kat bawah tu.
Akhir sekali Bos Ruzi.
Alright, kepada semua tim finalis PMNC, so 16 tim ni good luck untuk semua. Buat yang terbaik, macam mana pun menang kalah, kita tetap satu tim di bawah Malaysia yang sama. And then rebutkan 5 slot PMPL tu dan cuba sebaik mungkin. And jangan lupa 5 slot tu tim bosku ada sekali.
Tak jauh.
Seram je, seram.
Agak seram sebenarnya. Tapi itulah tim yang akan bermain hari ini. Mereka harap korang dapat mengenali mereka sedikit sebanyak juga hari ini. Tapi sebelum kita habis interview rakan-rakan, mari kita buat sayang lontong sekali, boleh?
Boleh.
1, 2, 3, sayang lontong, okey? 1,
Alright.
2, 3.
Sayang lontong.
Bye.
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 Itulah dia interview tadi.
And that was the interview with all of our teams that have been playing in the PMNC. And of course, there was 6 of them that was in the interview alongside with On The Go. This is going to be the prize pool for the PMNC, 100,000 ringgit on the line for the very final 5 matches here. And of course, we do see the format for the entirety of the league is the official format that has been used globally. 20 points for chicken dinner, 16 points, and etc. Falling lower as we go down the ranks, and of course 1 kill for 1 point. So far, Chichu, anything you take away coming in from the interview?
That was a long interview, but yeah, I like the fact that everybody get to say their piece of what they have been going through, how hard it is for them to actually training, and some of them even have failed multiple times before. The fact that they never gave up is actually something very inspiring to follow on through. I'm talking about some teams here, including like TRX, including like the other teams that previously known as Traitor as well. They have been playing for so many teams, so many seasons. They didn't get themselves that slot into PMPL or the towards the more advanced stages. But they never gave up. That's the thing. They didn't just stop it there, you know. Some teams like, oh, we didn't make it, we just disbanded, never played again. They kind of pretty much quit after failing. This is something that we should look out for these players, that they keep on striving. It's all about striving. For the females out there as well, there's nothing to obstruct you guys anymore to actually go yourself just at the same level as all the other pro teams out there, all the pro players. What's stopping you right now is just yourself.
I would certainly agree that the only limit is their own individual mindset in towards how they play the game, and now they really gotta leave all their fear behind and only run in for that top podium finish, and of course that 5 slots that's going to be sending them in towards the PMPL Season 2. So with so much out there, all they have to do is focus, just like what Anis did say coming from Waisuhera, like, you just got to treat it as if you were practicing as per usual. Well, practice will never fail you, and of course, for those of you guys who are, of course, aspiring talents who really think that you guys have what it takes to be on those global stages playing alongside with you do gang someday, of course, your time will come really soon, where you guys got to take every opportunity you can get, put yourself one squad, and have that one goal in mind.
Why would you want to go against Yudu Gang if you guys can be better than them? That's the chance that you guys have to take for, and why not proving it? Start training today by switching to Yudu because it's one of the only best customized data out there, and I'm sure that you won't be having any lags when you play with Yudu, by the way. And I like the fact that when you switch to Yudu, you will be having free data just to play PUBG. That's one of the best thing out there.
Yeah, that's why every single one of all these great players out there definitely uses the best deals out available. So be wise, go out there and of course subscribe to Yudu, powered by Cellcom, the digital telco that gives you that flexibility to adjust your mobile plan according to your needs. And of course, we'll be getting in towards our matches really soon. So starting things off, of course, we got all those 4 maps to be played out for the entirety of today. And of course, we're going to be ending in one of the maps as well on the 5th, which is going to be the biggest deal so far. So with that being said, I believe that our players, after the interview, they're really taking a few minutes here to really strategize on their plan, how they really want to execute things. It's going to be very different from what we saw back in day 1, day 2. I believe teams are getting so desperate to actually gain those points to cut in towards that top 5 position that we saw. Even Dark Horse, they were motivated by Yudu Gang, who in that super weekend of the PMWL secured 3 chicken dinners in a row. If Dark Horse can achieve the same sort of feat in a really good day's run, anything is definitely possible here for all the teams here to secure their spot in the PMPL Season 2.
Well, today is the last day for the playoff Grand Finals PMNC. The only day they have left to actually prove that they have the slot for PMPL Season 2 later on. So it's either go big or go home at this point. Everybody have to step up their games. We're talking about starting off the kickoff today will be Vikendi map. So we do know Vikendi is a very challenging map. So when it comes to the compounds, it's one of the most towns out there for the map. Not too big and not too small as well. So the 6x6 kilometers map will be the first, and also we played twice here today. We do know when it comes to Vikendi, a lot of players don't really like this map. So it's a huge challenge and a huge task for them to actually just go through this hurdle, because when it comes to being a pro player, you have to be versatile, flexible, and very fast into adapting whatever challenges you have to face here, because it's really unpredictable when it comes to the game. But we're gonna just jump off to the first official match here today, match number 8 for the final day of the playoffs PMNC.
And let's go in towards Vikendi as we're taking in the corners of Peshkova all the way down and towards Vihar. And first, we'll see how this one's going to be faring later on. A couple of teams have already hopped off, as we can see. Bosker heading in towards Trefno as usual. MIP is heading in towards Peshkova as well. So maybe they might just go in towards those early game contests so far. LXE, the leaders of the pack, will be headed in towards Cosmodrome, while more of all these teams are still making their way in towards those respective territory, with Ranger having the initial looting phase, of course, going on for the side of Team MIP.
And a lot of players dropping into Cosmodrome. That's a huge potential coming up of fights later on. We do know Cosmodrome, one of the biggest town out there. At the same time, one of the hottest spot that can be snatched by most of the players. LXE, one of the team that's under the spotlight right now, with a very strong, I'd say, entrance into this tournament itself. They've been taking themselves to the only team with double chicken dinner so far, and YouTube is one of the most highlighted players out there as well. We've been looking at how many times he can clutch things by himself. Not as well as TRX Dev yesterday, but still, it's all about the teamwork, and what really matters right now, just make sure that they place themselves at number 1 with triple digit, yet nobody else reaching as far as they do.
Yes, indeed. The same goes to Fick as well. Fick OP yesterday got themselves that 7th rank, almost equaling the amount of Dev with only 1 kill behind. Circle seems to be very tricky here in between those river of Castle as well as all the way down to Volnova being the center point of this phase. So for most of the teams that are on the west side, it seems to be pretty much a huge flock of crowd right there. We're expecting a little bit more of that fight, and we had an interview with Stay Home Vortex much early on. They came in from the solo qualifications, and they built this team out of that qualification, and look how far they've come to solidify themselves as a team. Such an impressive way to actually make a mark in the PNMC, and this is the difference of the past seasons where we never seem to have those solo qualifications, and this is the very first time we ever had it, and it's giving great results.
If I'm not mistaken, it's Vortex that I mentioned before that he played with Traitor previously. I'm not quite clear about that fact, but if I'm not mistaken, he was in the previous seasons before, but it was in a different team. So they have been trying so many times, but it never stopped them to keep on coming, and they just keep on getting better every single time they play the qualifiers, and also up to this point to the playoffs. But down to TRX Janet, one of the captain and one of the best teams out there as well. Apparently now at the top 3, number 2 spot will be taken by them, but can they keep the momentum? They kind of have questionable moments out there sometimes when they just spread it out, and we can see there's a little bit of miscommunication between the teams sometimes. Oh, Def just gonna shuffle there.
Yeah, it's shuffling for a little bit, but to give even more context about TRX Elementus, I like a fair point that On The Go did point it out, because they have been playing for so many seasons already. Kim was one of the original members of RRQ Panda as well, so he has been through so many different sort of the struggles. Same goes to all these boys here that are playing for TRX Elementus, where they've got their manager, Kimmy Daisy, that has been supporting them throughout the whole time, and she's currently watching the stream as well. So, of course, a big shout out to the pillars for some of these teams that never seem to have given them any sort of the way to, of course, be demotivated, always keeping their morales high, and Stay Home, of course, one of those teams to look out for. I really want to see how the later phases of the games will be treating them as well.
But speaking of circle again, just around the outskirts of Poposto right now, we do see and kind of notice that a lot of water area and water ratio got caught in the circle just now. And high chances are we might gonna end up around Winery or Volnova. And here comes a couple of preemptive shots from Apoy from the Waisu Junior with G360, but didn't connect yet so far. So it's gonna be okay for OX Sky and the rest of the team, but they kind of get the idea that there's another team just across them, so they have to be extra careful.
As for Organization X, they have the rocky start for day number 1. Same goes to day number 2, where they had only a few good fights that went on their way, but their early game has always been pretty much erratic. So far, they don't seem to be making their way past the halfway mark of the leaderboards. So, hoping that they will show us something different for today. AKA Rook, one of the top contenders as well, hailing from Sabah. This is going to be a spot out, and here comes the spray down from
RMC, they got caught right on the outskirts of Toma here right now. Ketchup have been waiting them forever. The all 4 men in one vehicle. What were they thinking? 3 men making it. That man cam seems to be the one that departed alone at the back. And that was just going south so fast for the side of RMC. Not a good start for them, losing so many members just by crushing in the compound of AKA. And Sig managed to get that first blood, not just first, maybe a couple of more if they keep on going at this point, still trying to find more of RMC members. Just really unfortunate on the side of RMC.
Yeah, RMC so far really having a tough time going in for those movements across the map, and well, AKA Rook is definitely set up pretty perfectly on those spots, and of course with all of them really spotting out those movements, it was quite an easy takedown out of all these members. So another great context about AK, that on the go did manage to get some information on is that, of course, this is another team coming in from the whole AKA clan, but this is the only team that consists of mostly the Malays coming in from Sabah. So this is something that's very different from what they used to have, where AK used to be having mostly a Chinese ratio on their side. So heading towards this side of MIP, we have Ranger holding on towards that barrel, which of course is one of the high damaging weapons with the high amount of recoil. But so far with all those changes, it has been relatively been the meta as well, but not really the favorite of the many.
But back about having a team, I think everybody can get into a team. The disregard of your races, as long as you're Malaysian, it's okay for you to join in the PMNC. But back about OX or Organization X, that's why I prefer to pronounce it as OX instead. I really easily get tongue-tied, but Min and the rest of the team will get themselves the build to loot up back from the start. RMC on the other hand have a couple of casualty on the side. The only team that lost 2 members, and those 2 members, the only players that are out from the game. We still have 16 teams intact. RMC playing a bit more conservative this time, knowing that they made a mistake just now. Hopefully they can pull it off this time. Because Holder are waiting with the car 98 and still waiting for the victim, but they are not showing themselves way too much. They know their lack of men, but Miramar going to have to take up a challenge against AKA or even XP at this point. It's going to be a 3-way war.
There's going to be a little bit of distance in between some of all these teams as they are just taking sides for now, booking in towards phase number 1. Villanova seems to be that hotspot that everybody wants to be at. Max does receive a little bit of damage coming in from the corners of AKA, but he's got to reposition because even Miramar wants a piece of that. He's going to be taking those bandages, making sure that he does not waste any sort of these first aid kits that he collected much early on.
Straight away applying bandage. He's still saving up his med kits and first aids. So taking painkillers straight for boosting out. Maybe they want to go for the rush next one. We do have the airdrop plus the redeem in-game code. So take it right now, or you might miss that because it won't be any much more of this redeeming in-game code anymore because we're down to the last day of the playoff PMNC. You don't take it now, you will not have it another round because today will be the last day. Again, Red at XY and the rest of Waisu Jr. seems like they try to go for the challenger, but OX, they are playing it super safe this time. Like you said before, Contra, they haven't been performing since day 1, and day 2 wasn't too great as well. So trying to play it safely, try to consistently getting themselves top 5 or positioning might give them a bit of chance to place themselves at top 5 slot.
Yeah, I definitely would say so as well. So far, Sky has been the main carry for the side of Organization X. As for the circle, we can see that most of the teams are already inside, nobody loitering outside of the corners of the blue zone. But Cement Factory seems to be very clear for Bosco to enter. That will be pretty much interesting if the circle shifts back in towards the territory. But over the side of Kentra, it's getting all too crowded up. I'm not liking this, but hey, this is going to be one hell of a battle coming in.
Hot Springs, really hot and heated right now. We heard the preemptive shots, so far nobody going down just yet. And the circle keep on shrinking down. We're going to enter the third phase in a minute or so. With still 16 teams, nobody trying to go down just yet. Everybody trying to stay afloat as much as they can. Romeo and Ralph. We've seen Romeo play before for IMP. They have been performing okay for day 1, but then things just crumbles on day 2, and they try to get themselves at top 5 slot. LXE, on the other hand, going very strong right now in number 1 spot, but they cannot afford to make any mistake anytime, anywhere. These teams just can trump them down and take that spot away from them.
Oh, here comes Steph, though, trying to actually tap off Ketchup. Seems like he's not happy with him having so many of all these early action going on. So TRX Elementus is now on that second spot inside the leaderboards. They are hoping to extend that lead a little bit more. at the very least, is going to relay that information that he has. They can't actually make a move. They do have a few vehicles, but here comes Waisuhara driving straight in towards Marlino. This is going to be looking really bad. They're going to make a big U-turn, but Anise getting caught out in a really desperate situation here. She will be able to actually sprint off with the rest of the members as Ika and Co. They will get this shack for themselves.
Oh, they need a compound to take cover with, because they know that when it comes to getting themselves into this high ground, it's a long shot for them, because that climb will cause the whole team to go down, and they got separated into two pairs here. We're talking about Waisuhara being challenged by the MIS. MIS, this team always appeared out of nowhere and always making sure they consistently got themselves at top 5 every single game. One of the most consistent team out there, even though their firepower not as strong as the other team when it comes to positioning and their cold shots into the map. They are one of the best.
I would definitely say so as well. We are looking at Nick right here trying to actually go in for those sort of the spray down. But of course, with so many walls for them to hide, this is going to be a very tall task for now. Now, 5 seconds before that, phase 2 shrinks right in, and of course, 30 minutes of play. Only 2 bodies have dropped out, and of course, as for the castle, it has remained to be quite empty for quite some time. As for him, he's just hoping to actually connect this sort of the current 98 shots heading towards the side of TRX Elementus.
As empty as our hearts right now. That's just what's going on right at the very moment. We don't see that much fights going on because there's so many compound, but at the same time, Gato tried to make the initiation first. Merkel managed to take one down on XP. They have one man knocked down, but they have a long time, a very, very good time for them to revive them back. With such a long distance, they cannot rush in for MM, but the circle just have to include the water ratio. Contra is still there while the Mania is costing this game. We're looking Miramar, Miracle tried to take on second take here towards XP.
Well, Woohoo already going down through his 50%. They cracked up on quite a number of these smokes much early on. They have to save some for that late game battle if they can actually make it out. But they are going on the different rotations here, which will be really tough to do for the time being. Waisu Jr. passing by the corners of Abbey while we still have members of RMC playing very passively after losing out 2 members towards the side of AKA Ru. While Red YX is just going to be moving about with the jet ski, well, not really jet ski, the snowmobile that he has, as we are seeing him with only very little loot to work with.
The thing about this circle is that around Hot Spring, Volnova, and Contra, they have a couple of bridges there. So you have to pick whether to stay on Volnova land or Hot Springs land there, because we have no clue where the circle, which side of the land will it be favoring for the circle god anyhow. But OX mean the G26C again taking his ventures into XP for now. They're kind of being sandwiched with YC Jr. at the time being, and this is not a pretty sight if they are stuck. And if they cannot find an exit out, they might just be the one that getting bombarded by these two teams. While YC Jr., they always try themselves. They got themselves a potential here. I do see they always got some good positioning, but they never used that advantage to their side. They didn't use it fully. We're talking about a bit hesitant of judgment call here coming up from YC Jr.
And as for most of all the other players right here inside of Villanova, this is going to be a very tough place to play out because it is a really wide city. And with all these sort of walls, it's very hard to evacuate as well if the circle does not end up inside of Villanova. So there needs to be an escape plan coming in for the teams that are inside the city if that ever happens in later phases of the game. As for now, we can see Dark Horse taking the bridges right down below, but we do have Boskur who is keeping tabs over on the side of Fox Motion.
O'Neal swimming over just for the airdrop. I'm not sure if he didn't get scoped by anybody just yet. With MK14 this time, will he take this drop? But the other gears, all the level 3, is worthwhile for him to just take that drop from. But he's being very quiet. Nobody spot him just yet. Nobody tried to go for the fishing. As long as he stay low, he's going to be A-okay. Down to the next circle we go. This is the biggest question. Where the circle will be. Either on vulnerable land. Oh my god. The game just making it so hard for the players to decide. Even ourselves as casters have no clue. Those coming out from the castle will have to decide whether to stay on the west or the east side of the map here. Or it might end up on top of that bridge or even in the river. Probably.
Yeah, even the mountains nearby the southern side of the cement factory could be an option as well. So it's a very 50-50 trade-off here. Some teams are already moving by, hoping to that Kantra would possibly be one of the possibilities. So booking it out is going to be a little bit risky. But for Bosker, they are at the really safe spot because no teams were around their vicinity. Dark Horse could possibly wait it out as well, while members of the side of Waisu already taking a little bit of damage here as they take a little bit of a dive heading in towards those waters. Same goes to Antique. They're trying to actually figure out how to make it out safely. Now, TRX going in for a very late rotation. They might just have to face off against AKA Rune.
Like it or not, they have to cut across AKA, but at the same time, both teams actually try to migrate themselves to shift into a better place here. We talk about one more team, the Royals Medical College RMC players actually on their way to the same spot as well. So they departed in a different direction. Both teams seems to have a different decision making there. One going for the east, one going for the west, while the others just having a dip in the water too. So Antique will have to bump towards Waisu Hera very soon. The moment they can scope themselves under this bridge, they kind of get the idea. Have the micro Uzi, but on this other bridge, Dark Horse getting a glimpse on TRX, who happen to be passing by.
It's quite a shame that Dark Horse didn't really manage to clip any members out, and him only receiving a little bit of the damage right there. The Sia's still going to be able to actually get a little bit of damage through. But as for Antique, they are already losing so many HP right outside of the blue zone. Ika is going to be popped off by the side of Kapu, while Anis is on the other side of the bridge, not looking all too great right now, as there's no backup whatsoever coming from the side of Waisuhara.
I'm surprised they didn't follow her from the back here, while the rest is kind of separated from this huge long bridge. Well, they're going to take a dip for the Waisihara as well. They decided not to take up the fight. Evie will be going down too, so everybody seems to be knocked down in the water, and the players will finish off most of Waisuhara members. They only have one more members left here, while at the same time MIS just approached nearby the corner in front of Antique, who just bridge camping for now. Anis, the sole survivor of the team, will have to stay low as much as possible. But the moment she lands herself on shores, that will reveal her positioning, and I have no clue how many teams actually waiting for them to get fished.
As for now, Kapu is just going to be looking at some of all these teams coming by. Marlino in South has already made their way in towards the circle, but Fik OP, oh my, what's a long-range snipe coming in from him as well, as he will be able to shred down two of these members of Marlino in South. YouTube's going to be able to knock down Japun, and there's only going to be one more member left for the side of MIS.
Oh my, he's just playing it very safe. They have their compound. They're not in a rush to actually go for the next circle, but the time is ticking as well. Matfit tried to spray it and not connect the dot just yet. Japun knocked down, still bleeding out. Nobody tried to save him for now. Hopefully one of the teammates will pop a couple of smokes bomb and making sure they built the bridge for him to actually get himself into the safe zone. While the rest of the team, including Stars Esports, will march themselves into the Great Migration. We're talking about a couple of more seconds. The shrink will be happening. And like it or not, they will have to face the challenge against each other. They have to take out a fight. Like it or not, they will force themselves into ramping somebody else's compound, including MIP. Trying to take down or stay home here. Who will win this fight? Coffee waiting on top of a rooftop, waiting for the next one to come out in front of his crosshair. Waiting and jumping, coughing. I'm not sure if that's a wise decision. He didn't look on his backside. He just faced the other way around. That's the end of Stay Home, eliminated at 13th placement. Same go for Expert, place himself at 12th place. Now down to 11 teams only.
Oh
Antique now going against LXE.
Oh, LXC's person right now has the best chance to actually clear the entirety of this stretch. While that kid has been popped for no good reason, as we see another member being taken out there by the side of LXE. Of course, Stars of having one kill in the back, but that's not going to be enough for now. Vic OP hoping to actually move out of this, while Anise has finally docked herself by the corners as she's joining in the party as well. This is going to be looking pretty bad, but Tidor wants to get the kill over side of Kapu.
Oh, at the same time, this is not great. Just now, Tito was playing beautifully well done with the explosion, knocking two members out for XP. But at the same time, Antique. And now Antique will be rushed in by Feek. And that's the end of the team. We're down to 10 teams only. Oh man, this is going south so fast. But Anise managed to still dock herself, like you said, and escape from it as well. She tried to engage as a third party, but too many to handle that, while the rest of them being finished off by Poison, including Crywolf.
So far, we are looking at Anise managing to secure the kills over the side of MIP as well. She's still surviving for the side of Waisuhara. She knows that she needs this chance here to perhaps bring herself in towards PMPL Season 2 alongside with the rest of Waisuhara. Popping over the Mets as we are seeing Jiren here going to shred down Kim as well as Madfin going down as well. Here comes Jinboy. Oh, Jinboy going so closely as he managed to also take down one more member inside of Bosker. Bosker now in pieces as there's going to be Asper at the back. He's going for the revival. This is going to be the best time possible for them to actually take him down. It's not going to be clear close here, but there will be time for Bosker to go in for a revival. If he has any nades, it's the best time to pop it.
Jinboy, he didn't take the advantage just yet. This is the golden opportunity. He can rush right in, but now Sam being revived back. Oh. Jinboy tried to cook a nade. He won! He tried to finish off all that's left now as far. He can be the golden boy. Taking too much Jin for today right now. Jinboy is on fire. Tried to cook another nade. Tried to toss it in a different angle. Tried to calculate. Didn't finish anybody just yet. Somebody drowned in the water, but never mind it because Jinboy with the micro Uzi tried to rush in as far on the second revival here. Managed to revive back one of his teammates. No, down back on his knees, and now Asfar, where would he run? Jinboy, can he pull out the corners here? Almost got knocked down, last thing of health, almost shot his arm, he jumped, Asfar managed to triumph there, saving the rest of Team Bosku. Man, that was really close.
Oh my goodness, Jinboy almost did a 1 versus 4 clutch right there, but that was not enough time. The circle was punishing him as well. Now we're only down to a few more teams on board, and as for the side of Dark Horse, they make their way in towards the top 6, and the circle is within their favor as it's in between the river as well. This is definitely going to be hard for all the rest of the teams who are by the corners of these play zones here. While FR just lurking by the bush. There goes TRX Elementus finally getting that announcement. And that itself, another big highlight coming in for the side of TRX as well as Bosker.
Oh, FR got chipped a bit, but he didn't see that one coming. Bull boy has been placed himself perfectly, 1 shot, 1 kill, and that Stars ESPORT eliminated at number 6. We're down to 5 teams only. Like you said before, Contra, the circle is not kind to the players. Jiren camouflaging himself with the rest of the bushes, while Bosker having himself the higher ground, but that higher ground won't buy them time enough to migrate themselves into the circle. They straight away taking the vehicle. One more player down. It's down to 4 teams only. But boy, holding this clutch, Dark Horse having the strongest compound to work with. Can they hold their ground? So Bosco marching right in, rampaging, but it's not gonna be enough. Neo managed to clutch this one out. Almost the whole team of Bosco being wiped. As for how can he help his teammates again?
Now, over side of Dark Horse here. Top 3 situations, Asper all by himself. We're going to see whether or not can Bosker clutch this one out. Guy already down on the ground, bleeding out, while the rest of the members of LXE have another chance for that chicken dinner. They're already at the top of the podium, and this is a good time for you to redeem the code, but you got to fixate your eyes. Screenshot it if you can, because this is going to be that golden glory moment for perhaps Dark Horse or even the side of LXE.
Oh, it's for his side right in front of him. He's not sure which one to angle to cover first. There's one in front of him. There's one behind him. There's so much. Oh, 4 minutes to get 2 down. Oh my goodness me. It's 1 more left. And that's just it. He rewind the whole thing! That's a huge clutch coming out from Oscar! My goodness me, another golden boy emerged for the clutch! It's down to 2 teams. If he managed to pull this one out with a micro Uzi, can he take down one of the most kill team, LX Esports?
And now if you've got them tagged out, it's all by himself. This is going to be a very different situation. Circle is not by his side as well. So Asper has to push out this sort of compound. He's trying to actually get her all those sort of smokes, and now he's lobbing a couple of grenades towards the enemy side. And every one of them are advancing forward. Starting off with YouTube here, trying to actually challenge them. Well, there is a couple more of that tosses in towards that shack, not really hitting it towards the side of Asper as well, and just drinks are being popped to that side of YouTube as we look at LXE hoping to actually outlast them while they secure 30 staggering kills inside of this matchup here. Now, the only challenge is standing between the way, and Bosker is now being pincered all the way through, and this is going to be an LXE, yet another chicken dinner to be at the top of the table.
The dominating so far, still standing as a crown of PMC so forth. But the thing is, Bosque asked for 2 times in a row. He clutched it solo handedly. 2 times fighting solo. And nobody noticed him in the smoke just now. That was nice camouflaging. He managed to clutch 1v3 just now. And previously, it was fighting one more team. All the rest of the members being knocked down and away. That was a nice clutch coming up from Team Bosque, but still, LXC, they just hungry for blood. Keep on going after one kill to another, and even managed to secure themselves that chicken dinner.
That's right, and of course, for now, we really gotta highlight Asper once again, not only for that sort of battle. I felt like that moment with TRX Elementus was really so hard for him to actually pull off, because Jinboy had that perfect angle to clip over the past 3 members early on, and after that, Jinboy actually does have a couple of nades with him. If only Jinboy did crack it open, he could have gotten Asper, but Asper was so good on his move. He went in to take him down, and eventually found the backs right there and shredded out Dark Horse completely. Like, it's not meant to be possible, and Dark Horse should have actually checked around the corners of the bush way earlier on.
Yeah, just stop having us far with his micro Uzi. It's pretty much wiping everybody else with that singular micro Uzi all the way. That's just how OP micro Uzi can get when it comes to CQC or close range combat. But nevertheless, it was a great game so far. A very good momentum and start for Team Bosque. Got himself almost to chicken dinner, but sadly it didn't happen because only Asper survived there. But they hesitant for a bit for LXC to actually coming in. Even though they know there's only one player left, they're a bit hesitant. You can see that they didn't rush in.
I gotta say so as well. So far, things are looking extremely great for Bosco as well as LX Esports, because they have been so consistent and so deadly that they have so many kills on board.
Bless you.
Yeah.
But we're down to a few more games here. Only 4 more games left. We're down to match number 8 just now. It's done and dusted. But still, next one won't be an easy one. But back about the Classical, which is going to be Erangel. But Vikendi, it was a hell of a ride. We're looking at LXE with most of the team members on top of the leaderboard right now. YouTube, Tidor, and also Fig OP. I have to say, Tidor has exploded that vehicle just now. Killed most of the members of the enemy team. Look at their number of kills. But Bosque Asfar had to just squeeze in the last minute. There was 4 kills himself.
Yeah, and this brand new name so far has been really been popping out all those numbers. YouTube was 6, Taylor was 5, and Fig OP has been there for quite a number of times as well. Asper, of course, having that highlight. And here comes the highest damage, of course, being put out by Fig OP of LX Esports. Same goes to Marlino in South. We have CK with whole lot of healing outside of the zone, and YouTube here coming in quite a distance of 234.
Well, that was a good run, but we still have one more Vikendi here today. So Vikendi, not the favorite for the players. It's a very challenging map, so we put in more this time for the Grand Finals player. Just to make it harder for the players to see how much they can push themselves. But next one, we're gonna be Erangel. When it comes to Erangel, I can say it's anybody's game so far.
Yeah, Erangel, of course, we pretty much a fair terrain for many to work with. There's still gonna be challenges. Hopefully, it's not in between those rivers once again, like what we just saw inside of Vikendi. And of course, this is where we put all of them to the test. Are you fit enough to be a pro PMPL player? Because there's 5 slots for PMPL, and they're trying to make it out there to prove themselves even further in the MYSG regional sort of elite. So far, I do believe that LXE should be looking ready, especially with this chicken dinner right here. They should have a total of more than 30 over points with those high number of kills added with that chicken dinner together.
I think it reached up to probably, but they killed themselves like how many? 13 or 18 was it? So from almost 40 points. I think almost 40 points. The max.
Yeah.
30-ish. Obviously it's gonna be 30-ish, and they're gonna pull out the gap even further more now. But before that, we're gonna jump into the highlights to relive the moment in case you guys missed it just now.
That was Asper with a whole lot of highlight reels for him, and of course LXE securing the top spot by the end of that matchup itself. And I definitely would say that they, for the side of LX Esports, now that they get yet another chicken dinner, that's a total of 3 if I'm not mistaken, and I'm pretty sure that solidifies themselves in towards one of the slots for PMPL for now, as they have already break that 100 mark since yesterday, and today we are chasing for 200 perhaps by the end of the day. Hopefully that might just actually happen, as the rest of the teams are actually having a little bit more catch up to do, and these are the stats for LX Esports.
1000 over damage this time again. LX Esport never fail us with 1855, 14,000 kills this time. That's pretty much sums up that they're almost hitting the 40 points just for this particular round, with 674 heal smokes being used quite a lot. All the members except for Min have done themselves quite a decent number of kills. We're down to the MVP player for this round. It's gonna be YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube's definitely the stellar performer here, with quite a number of kills in his hands, with 511 damage as well. You can see that he uses quite a lot of good utilities, and he even got 5 knocks, but he didn't really secure the kill, so he could have actually get about 10 kills in the bag at the very least. But, you know, he says, I'm a kind man, I'm gonna spare those guys for a little bit, they need those points as well. So, yep, here we go. We've already got all these sort of the game for match number 1 concluded, but we're going to be taking our time here to calculate the points for all the teams that have participated from day 1 till the day 3 right here.
And for the scoreboard in match number 8 here, we have 34 points for Alex Esport. Team Bosco managed to secure himself 20 points, and Dark Horse got himself 3rd place this time. A good start of the day, but Marlena and South are jeopardizing their position in overall board later on. We're looking at the rest of the team still try to climb themselves, especially Waisu Jr. Stay Home not performing well this time, aka Rogue as well. So Stay Home and also AKA, they might have a little bit of shift when it comes to the overall bot later on.
And so far, of course, this is going to be a little bit more tricky for AKA Rook if he did not catch up for the next few games. They are currently sitting at number 5, and that's kind of like the borderline because there are other teams really catching up. Alex Esports with 155 points. They can even go AFK for one game, and they don't have to worry about that top spot because they are the kill leaders as well for the taking. For the side of TRX Elementus, nothing has changed. Team Bosco is now moving up to third spot after taking him all the way towards second place, and it's only 1 point behind from Stay Home, aka Rook, 2 points behind them as well. And Marlino in South, 80 points, 68 for the side of Star Esports and Wison Junior, moving down the ladder to 66 points of 8th place. Well, I do see improvements coming in from the side of MIP and TK as well as Dark Horse.
But for the top 10 placement, it still can be anybody's game here. For the first placement, pretty much secure for now, but they still cannot rest just yet. LX Esports, JRX is actually closing the gap bit by bit, but still a huge one to close up to, because we're talking about what, probably 60 marks or 60 points to catch up on. So that's probably going to be like 2 or 3 games.
Yeah, and of course, that's going to be the sort of scenario that we'll be looking at for this grand finals of the PUBG Mobile National Championship Malaysia, as we are looking to see who will be the 5 teams to be moving forward for PMPL Season 2. Of course, we'd like to actually give big shout out to Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for giving us such a great run so far. This is just the first match. Remember, there's going to be more to come. Make sure you follow Choo Gaming as well as me on Instagram as well as Facebook. And of course, this is PMNC, One Squad, One Goal, brought to you by our official partners as well. You do, because you do it better.
We still have 4 matches to go. Next one will be the Erangel. This time, the interesting thing about PMNC, we won't be putting too much Erangel maps, so the players are scratching their heads about all the other maps. But before they went to head into the break, because more actions to go later on, do stay tuned with us. See you guys after this.
Let's go.
5 seconds. Please.
And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Malaysia 2020. And my name's Contra Lanza with Choo Choo right here. We're going in towards our next game here, as we still have 4 total matches to be played out to see who will be your new champions of the PMNC. So far, of course, things look really good for the side of LX Esports, as they are now having more than 150 points on top of the table.
And this is brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. Not forgetting our official sponsor, which is YouDo. Switch it right now ASAP. But before that, like you said before, LX Esports seems to have a very, very good run today, yesterday, and first day was a bit, late engine starters or late kickstart for them. But when it comes to day 2 and day 3, they have been performing brilliantly, and I can say that they're kind of ready for the next challenges as well. And for now, we can see a huge gap between them and the rest of the teams that's competing. I do think that it's kind of 100% secure for them to get themselves the top 5 here.
I would say that it's certainly a very good chance where they can't really seem to mess up for the 4 matches. Anyways, I do think that LXE is definitely going to be somewhere within that 5 position. But by the way, speaking of all these sort of positioning, have you guys voted for your favorite stars? Because they are looking to actually make their way to be getting themselves that PUBG Mobile Esports Award 2020 from all across the region. You guys can vote for your favorite idols out there. So 64 lucky players will be randomly selected to play with the most popular players. You guys might be one of them as well. So select who you guys want to play with. If you want to play with PewBew, you want to play with Master Ramen, Fredo, or anyone at all that's out there, go ahead, put your votes in.
Yeah, voted right now for the World League, but thank you so much for the support since day 1. For those of you who are joining us, who just recently joined us as well, do drop your comments in the comment section below. Which team do you like? And do share and drop some likes and share some love too. So we're down to the next match, which is going to be match number 9, Erangel. We do know when it comes to Erangel, it's going to be anybody's game. Pretty much everybody knows this map like the back of their hand, as if you're not playing Erangel, probably you're not even a PUBG player. But yeah, when it comes to PUBG Mobile, Erangel, Pachinki, again, do you think any particular team love to drop by Pachinki, and is there any team try to get a hold of Pachinki for this round?
Well, I do believe that there might just be one of them that might just actually enter that spot, maybe TRX Elementus or so. That is definitely one thing to consider. But as for all these sort of towns and stuff, I think they have actually gotten themselves used to where the other enemy drop points are at, so they will definitely respect those territories than to actually go in for some sort of invasion, unless Swift of Light Path does not allow them to actually get themselves in towards their designated areas. Then we might just see those sort of collision in the early phases of the game. So we'll be moving in towards our second match inside of Erangel, like you mentioned early on. And so far, as for game one, just a little bit of a throwback if you guys did miss out on all these sort of action. So as for Bosker, really pulled it all the way for the team, and this time it really goes to show that he is capable of really putting in all those points back in towards his team whenever the time really calls for it. And I'm hoping to see even more from the side of Bosker. Alex Esports, of course, will be looking for the chicken dinner. Let's see whether or not will that happen as we're heading in towards the match right now inside of Erangel. And let's see how this flight is about to take off.
And starting off from Primos down to up to Milton Power, just on the outskirts of Lipovka as well. So this is a bit skewed flight path, I have to say, more towards the southern side. So high probability sometimes the map gonna just shift already towards the north. That's where the circle will be. But as like you mentioned previously, Contra, can they reach all the places they want for the players? Especially those who love to drop by Savini. It's going to be a long run for them. Hopefully they can get themselves vehicles the moment they drop themselves into the map.
Yeah, and as for now, we're seeing members of the side of Waisu Hera hoping to actually move in towards the corners of Primas, while the rest of all these teams such as Antique as well as Stars, they are moving in towards the same direction in terms of parachuting in towards those drop points. For the side of Stars, they'll be headed in towards Skatka as we see Antique now looking for those early trade-offs. Little flower on his head as he seems like he's from the future. Got the M16 in hand, of course, that level 1 helmet. Slowly loading things up, but this is a very interesting area to actually start things off from, because this is a very passive play coming from the western end, and it really depends on how the circle would possibly end up. There's a good access towards the island, but if it goes all the way to starboard, then yeah, this was going to be a little bit more problematic for the side of Antique.
Yeah, but I totally agree. On the side of Milta, on the other hand, they do have a quite decent amount of loot. I do know that Milta and Milta Power pretty much offers quite enough loot for the whole team here. But at the same time, we haven't seen the circle just yet, so we're gonna have to wait and see where will the teams rotate onto. And our RMC haven't had a good run at all for the last 2 days. Have been struggling a lot, and they are quite separated from each other right now. But they won't be sharing any compound with any other teams as we speak, so hopefully they're gonna be a-okay. And they tried, like I said, get themselves any points, but it's always them rushing into an unfortunate place.
And as for now, I would say that there's going to be a little bit of racing going on for both teams as we see XB just moving past. They don't really have those weapons. Same goes to Waisu Jr. They're chasing them on that UAC, and now both sides are actually docking in towards the outskirts of Yasnaya Polyana, hoping to actually find some weapon. But XP, they're definitely leaving as fast as they can.
This is just going really, really massive later on. A huge potential fight coming in very soon. Who get the weapon first, or who get themselves all the gears up first? That's a bigger question. Because the one who tried to initiate the fight, usually the one got himself pretty much decent loot. While 4 still struggling to get himself a couple of weapon. We don't see any rifles around there or around any corner. Down to the school side area, we do have OX, which kind of scoping down their vision onto Dark Horse members here. So Skull, one of the most favorite team back then for VIP, but I do know when it comes to loot, it's not as luxurious as the other places that has to offer.
So far, of course, it's just very, very decent loot for them. While, of course, they might consider swapping out that micro Uzi for an AR or so. But with a couple of sort of the tweaks and stuff, the micro Uzi can actually cover quite a lot of distance in the sense. But of course, you're not expecting more than 200 meters for sure, as we are looking at.
Come on. We've seen a lot of people sniping using micro Uzi these days. The most OP weapon out there, better than AWM. Why would you want to use AWM when you can just go and snipe it down with a micro Uzi?
Well, you guys can definitely take Chuchu's advice. Drop that AWM whenever you see it. Then, well, as for Waisu, we are looking at the ladies here. Of course, having a bad first game because of the circle. They couldn't seem to actually find the proper way to rotate. They were by the ocean, and by the time they tried to make themselves in, it was only Anis that actually make their way to shore. And of course, hoping that the players like Mimo, Ika, as well as Evie could, of course, fare much better inside of this matchup. But with the circle going in towards somewhere in towards the mid zone, this is going to be a long, drawn-out battle for the likes of these teams, which is currently inside of Yesnaya Pollyanna, as Red YX still slowly looting up. They are respecting each other. You can see from the moment that Waisu Jr. docks in towards the southern side, you can spot out the side of the enemies just moving past in towards the west side instead. So here comes Jad though, still trying to actually look out for any sort of lurkers coming from the side of XP.
Speaking of game these days, the players formation, there's not much teams playing as a 3-1 formation. I'm talking about not much sending scout over to gain information. Most of them just split into 2 pairs and just going, rogue with 2 pairs. Just if you die on that 2 pair, then the other 2 will survive. But I kind of miss having a scout in the game.
Yeah, I gotta say that of course, Scout is definitely a very important role inside of PUBG Mobile. A couple of these teams may not have actually implemented that, but you can see more advanced tactics coming in from all the international teams where they really send one guy out. Because now the stakes are really high at the PMNC. If you lose one member out, you are already having your chances actually slip by at 25% sometimes, but unless if you've got players like Aspar or Death, then it doesn't matter. It really doesn't
that
matter.
Happened. I think that happens a lot in PMNC. They lost all men except for one particular player, and that happened twice in a row here today, yesterday and today. It proven otherwise, and you called it yesterday, Contra. The moment you said it's gonna be a legendary play if Death actually managed to clutch that one out. He even got himself a chicken dinner. Asphalt was really close to getting that as well. So I'm looking for the players' performance here today. They surprised us a lot for PMNC this time.
Yeah, and of course, Dev definitely getting all that sort of limelight from yesterday. Today it's Asfar's turn, as we are looking at Team Bosker. Just as I speak of their name, it's like, okay, yep, these are the guys to look out for. Nga. The former player coming from the side of Junior Talent so far has been adapted well in towards Boss Revenge, and now they are known as Bosker right now. Well, really love that long hair. Reminds me of all the 90s rock stars of Malaysia. And yeah, maybe he can actually belt out some tunes for us someday.
Hopefully. But they do have the looks. The looks is a bonus for most of the players. PUBG plays always hot and smoky, if you ask me, based on a female perspective. But down to Stars Esports. Okay, Stars Esports, sometimes they had a good run, but there are times they're just a mess. They're not consistent, but they have potential. I want to see them to get better placement this time. Sometimes we do see, like the rest of the team, they have a bit of communication problem going on for the Stars Esports. Sometimes they just one here and the other one seems to be not backing up. But when it comes to Montnor and the rest of Stars Esports, they have huge potential to move forward. But whether can they make it out in the very last minute here today on the final day of the playoff, I hope they can get their synergy done.
Yeah, and as for now, we can see Akapu hoping to actually scout out ahead for some lurkers inside of the Gatka region. This is going to be one of the interesting spots. Probably it seems to be rendering a little bit more. He's going to be able to actually go for a erratic spray on that AK. So hard to control as Ranger passes by from the other end as well. This looks to be a better tap coming from the side of Ketchup.
AKM, when you want to have a long shot, this is one of the hardest things to do. If you don't know how to control the recoil, it's pretty much don't shoot at all, because you will be wasting a lot of ammunition at that. Ketchup, well, Mael tried to hide himself under a UAZ, didn't pop the tires yet, so they can get that pistol shot onto him. But the rest of MIP, Romeo is pretty low right now. Kind of segregated, but they have all the angles covered. So probably will be surviving next one. But the rest of the team trying to get out from this showering of bullets on the side of AKA. AK, when it comes to fight, they never back down.
As for now, we do see AK still putting in the paint. Over the opposing side, they've already expended so many of that utility. And of course, at the very least, you're making the enemies waste a whole lot of resources to just cover themselves up. Seek, though, so far has been relatively quiet for day 2. Day 1, he performed phenomenally with a lot of all these sort of takedowns. It's got a really cool monkey-powered back going on for him. While Weiser Jr. wants to actually have a little bit of a camping going on under this really small hole right below.
It's one of the camping strategies. Everybody's staying in a UAZ just doing nothing. I kind of question that kind of camp. But back about the drop at the same time, you do know that's going to be the in-game code dropping out for you as well. M249, one of the best loot out there worth fighting for. Not like yesterday, DBS. But hopefully somebody gonna pop smoke and just swim over for this M249.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure if it's worth swimming for right now, though, at the very least. Like, yeah, you got some great weapons in, but you're going to be wasting a little bit more time, and time is something that's really precious inside of PUBG Mobile, which is why LX Esports, they choose not to actually offer that. There's a lot of crowd hit in towards Pachinki, where I can't even see the name of the town anymore. But most of the players, they are getting themselves pretty much occupied. The eastern side seems to be extremely clear, and I'm surprised that nobody is coming from the corners of shelter.
And school seems like a hugely overpopulated place as well. XP, on the other hand, getting himself a high ground this time. Trying to see who will be passing by here. YC Jr. happily just driving away, not a problem, but they might cut themselves in a very tough situation. Hopefully they won't stop themselves here, because it's either FaZe XP or AKA Husik with the DP today. Already pre-empty shots here, pre-fires against Judd and the rest of YC Jr. They're having a big U-turn, not sure where to go. Now they have to face again XP. This is what I fear for Junior. YC Jr. here. It's either take the fight against XP, cut across them, or going downhill there, have to face another team, which is going to be AKA.
AKA so far. Just holding on towards the same position. They are pretty much in a really good state of mind right now. Of course, motivated to actually push forward, and with Jad really soaking all the damage, Waisu has to actually prepare for this. His UAZ is already smoked up. I'm not too sure whether or not it's wise for him to really rotate with that vehicle, because it can blow up anytime anybody taps towards them. And with Stars Esports knowing that LXE is kind of nearby, they don't want to be anywhere close.
Just now he doesn't have a choice. That's the only vehicle he has, and the rest of the team just now were being forced to separate because of AKA, and also that's just not a good day for them again. Antique, on the other hand, Shredder has been performing quite okay yesterday, but hopefully he can be the Shredder as he is for today onwards. And they docked themselves into just on the shorelines. They're just gonna loot themselves, get them equipment and utilities up and running. But the rest of the team will scope bit by bit, making sure that they place themselves slowly but surely inside of the circle.
As for now, we're looking at Anif getting themselves by the corners of the river. And they do know that there's going to be a team that's cutting by the edges of Quarry, as they're just holding in to position. Antique now, not really getting any sort of kills for the moment. Phase 2 is going to be shrinking for now, so there is a little bit more time for the rest of the teams to actually make a move. I wish I could really see the map on the progress of the other teams, to be honest, as we are just having not too much of an action going on. A little bit of taps coming in from the side of Jiren, as they are hoping to actually catch those lurkers, the passerbys of the corners of Gatka, but they know that this is a lost cause, no point actually wasting all these bullets.
A lot of players on Micro Uzi these days, but they're just going for the pan. Why not? Even though you got 2 assault rifles on your side, the pan is always a win for everybody out there. But back switching to M416 we go. Just scoping around the abandoned church. Pachinki having a drop with AWM 8 times go at that as well. That's a drop to die for, and Coffin land himself will stay home. One of the teams out there that are shining slowly but brightly enough to get themselves a top 5 if they keep consistently get themselves placement point plus the kill ranking points as well. So Coffin got himself a AWM. Hopefully it will be put to good use.
And as for the members of Marlino in South, game number 1 for Day-3 seems to be really a tough bout for them as they faced off with too many pressure inside of Vikendi. But now Mix got himself that mini 14, still trying to tap towards the corners of the Pachinki Hills for now. Well, Madfit is by the other edge. He tries to actually squeeze those bullets in towards the window pane. It's not going to be working out. And once again, Sheriff is still thinking, should I take it? Should I not take it? Yeah, he's been here for quite a while, and here comes your drop. You want that cup kit? Helmet? Yeah, well, it's not really a helmet. It's just a hit wear, to be honest. So go ahead, grab it with a code right down below. It's going to be much more to come within today, because today's going to be the last day where you can get all these freebies while enjoying the PUBG Mobile National Championship.
Yeah, we got ourselves the map progression so far. It's going towards the west side bridge there, so everybody will put themselves in a position where they want it to be. Those coming up from the east will have to cut across so many teams, passing Pachinki as well. But Pachinki seems to be the center of the map this time. Coming up from the southern side is Dark Horse, but they won't be contesting too much team. But RMC seems like rotating towards the northern side. We have Bosco, we just mentioned before, as far is nowhere to be seen, just a bit far from the rest of the team. Sam again being knocked down first for Bosco team here.
So far, Asper has been lucky his angle towards the side of Marwan. Marwan only by the corner of the tree. So far, Marwan cannot really do all too much. They did knock out Sam, and he's currently bleeding out. So Bosco might actually have to give up on his teammates right there. But for now, Z's going to be backing away. He's soaking a little bit over on his side as well. But with that M4, he might be able to actually go in for the spray down there. One big lob of the smoke here to actually light things out. But I'm not too sure how are they supposed to actually keep this one. But oh my, Min gets that sort of headshot over the side of another member of Bosco.
But before that, Boonchit tried to finish off the rest of the team. Asfar, the sole survivor at the back. Well, we have one more teammate here. Bosco tried to save Nada. He's bleeding out at the moment. Boonchit trying to scope things out, going in a zigzag way, trying to find a particular angle that can land his crosshair on top of Zia also Nga. But happened to be they will have enough time to revive their teammate. Zia and Nga both have to bow down a bit. Rushing in OX. They will try to corner every possible way here. Bosco, where will they go? Where is the exit point? They don't have any much help there, except for Asphalt covering up from the back.
Here comes the day coming from the side of Min. It might just be a good one to connect towards the side of Z as well as Nga. Seems like it won't be too many damage being pumped out there, but they are already moving on those vehicles. This is the best time for them to actually go in for those random sprays. But this could be a catch coming here from Asphar once again, the Wonder Kid, showing off his skills.
Oh man, the moment you thought they're being cornered, Asphar just proven otherwise and denied their killing spree there for OX. Asphar, on the other hand, tried to run away solo, the last one to go out from that deathly zone. Coming into a different angle, going through that open field here. Asphar and the rest of Team Bosco try to place themselves into a better position. Hopefully they won't bomb into another team so soon, because it will be a huge challenge for them. They haven't got enough time to reset themselves yet. Hopefully they have enough for now.
Yeah, and they're already looking for a wraparound. They know that Antique is somewhere around the corner as well. Those really sharp eyes coming from the side of Bosco, and for Anise, she's going for the taps on the heels as well. So this is going to be a little bit tricky for those teams that are right outside the open, just like how Bosco is, and that AWM is being put into good use.
Yeah, Bosco have no cover whatsoever around them. Kind of a risky place to just hang on to. We have Antique just on top of that hill across them, switching the utilities between among themselves. This is stay home with a AWM on Sharp, even a Gillisuit on one of the teammates, Coffin, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of level 3 gears on this side, very stacked up loot at the same time. But we'll look at the next progression of the circle, right on the outskirts of Pachinki here. You won't be safe in every way possible. I'm talking about all the circles angles being covered by so many teams. There's nowhere that actually vacant right now.
Oh my, seems like Weiser is going to be picking up a team fight alongside Bosco as they pass by. And as for Sharif, he's been holding on towards his AWM for quite some time. He spots him out. He should get that glimpse, and oh my goodness me, why did he not shoot it?
Maybe being too careful. Just a little bit of benefit of the doubt there. We're down to the 4th phase. Still 16 teams in tech. Only 2 players down, waiting in the lobby. The rest of them still playing, struggling. Especially Mumu, who got caught right in front of us and the rest of Bosco here. They have more manpower, but the smoke being popped at the back of the line there. Mumu tried to save herself. Almost shredded. Oh, one more nade be dropped here. Really last take of a couple of shredded vests. And Asfar tried to march in with the rest of the team. Bosco playing along with the terrain here. Ika, managed to get one down on Nga. And now she got backfired with a bit of a punishment. Just gonna reset herself with first aid, but not enough time. Jinboy TRX out of nowhere. Just have to butt in there.
What an unlucky situation coming in for the member of Y Suhara as we are looking at Theodore knocking himself over while Akapu is going to be able to actually take down YouTube as well. Mimo has to actually face against the rest of Bosker. This is going to be a 3 versus 3, pretty much a fair fight, but Bosker Esports, they're looking to actually make a move while this compound warfare is going to be erupting with LXE actually having only 2 more members standing right now. Marlino in South is going to be crashing right in alongside with, oh my goodness me, from the back we have Antique just joining to the party.
MIS already taken up the challenge against 2 parties here. I'm talking about they have been holding strong, and that's the first team to be out. It's going to be Antique, who just arrived ramming into MIS compound, straight away being denied there. Well, we're having one of the best teams out there, number 1 spot right now, LXE, trying to force the fight against MIS. They are pretty low in terms of their HP, and have a couple of casualties here, and their YouTube leading out will be revived, while we're down to Waisuhara back again, having 1 player lost, but the rest is still going on for walls. Couple of teams still tanking the blue. One of them will be XP, who have to cut across so many teams just to make sure that they will be in the safe zone. But neither of these teams actually inside of the circle right now, Contra.
Yeah, and its opponent's going to be shredded out for now. Although they are not in the circle, they are still committing to this fight. It's all-out bloodbath here as we are looking at Marlene and South only having Jiren to work with. Well, it will have 1 member bleeding out to death. Jiren, the only hope standing for the side of Marlene, already secured 5 sort of frags on their hands, and now getting rushed by 1 more team that's going to be heading in towards the building. You can actually take the vehicle and just sprint off, but now it's going to be Min taking a peek. LXE, they know where he's at, and now there's going to be a wraparound, and goodbye, Jiren.
At the moment, Poke Jiren just now, they kind of exposed themselves too much to his XP. LXE tried to gain back every momentum they have and reset everything out, but at the same time, fake OP is bleeding out just on the outside. Min don't want to overpay himself, trying to put so much pressure with a blind shot just now, but that's enough to just drive them away. We have Admiral coming up from the back here. He's being very naughty, being a sneaky guy. Try to get from the flank side. XP slowly cornering all LXE members from any side, while the kill fit is going crazy for stay home, and also Dark Horse already making a move.
As for now, Admiral's gonna be lurking around, just being a little bit of that worm for now. Spots out YouTube already on the move. He can go for the spray, but it's going to be a very dangerous move. He needs to wait for the rest of members of LXC to sprint off before he can take this Dacia to actually join alongside them on a convoy. My goodness, he actually made it out. But here comes a big battle outside of the open fields of Pachinki as Stars having Bear trying to actually crash and ram upon the Sanhok. Yes, he will actually take them off, and Team Bosker is out. Same goes to NT.
Oh, it's an open field, all right, and not much of cover to work with. Everybody can see among themselves how many teams out there. We have 11 teams still in the fifth phase of a circle, while we have also Stay Home right on outside of the circle as well. Everybody just try to pincer themselves into squeezing inside of the safe zone. Filia getting the backside of Admiral, and he's down and away. All that's left for XP is just no Max. Filia tossing a couple of probably smoke grenades or even a grenade at that point. Well, Max kind of get the idea that Filia on top of that is almost shredded his helmet. Try to drive the attention away from him, but YouTube will not let XP Max getting away. He got himself 2 birds with 1 stone here for YouTube.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty much an easy spray down for him, but he's having to reload, missing out the opportunity to actually go in for that tap. And of course, as for the rest of the members of LXC, they are pushing in towards the side of Waisuhara that has been here on his heels for a long time. Whoever wins this hills will get that perfect position in towards the circle for phase number 6, as it's going to be closing in about 15 seconds from now. Max going to be joining in for the fray as well. One they being popped towards his side, while Eevee's going to be cutting across. This is going to lost smokes on top of LXC as they get blinded. It's going to be able to actually put out some damage, while Kib gets a snipe over the side of Bunchin as well.
Oh man, Waisuhara been playing the patience game this time, want to be the third party, and XP Max being bombarded quite a lot of grenades here on the side of LXE, pushing so hard, keeping the pressure on this particular side, while we have Stars Esports, Matno just crossing across that street, we have MM being fired upon, LXE picking every single fight, poking every single player from all the teams out there, or holding this place just to themselves. Oh, Teddy, this is just going to be a hot day for him. Oh, he managed to get out that fight.
TRX in the middle of that scuffle, aka Teddy. Oh my goodness, he actually takes it out. TRX Elementus loses 1, but Bear wants to actually flush him out, while LX Esports is actually helping out in the same sort of manner where they are at the top side of the hill, while every one of all these teams are struggling. Oh, that is popping off the side of Bear, as he will be knocked out right now. Teddy is now cooking that Molotov. He should be able to actually cook them up, while Matner will be busy to go in for the revival. FR now pushing them back, and there's no much time left for them to actually work with here. A couple of smokes have to be expended for the side of Teddy to make it out alive. Now in the top 6 situation, Miramop's going to be taken out in the 7th place, while Teddy waits for the rest of Stars to be occupied before making a move. Dark Horse somehow being spread out in the open, as they are not making a move just yet.
Another shining one-man army here for Teddy, denying everybody who tried to wipe him down. This is not a Teddy, but it's going to be Bear versus a Teddy. And Teddy is not bowing down just yet. Teddy take 1, Teddy take 2. My goodness, can Teddy take 3? It is just 1 more down, but he didn't make it out. That was so close. Almost another great clutch coming from these guys, but the blue is closing in, and nobody can clutch against the blue.
And it does not matter anymore how long they want to sustain that sort of fight right outside the outskirts, because right now the circle is on top of Waisu as well as LXE. Perhaps yet again another chicken dinner might just go underway for the boys of LXE. And as we can see, Kitchup as well as another member of the side of Dark Horse both being eliminated by LXE with a total of 8 kills already on their mark. While Def is trying to actually outlast outside of blue, still trying to actually survive by healing themselves up. So let's see how long can he last. Can he make it in towards the top 2?
Oh, we've seen it before. They made it through. Can Dev actually pull a one-man army? Just holding on because it's down to 3 teams only. LXE again. Will they land the 4th ticket in for their side? Well, Min on the other hand, trying to hold it, but that's a nice showering of bullet, and it connects so far with that kind of spray. Evie tried to buy more time for the rest of the team, attracting so much attention on that side. YouTube straight away popping up the smoke, saving one of his teammates here. It's down to Evie and also Anise to take the call and take the play here. Can they wipe the whole four-man LXE coming in rushing right now?
I can't believe that Dev actually managed to actually pull that knock from across the zone, and now it's going to be a 2 versus 3. Over the side, Evie's going to be knocked down and all down to Anise. Here comes this sort of spread, and oh my goodness, the micro Uzi gets it. And now, 2 more members on the other corner. The circle's not going to be punished here, and Anise, she gets another one. She's inside the zone. She's trying to actually juggle it off. One more point being secured, and now here comes the push. Maybe she can actually go on to this 1v1. She gets this sort of idea. One more HP left for the side of Anise. Can she actually clutch it out? Won't leave so little left, and it's going to be Fig OP moving left, right, center, and yes, she gets it. LXE, this is going to be their second ticket there for today. Make that a whole total team wipe as we see Alex Esports once again reigning supreme in the second game of Day 3.
4 chicken dinner. Oh my god. 4 chicken dinner 2 times in a row. This guy have a lot to prove to the world out there. That's a big statement come up for Alex Esport. But nevertheless, it was a nice last minute game here by Dev. Also on the side of White Hera. They are getting themselves back that momentum. But Dev, that last minute knocked down. He just has to butt in the last minute too.
Yeah, and that itself, I gotta say, Anise actually made the right call so far in that entirety of that battle. Even though she knocked down a few of those members, she knew that there is a potential that she might fall if she don't really pay attention to her surroundings. So making sure that she secures all the points before the game ends, because if the game ends with those members being knocked and you don't really finish them off, you don't get those points. And Waisu Hera getting the top 2 position, of course, already great because they've been on top of that hill for a long time and they've managed to outlast many of the teams. But LXE proves to be too tough of an opponent. I think we've already got ourselves a clear winner for the entirety of the tournament. If not, I don't know who else would have possibly overtaken them at all. And Big OP definitely is the star of the show.
The thing is, I do want to know how many kills they got themselves for this point, this time, this round for LX Esport. Because if you look at the first start of the game until the late game or the last couple of chicken in the moment just now, they have been fighting after one war to another. They have been non-stop getting themselves into a fight, not even a moment of rest for the side of LXE.
Yeah, and we can see Fake really being so sharp on the corners of the hill, really taking down so many of all these players alongside with YouTube. As for the side of Waisu Hera, they had a really good sort of the control area to work with, while the rest of the teams that were coming in from the Pachinki town suffered such a huge loss. But now it's time for us to look into the updates of returning Terminators, as Fake OP this time will get 8 kills, just like how Dev did yesterday, and FR will come in on second spot alongside with Jiren with a total of 4 kills, and Sharif with 3.
Oh, I like the fact that we are looking at so many huge potential players out there this time for PMNC, and that's the highest damage by LXE Fake OP this time, 1000 over damage. But Dev is not backing down either. He was healing himself so many times in the blue, playing the healing game, the patience game paid off, while SAS Esport Bear got himself 289 for the kill distance. But you have to give credit for Teddy as well. He clutched it almost in the last minute 3v1 moment, and it's not just one squad there. Couple of squad tried to finish him off, but he's been denying his death for such a long time.
Yeah, even TRX were caught by surprise. TRX was really lucky to still have Dev pretty much being out in the open where he's very much safe. He played the healing game. He managed to finish on that top 3 position. So this is a great play coming for inside of TRX as well, as they are looking to maintain their composure and towards securing that top 5 spot and towards the PMPL. So far, we've got so many more games underway, but we are looking to see who will be having the biggest moves across the standings after this. We know, LXE now having the most dominant performance, but we gotta highlight them here because in the previous PNMCs, we have never seen this many chicken dinners so far. As the last time that we saw, it was 3 chicken dinners for the side of VIP squad in a row during those sort of run. And these guys,
I've seen it.
They broke the record, highest chicken dinner in the PMNC.
Is it really? Because I remember Gen X's back then when BB started off for the first season PMNC, he had this kind of momentum as well. So will it be another prodigy being born here in Malaysia with this kind of lineup by LXE? I do want to see if they can triumph just as much as the top players out there that are representing our country. Like you mentioned, one of the most chicken dinner, but it's still not over yet. Contra, we still have 3 more games to go. Can they? I do want to see if they can be the one that wiping off all the chicken dinners. But before that, let's jump into the highlight of the match number 9 just now.
That was the moment that really was so intense between Waisuhara as well as LXE, but it was Vic OP that managed to secure the highest amount of frags in the previous game to secure that chicken dinner in the back once again. Of course, 4 chicken dinners is no easy task in any tournament at all, as we are making sure that these guys will get all the spotlight that they deserve, especially if they get that spot to move in towards the PMPL Season 2. And I believe if they come in guns blazing in the same hot form, hey, who knows, they might even be the champions of PMPL Season 2 if they make their way in. 11 kills for the side of LX Esports. What do you think about this?
This is the highest damage so far, almost hitting the 2,000 spot there. 1999, 1.4 the hitting breakthrough 2,000 damage, but this is a lot of kills again by Fig OP. And Tidor this time is not doing that well based on the last one, but they have been just incredibly ingenious for the past few games. MVP this time down to Fig OP. I think all the players for LXE or LX Esport got themselves the highlight for almost every round MVP here. And I do want to see, can they clutch it out the whole day? If only I haven't seen the same thing, having like the same chicken dinner for all the same team here in one day. Will they pull one out finally?
Well, perhaps so, but of course, with that being said, we still have to see the rest of the teams as well. They are trying to actually beat out these Titans. So far, of course, this match 9 has been proved to be a difficult game for the likes of many, but 31 points will go in the back for LX Esports in top place. Waisuhara on second with 8 points. TRX Elementus, they got 7 kills, hence they got 17 points for themselves. Dark Horse coming in with 10 points in total, and Stars Esports with 15 points with 8 kills as well. Quite impressive, I must say, for the top 5.
But if you notice LS Esports, again, I have to highlight them. Every single round, they never fail to get the kill points less than 10. It's always a double digit, and look at that gap. My goodness, almost 100, almost 100 gap there. Almost hitting the 100 gap there between the first and second place only. Oh my god, that's just huge gap to close for TRX Elementus.
They are reminding me of Megatron Great Aliens for now, because they are an unstoppable force. I don't think any team will catch up in the span of 3 games. But if we focus on the middle of the pack, we see Waisuhara finally moving upwards once again. And the point differences are less than 10 points. This is the make and break between the qualification in towards PMPL. Look how close it is. aka Rook also on that edge here on the top 5 as well. So I'm expecting the next game to be the breaking point of changes here, because we're moving in towards the middle of the pack, of course, to see who makes the cut to be the top dogs of the tournament. And of course, my name is Contra, alongside with Choo. We've been casting for the past couple of days, and I do hope that you guys appreciate our efforts here, of course, commentating all your games. Do drop her a like as well as follow. Choo Gaming definitely does quite a lot of streaming as well that you can enjoy. My name is Contra, and of course, thank you. A huge shout out to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, livestream content studios, as well as you do. We will be right back after this short break.
Create a better future with Operation Tomorrow. Nothing is more important than the mission, even life. Only through the perfect combination of man and machine can you attain the strength to survive in the world of PUBG Mobile.
At least, that's what I used to think. But we've underestimated what mankind is capable of. What will our future look like? Let's find out.
Welcome to Operation Tomorrow. An epic battle is about to arrive. In Season 11, new things are coming to PUBG Mobile. Higher quality maps and more interesting items for players to stage exciting battles. First, a new two-player snow vehicle. A snow bike that is steadier and faster will replace the old one in Vikendi. First, the new arena mode will have a new 4v4 map, Town. In this all-new expansive map, there are 3 randomly activated bases. 2 teams of 4 will fight to capture these bases. Players will need to work more closely with each other and adopt a more strategic approach in order to prevail. The first team to capture 2 bases wins the game. Players can also find super weapon crates along the way to boost their power. Additionally, Royal Pass 11 contains the new Operation Tomorrow outfit. Will machinery make one stronger, or will determination prevail? Join the fight and find out. Bring your teammates and explore the new content together. Fight for glory and honor.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PUBG Mobile National Championship for the Malaysia 2020, which is brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios, and our official sponsor here, YouTube. Yep, I'm Chichu, and that is Contra, and this is down to the final day, match 10 later on Sanhok. What are your thoughts, Contra?
Well, all these games have definitely been packing a punch right now for all of us audience here, including us, of course, casters. We've witnessed some of all these amazing plays coming from so many individuals. We have Honest, they're down to the wire to secure that chicken dinner, just so close to clinch it away from LX Esports. And of course, they are right now leading with so much points, very much significantly so, just like how, reminding us of the the global champions, Bigatron Red Aliens, who can win so many chicken dinners. I love that consistency that they have, and they have proved to be the best team that we've seen so far. But we saw those individuals like Teddy, Dev, really putting in those same numbers out there, and I'm really hoping that all these names that we do mention, we'll see them a lot more in PMPL.
Yeah, I do want to see more of them later on, even in the next patch. We were talking about Sanhok for the next round. It's going to be back to Sanhok. We've seen the show match here today. In Sanhok, it's a very small map, so everybody will force themselves to get as much kill point they can be. And speaking of LXE, again, they never fail to meet our expectation to have nothing more than double-digit kills. I'm talking about always more than 10 kills every single round. And speaking of Waisu Hera, again, they surprises us with such a great play by Anis in the very last minute, but she didn't have time to heal herself. She just tried to find that one single second to finish off that healing. If she gets that heal, probably should take out a fight, because the last tick of health is what caused them place themselves at second place. So close to that chicken dinner.
Yeah, it was only down to that one bullet of HP left, so it's just really close for her. But even though she was that low, she still managed to take down another one before she bowed out in style, of course. With that, I do think that one more good game for Waisu Hera will see them pretty much secure themselves a little bit more of that better positioning. But then again, we still have 3 total games, because these 3 games, you have that chance to secure maybe around 90 over points if you can go for a really magnificent run, just like how LX Esports actually did. And as for TRX Elementus, wow, they are really fighting it in, and I'm excited for this team for the very fact that when On The Go mentioned that they've been trying their best every single season to actually make it in towards the next stages of the official competitive circuit of PUBG Mobile. They always fell short by a couple margin, and it's just so sad to watch that, you know, they had so much past struggles in the previous PMPL qualifiers that they took part in. They had so many issues with the devices, which of course seeing them crash out of the tournament. But hey, now that they have been picked up by TRX, they're pretty much revamped, and of course with a solid backing, this is how far they have gone.
Yeah, when it comes to Alexi, I hope they can rest for a bit for now, but they will never cut off by their momentum, which then TRX Elementus still can catch up with the remaining 3 games to go. Speaking of which, from the 2nd place up to the 8th place there, anybody can swap the position in the next couple of games here. We're talking about racking up kill points, not just playing safe anymore. You have to get the kill points plus positioning as well. As long as they don't bomb into unnecessary fights, it's gonna be a-okay, because one single mistake, if they're a bit too soon, it will cost them the whole league if they place themselves the first to be out.
That's right, and I'm really looking at so many of all these teams really just by the edge, really trying to squeeze in towards the top 5 position. Even Marlino so far, these past 2 games have not been kind to them at all. I want to see them really climb back up once again, but you know, this is not the time to frown, even if you have any sort of bad games at all. The 3 games that will be played out, of course, we still have ourselves ready for Sanhok, Miramar, as well as another Erangel, if I'm not mistaken, and then we'll see how this will be playing out for the teams.
I don't think it's gonna be another Erangel. It's gonna end up with another Vikendi. That's where it's really hard for the players. Like I mentioned here today before, it's gonna be more into the smaller maps, Sanhok, Vikendi, and also Miramar. The usual one, Erangel, will be sitting out quietly this time. No more Erangel maps for you guys. So this is the moment for them to shine for a different map. Vikendi will be the last one for the closing here today. We have Miramar next one, but down to Sanhok we go, which is a very compact map. But we do know when it comes to hiding, these guys know what's best, and they're dropping point. Like you mentioned before, they will be studying a lot based on the 2 days performance previously.
And now we'll be getting ourselves in towards the battle really soon. Make sure you guys support your favorite teams. Drop in the comments below, hashtag their names, and of course, with all this sort of support, you guys might just be that 5th man to really give them that edge to really push all the way. And of course, thank you very much for all the kind comments, making sure that you guys, you know, stay safe all the time. We're all coming casting from our humble abodes, and we love you guys to bits, and making sure that you guys are always healthy during this pandemic that has been around since the early stages of the year. Of course, keep your hands clean. If you guys have to go out, wear your mask. We're all here practicing ourselves a little bit of social distancing as well, but everyone's still interconnected in the love for PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, everything can go to virtual this time. Everybody can just be friends online. We can meet each other online now with so many things to actually talk about. Like, for example, me and Contra, we are very far away from each other, but we're very close to our hearts just by commentating this tournament. But back again about the game. Man, LXE unbeatable so far, but can they secure themselves another chicken dinner? I do want to see if they can secure all chicken dinners for today, because apparently it's like nothing can tear them down.
Yeah, seems like most of the time it's just a lot of all these sort of players just having a lot of trouble to even break that sort of team fight momentum that they have. If you go 4 versus 4, a whole lot of times LX Esports will still be able to actually find those small little tiny errors coming from the enemy side, and this is what makes the difference between some teams as compared to the others, because you cannot afford to actually give any sort of opportunities to the enemy side. And LX Esports, not only are they so consistent, they always book the best places to actually take those fights.
If I have to ask you, for the 5 teams that will actually qualify themselves to PMPL, which 5 do you put yourself in favor. Okay, obviously we just put it 4 because LXE is too obvious out there. So all the other 4, who do you think will advance for the next stage?
I do think that the TRX Elementus is, of course, up and running on second place as well. And as for Stay Home, they are still somewhere within the ridge. Marlino might just be there, as well as AK Esports. I'm really wanting the side of Waisuhara to make it in because they've been impressive.
Everybody does.
Yeah, everybody has been giving them a huge morale support because this is the first time we see a full female team heading in towards the PMNC, and I believe everywhere in the rest of the world for the PMPLs, we haven't seen a full squad of females to be playing out. I want them to be the first in the world to be participating, and it has to be a Malaysian representation.
I have to totally agree. This is breaking a history-breaking moment we're talking about. But before that, more further about the game, we're gonna jump straight into our game here. Already ready for us. It's gonna be Sanhok for match number 10. Let's go.
Well, we're gonna be taking this flight from the northern section here. As we see some teams going to Hatin as well as Quao. Tapmut's going to be another dropping point that's going to be great. Paradise Resort's pretty much out in the open. Whoever wants to go to Sami is going to be having a little bit of a long flight, while the rest of all these other areas will be pretty much an open field for now. Dark Horse heading in towards the Alpha Islands is we see AKA slowly moving in towards Painan. Well, for the most part, Bosker's going to be dropping in towards the corners of Charlie, while Quarry remains to be empty. Things are pretty much for the taking, as TRX Elementus will be in the center stage once again, coming from boot camp.
And I like the fact that every team is dropping where so hard to see any potential fight here. Paradise Resort will probably be having 2 visitors here. We're talking about MIP and OX happen to want to dominate this particular compound. And we do know Paradise Resort is one of the best compound out there. Plus, the loot there is really luxurious. Plus, it's so hard to keep it on your side as well. So the one who can dominate Paradise Resort will have a great run throughout the whole game. We haven't seen the circle just yet, but if it ended up in a Paradise Resort, it's going to be the worth fighting for MIP and also OX right now.
Absolutely agree. Sometimes we do see the circle really moving in towards this area itself. Well, Romeo's going to be cooking up that nade. Let's see where or not can he catch out Sky. He's still not cooking it up yet. He's just hoping to actually position some good angles, while Bunchit as well as Min, they're slowly moving in towards this corner here, while the rest of Team MIP, they're on the opposing edge. And yes, we do have the circle possibly inside of Paradise Resort, as it is somewhere slightly right of center, while XP is definitely going to be pretty much happy about the corners of the bridge. Over on towards the south side, we do have a lot of teams that needs to make their way in.
A lot of teams have to cut across south side, so I don't think all the teams will make it out if they just rotate straight cutting across from Cam, Charlie, and Painan. So they're probably going to rotate it a bit more towards the outer circle. While MIP against OX on a stalemate right now, Ranger and Rel will go for the flank side here, while Romeo try to fight straight head on and will cook and toss that nade against Bunchet and Min. Kind of lopsided a bit, won't hit anybody, just chip a bit off Min HP. Marwan playing a safe game and being very patient, hoping to pass information back towards the teams. Where are the whereabouts of MIP?
MIP doesn't seem to want to fully commit to this. They understand that for the members of Organization X, they are just waiting at the front desk of the Paradise Resort, as we are seeing them just scoping from the top side of the building, which is going to be backing away. And I think that this is definitely not a good time for OX to really commit to this, because we can see they're pretty much scattered apart, while members of the side of TRX, they are moving in towards this small compound with Janik scouting out.
Oh, this is okay for them for now, as long as they don't get discovered by the other team then. Like we said, they want to dodge as much as possible. XP, I think one of the teams that's still struggling to get themselves a top 10 here, but trying to squeeze themselves in the top 5, even a harder challenge. Back to about MIP and OX, still on a stalemate. Nobody tried to budge or whatever. Well, Sky is far apart from the rest of the team here. This is actually really crucial for him to pass back information towards the team, because only Sky knows exactly where are the rest of MIP. He is the only person having that visualization on top of MIP positioning, while the rest of them are being cornered towards a retreat mode. But Sky, on the other hand, if he starts to move first, I don't think it will end up quite well for him as well.
Yeah, and as for MIP, they're still waiting by the edges here. It's not much of the good gears for Ralph here, as we can see that he only has level 1 gear. All the way down to no resources of meds at all. So members of OX, they are sending Sky very far away to really look in towards those corners of the stones where MIP is currently at. So with this sort of information relay, I believe that they can actually go in for a wide angle flank.
But is it too wide right now? I don't see Sky will reunite with the rest of the team in a very short time. While MIP still being one of the most dominant on top of that Paradise Resort. We do have Daft knocking down XP Max. From which angle was that? We didn't see any of Daft from any angle here. Out of nowhere, he happened to just pop himself out, getting even one knocked down.
Yeah, that definitely came from downtown somewhere, perhaps from where they came from, which is going to be the boot camp. But yeah, that's pretty much very impressive. While Rel is still going to be going prone, he did hear a little bit of footsteps, so he does expect one member off the side of OX to be coming on towards his direction. Well, this is a very interesting battle because they are taking the fight outside of Paradise Resort. It's like, you know, you see in those movies where there's like a sort of fight on the bar, and then it's like, okay, let's take this one outside. Yeah, this is how it
kind of remind me of Indiana Jones for no reason now.
Oh yeah, well, very much like it since we're in Sanhok. Well, it might just be a Temple of Doom right here somewhere in between. But hey, for the side of the members of MIP, this might not be mission impossible for any one of them to take this win.
There's just Contra hopping from one movie to another. Now it's down to Mission Impossible game. But we have AWM plus the redeem in-game code for you. And this AWM, it dropped quite a lot in Sanhok map, if you notice.
Yeah, like I do notice this as well. I think it's not too bad if you are holding those high angles, like especially in this sort of scenario. If we are playing, say, this angle, that will be a quick pick, as we see Sky going for that sort of shred. And this is the flank that I was talking about. He went 180 to secure this one kill.
And he is playing as genius as he can be. This is a smart play coming out from Sky, getting himself the first blood, plus picking off the enemy side one by one. Now it reminds me of a different story, Dinosaurs, which is what was Jurassic Park. Even the dinosaurs know how to play this kind of game. I'm talking about picking off from one particular angle, pick one person off from the rest of the team when they're unarmed and not even ready for you coming from behind. That's a very smart call coming out from Sky. We have a couple of members here, but stay home, not staying at home at all. Apparently he's swimming across.
Yeah, I guess like at least he's practicing that social distancing in the water at the very least. But here comes the push coming in from the members of MIP as they hear those footsteps coming in from Sky already. A little bit of heat coming out from the side of Mel. Nade's being popped up by Marwan. Oh, this is a great nade coming in. And perhaps those guys will be able to do something. Oh, he didn't check the back! He didn't check the back, and this is going to punish him all too badly. But Male now has to face off with the rest of them, and Organization X sweeps the floor.
He almost flunked that for OX because he didn't check for the angles, but that was, man, a good rush coming out from Organization X. Back about aka Teddy, he played so well last game, and he got himself a teammate with the AWM on secure. Is it going to be put up to full use of AWM, or will it be AWM right in the front of your opening face?
Well, perhaps so. Well, we'll see Seek trying to actually pull off some sort of the long-range frags. It's going to be matchup here to be heading in towards the mid-range combat here against Waisu Jr. A little bit of damage being put out, nobody getting knocked just yet. RMC so far has been relatively quiet for the past couple of games. And let's see whether or not can they actually get some good numbers here.
Red YX just using stone structure to work with. A pop of smokes here and there. Lacoste trying to snipe away Jad in a very long distance. Kind of hard to land one out with so many smokes covering them so far. But they don't want to overpick themselves now. The moment you know there's a sniper on the opponent side or the opposite teams, it's best not to overpeak yourself here. Be sure to stay low as much as possible. Jad almost overpick himself again. Lacoste playing the patience game. So hard to land at crosshair. Judd is just refused to stay quietly for him.
As for now, Jad is just waiting patiently. Same goes to Lacoste. This is just going to be a long Mexican standoff, if we can put it. In this case, well, you can call it a Malaysian standoff, since it's the Malaysian National Championship after all. The blue is even ticking in, and yeah, this is going to be interesting, as RMC is going to be the one doing all the waiting here. And
oh no.
This is not going to be good, because they don't really have too much going on for them. Lacoste, yes, he does have 11% hits, but it's not worth it.
I think this is just on the outskirts of Cave, and Dante managed to get on Jad, but this is way too much into the blue. It's such a long ride for him to get himself into the safe zone or safe circle. And it's not beneficial for neither of these teams. It's not going to be a happy ending for both of those teams right now. Well, we'll have Stars Esports going against Stay Home. Well, the net circle already appeared right around the corner of Paradise Resort again. So OX been holding to their fortress, their ground for such a long time. Can they keep their fortress to themselves, or will it end up around Tatmok here?
No, it seems to be that the battle will still continue right down below, while there is a couple of all these teams bleeding out to the play zone like you mentioned. Well, I do believe that over on the southern side of the battles will be a little bit more interesting, but we've been zooming into Waisu Jr. for a tad long. Nothing seems to be going on for now, honestly, while they should be able to actually make it out alive safely, while Malik is just hoarding all these utilities that he can get.
But at the same time, Contra, I do mention like this previously. I think it was yesterday's Sanhok game. You don't want to rotate too late when it comes to a smaller map like Sanhok or even Vikendi itself. Because you do know that the moment you rotate late, there's so many gatekeepers waiting at the edge of the circle for you. Well, we have White Suhera now entering into the circle from bootcamp. But I don't think bootcamp have too many people occupying it. AKA Kichap already waited for the right time and the right moment to have somebody taken up the bait here. They have to be extra careful. If they didn't have that awareness around them for Wise O'Hara, we do know they are contesting for their 5th spot right now. Very close. They have to keep their momentum going.
Indeed, and as for now, we are seeing Wise O'Hara slowly occupying bootcamp, where we earlier saw TRX Elementus looting up this space. But of course, there's still going to be extra loots out there, because TRX Elementus could not keep everything in the back for sure. Now, this is a very risky move coming from inside of Boss Group, but it doesn't really matter because they're outside of the blue zone, so they don't mind hopping on board on this vehicle. Take a little bit of that sort of right. Sees that Ronnie. Speaking of Ronnie, reminds me of a dear friend that we met back in the days in the Star Challenge as well. So far, this is going to be great for the side of Nga as well as Aspa, as they've been rotating all the way in towards the circle.
RMC and also one more team will actually arrive later than the rest of the players out there. Bosco, one of the teams actually apparently will be going on very, very late. One more AWM. Again in the 3rd airdrop of today in Sanhok only, and OX guy getting himself this killer suit plus a bonus of AWM. You cannot miss that kind of drop.
And as for most of all the other players right now that has been waiting here patiently. They're just hoping for the circle to shrink all the way in, as it's only past 14 minutes of play. Only during phase 4 or phase 5 we'll see a little bit more fights going on. For now, as we see another AWM not being attended, while FR is going to be looking for that kill as they secure it over on side of Dark Neo.
Moscow tanking quite a lot of a blue, bleeding out bit by bit, but I think they have more than they can actually sustain for. They have more utilities than we expect them to be, I think, based on how they loot and hoard every single compound they can take. Well, on this side, Dark Horse still going so dark so far. I'm talking about them placing themselves on the second page here in overall scoreboard. Can they still make it out for the top 5 here?
I do believe that they will be able to actually do so if they can actually get all 3 games. But Dark Horse, honestly, they have wasted quite a number of opportunities out there. They should have capitalized on multiple occasions, but of course they dropped the ball a little bit too hard. Oh my, look at the southwest side. This is looking a very nicely for both AKA as well as YSU. Both teams are in contending for that top 5 position to secure that PMPL slots, but this circle is really zooming into its top market as well as Paradise.
Well, I told you so in the start of the game. Paradise Resort seems to be the place that everybody wants to be right now, but LXE again going on a Malaysian standoff this time against Anti-Cup. Well, I think Easter kind of get the idea he's snaking there. He probably will cook the nade a bit more and just tossing it. The moment he explodes, half HP gone. Just a bit too long for him to cook that nade. If not, 2 of them will be knocked down. Return back the favor, but didn't cross that wall. Unfortunately, Anif didn't make that grenade drop on the right time there.
You can see LXE now trying to actually pick on towards the side of Atipang, bring it back. It's going to be a little bit of movement coming from the side of Shredder, as well as he did manage to actually take down YouTube. But oh boy, to be a boy to be able to actually take out members from the back. This is looking really bad for side of Antique, and I think that they're going right here.
They're just coming in, ramping it out, and just take their compound for themselves. This is Dwaisu Jr. out of nowhere, just taking as a third-party advantage here. Antique, Katipang is the only sole survivor here left for them. So he needs to get out from this turmoil. Hopefully, they will take the attention away from him as they have to pray YC Jr. opens fire here. If not, LXE will rush in for Antique. He popped himself. The smoke got himself too much attention that he doesn't want anyway.
As for Fig, still waiting for this smoke to subside, and maybe he will get that 1 extra kill in the back. As if LXE needs more of these kills because they are already in the pack.
They never have enough. They're always greedy for more. While Dark Horse, the horses are going deep for the swimming moment for them. We have Stay Home right on top of that hill. Same goes for XP. They're going on a stalemate again. Vex trying to land himself short here. Hopefully he won't be discovered by any of these teams. We do have another team coming up by RMC from a different corner. The Dark Boy just coming out from the west side of the map. Hopefully he won't be discovered, because you know the moment he land himself on shores, there will be a little bit of splashing sound. RMC Yan managed to land himself a couple of members by AKA here. They will return back the fire, challenging straight for Sick and the rest of the team. Yan, can they actually cover all the angles?
Seems like they will be able to actually land a couple of bullets at the very least. RMC now just sprinting across with the circle, really lighting their backs already. AK Teddy is already in the front side, actually scouting out ahead. So this is going to be another angle that they can actually pull out some lead. And Baka, oh my, MQD will get that knock towards the side of Dante. But they should be able to revive him because all of the members of RMC are staking all the way together.
AKA trying to spray more for RMC. They are being forced to stay in the blue, not advancing at all. talking of keeping the pressure, they are doing a great job for AKA. While they are forced to just take a deep dive inside of the lake here, the rest of the team just on the outskirts of Paradise Resort have to scratch their heads which way for them to get the entry point toward the circle. It seems like everybody possible inside of a circle already gatekeep anybody who's coming up from the water area.
Yeah, and for now, they're going to be Marines heading towards the river as they are playing it very, very safely. But the circle is going to be moving right in again. I'm not sure if they have enough time to actually sprint right through. Iga's going to be caught out there by Malik as we see Waisu Jr. actually taking out the sister team right there. But it doesn't matter because all's fair in love and war, and of course, in this final few moments here, we're seeing even more battles coming in from the side of RMC, taking out Fox Motion, as well as Woohoo getting spotted out as well.
Oh, TRX King will be the third party playing it safe this time, holding his fires just to make sure he take the time he needs. Expert has been eliminated next. 14 teams left. We have one explosion going on. MIS there fighting against XP. I don't know what happened, but Dark on the other hand tanking out the blue, nowhere to go out. But this is not doing well for RMC as well because both teams seems to be tanking the fourth phase blue here, which is really painful, chugging their HP bit by bit.
Now, this is going to be a good advantage for the side of Max because he's not being spotted out. And, I just definitely call him out, but it's going to be RMC to be able to actually sweep the floor once again. And for the side of RMC, after that troubling time inside of water, they actually get more rewards out of that. So for this, they managed to get 2 kills. And as for Organization X, of course, they have the highest amount of frags with that team wipe early on.
And back about Paradise Resort we go. Orc-X has been going at this fortress, taking Paradise Resort forever, and they will be keep on staying in this compound as long as it takes for them to actually defend it. MIS on the other hand, trying to take down on Stay Home around Tadmok. It's pretty heated, but we do have a couple of teams still tanking out the blue. I do want to see if they can manage to make it out alive, while MIS and Stay Home will have another party coming in, which are going to visit them and play along with MIS and also Stay Home right now.
Exam did have quite a number of those kills really going on for him back in day number 1. So far, still trying to actually find that solid form. Def still at it once again, finds Yan, and of course takes him out eventually. A lot of players are slowly dropping out of the play zone. Yan's going to be finished off there by Janik. So one more point for the side of TRX Elementus cost slowly moving in, but there's going to be TRX sitting pretty by the corners.
Oh, you cannot sit quietly in the corners anymore. We do know that blue is just chipping every single second. If they're not moving fast enough, they will just go down easily without any contact. That nade out of nowhere! What happened, Lacoste? He just nade himself for no particular reason. I'm not sure what was he thinking, but Mancam, he needs help now. And apparently the help won't be offered anytime soon. Katipang on the other hand from Antique, the only sole survivor left here, with LX Esports not bowing down. One free kill, while the rest of Org-X already got themselves a higher ground advantage. RMC will be next, one to be out. We have LXC starting out their move already.
I'm gonna be kind of rude when I say they kind of deserve it because that is a very big rookie mistake that just came out. He can survive in towards that corner, and why did he just throw the nade and walk directly into it, Sid? It does not make any sense at all, and he could have actually walked in, get those loots coming in towards that crate, and just get so much out of it, and they should be surviving much longer than this for sure. All of the teams coming out from the side of the Paradise will have commotions right here as we see Big OP actually gatekeeping every one of these members coming in from the entry points, and Cry will be the next one to fall eventually as Big OP says this is the job well done.
Oh, Big OP didn't land himself that shot to be connected. HM won't be getting killed for now. Well, LXE, these guys got themselves quite decent number of kills already, but they want for more. We're looking at OGX still holding their grounds against Miri mobs out there. While Stay Home is not staying at home, they're going for a full aggressive, but got punished back by OGX. Try to snatch away Paradise Resort from them. You will get punished. Well, we have Waisu Hera here. Not many people left here. The only survivor, Mimo, tried to take one down. Try to finish off Chidor and just KS it away, but she managed to secure one more point. But the blue taking in. There's also a fake from LXE having his eyes on her right now. Momo,
no.
where will she go?
She doesn't really have the first aid kits at all, and yeah, it's sad to say goodbye to Waisu right there at, of course, one member out right there, but I'm not too sure whether or not will there be any more left for them, as LXE is still trying to actually put the pain in towards the lurkers of the corners of Paradise Resort, as we see the camouflage coming from the side of Sky is actually doing wonders for his team, and oh my goodness, he did manage to take 2 down from the side of LXE. No time for the first aid kit, and of course that's the end for Organization X, but they got themselves 7 total kills.
But will it be enough for them? We have to wait and see, because right now the untouchable is still alive and well, but LXE Fake just managed to finish off by a play zone. OGX eliminated just now after holding such a long time in Paradise Resort. They have to bow down for this match. LXE on the other hand, oh, that nade was huge! Oxfire again, Bosku still shining bright like a diamond. Sam being knocked down here. They have the most men now, down to 6 teams. Stay Home, Coffin, MIS, and Matfit. Seems like they don't have that much hands on deck. While Bosku still playing with the circle. Seems like this might just be their game.
Seems very much like it, but I'm thinking whether or not can Japan put up an upset. Already 4 kills in the back for Molino in South, while the rest of the teams are still outside playing the healing game with a little bit of that sort of bullets coming out from his M4. Going for a reload, he does not really have too much armor intact. But as for the other Soul Survivor member on the other corner of the map, he can also put up the pain if he can actually catch out Asper. But to me, I think if they can get back on their feet and of course get their health back on tack, Boskor should have no problem to take this game whatsoever.
Down to only 4 teams. Most of the team seems to be a solo squad. Not even having anybody to back them up, including Japun, who's coming up from this side, while Bosco as for try to scout for more people out there, making sure he will bait them out. One more down there. Stay Home Coffin plays himself and the team at 4th place, finish off by the play zone. All they need to do for Bosco is just wait, because like it or not, the rest of the team have to come up to them. Japun is down as well. MIS last minute got themselves at 2nd place there. Win a chicken dinner on Team Bosco for their 2nd chicken dinner within this tournament.
Wow, they've rotated the latest in towards the south, from the south in towards the circle, and they've waited so patiently to secure this win. It does not matter how many kills that you can brag out inside of Sanhok, but it's how you actually end the game strong with all members intact. So congratulations once again to Team Bosker as they managed to secure their 2nd chicken dinner. And this fortifies themselves in towards that top 5 position, because they have been performing extremely well for today, especially as for inside of that first round of Vikendi. And now once again finding themselves pretty much getting in towards those sort of positions with this solid 20-pointer.
But at the same time, this kind of news is not really a good one for those who try to slot themselves at top 5, including Waisuhara, one of the most under the spotlight team out there. This is not doing great for them. They got themselves at top 10 if I'm not mistaken, or not even top 10. They're quite a bit sooner than they thought they will stay in the game. This kind of get them a hard place to be at, because why? It's going to be a lot of shifting for the placement from the 2nd place down to the 6th placement here.
Exactly, and I'm really wondering how this is going to transpire, because we only got 2 more matches to go to conclude the entirety of the PMNC Malaysian National Championship 2020. Of course, we'll be highlighting some of the interesting moments of this sort of game as we slowly talk about what went on. So, to me, what was the overwhelming thing for many was LXE's performance throughout the entirety of the tournament. But as for Dark Horse, honestly, it's been very underwhelming. Like, they have positions that they can secure pretty much well, but they didn't really take advantage of that. Here comes the Terminator leaderboards as we have all 4 members here looking good.
Org X or Organization X Sky have been performing very stellar this time. We talk about 5 kills with average 3 and 4 out there, with the damage 700, almost hitting 8 there. Difference with Dev. Again, Dev have to squeeze himself in the top players out here, but Sky and the rest of Org X has been holding on to the Paradise Resort the longest there is. While we have Waisu Jr. having the most heal, hitting 2,000 marks there. It's one of the most heal I've seen so far.
Yeah, I think that he's been lasting really long, trying to actually survive outside of that corners of the paradise. And of course, they had not much options because there's so many walls blocking them off as well, and the other teams are just waiting by the edge, just like how LXE was doing so. And I'm really hoping to see a couple more teams to really change things out for a little bit to actually disrupt the tempo, because now with only 2 games left, it's really do or die. And of course, there's only going to be 5 slots for PMPL and 100,000 ringgit to actually be secured by the top dogs of the tournament. So with that being said, we'll be looking towards the standings later on. We've already got perhaps a little bit of that sort of idea, because SH so far stay home. They managed to heal themselves in towards the top 3 position at the very least, so they are being very consistent. I do expect stay home to be somewhere within that corner. So let's check out the highlights for the map of Sanhok. Let's go.
That was very close for LXC to get themselves another chicken dinner actually for the whole tournament here, because they placed themselves at top 5 again. You have to give credit to them, keeping that consistency. That's one of the hardest things to do in this game.
Yeah, and I really do believe that they definitely have their spot in towards the PMPL already by now. But, you know, how would they fare against the likes of, you know, other teams like Yudu Gang, Team Secret, and so many more, even the ones inside of the PMPL. It's time for us to find out in the future as well. But of course, I won't be doing any premature celebration for them because there's 2 more matches for us to check out. So let's talk about the middle of the pack once again, because we got a few names. AK Rook this round, not as impressive. Same goes to the side of Orange Era. But now, before that, we're going to be looking at some stats coming for Team Bosco here. 4 total kills for themselves and a total damage of 848 to end up the whole entirety of the game. They use kind of a number of smoke to make sure that they get themselves pretty much across, and the ones who managed to pick up some frags, as we consistently ask for 2 kills. But Nyash here did the most damage out of them all, making him the MVP of the match.
Based on this stats, we do know that Bosco is playing more safe for the positions and take the fight only as necessary when it comes to the last few fights about the chicken dinner site there. So apparently they are placing themselves outer circle at first, and we do notice that they are one of the teams that come in later when it comes to rotation. So they are trying to secure themselves extra points in terms of positions and only take the points of kill based on the last couple of circles there is. It's not all bad out there, but at the same time we're talking about again the middle pack. It's not enough for you to push up if you don't get the kill racked up points as well.
I would certainly agree with that, as we are slowly seeing how things have been moving about for all these teams. But we'll be looking towards the scoreboards for now. These are some of the positions that some of the teams managed to actually rake up. Marlino himself on the second place with a total of 4 kills at the very end, alongside with Stars Esports actually getting a little bit more points as compared to Stay Home, because the kill numbers right there, as well as positioning points. As we are looking at the total rankings right now, Phosphor now moving into his top 3, Stay Home sliding down. Marlino himself is the brand new team to actually break the record of 100 points, of course, as they are now squeezing in 104 points. AK Rook now sliding 2 ladders downwards. This is looking worrisome for them. Stars Esports only a few points behind them. Waisuhara still on 8th place.
This top 8 is the most dangerous seat right now. I can say it's a very heated seat and dangerous, because anytime, any game, one more round can actually cause the table turned, because we're talking about not much of a difference here. Probably Waisuhara can still make it out if they must stay in top 3 for the next couple of games. They will have only 2 more games to go. While Stay Home and Team Bosco is still not a comfortable seat for them just yet, because even though TRX Elementus has been stagnant in 2nd place, they still can catch up. Just like 10 points apart and 5 points probably, or maybe more than that, a bit more, for them to actually get themselves at top 5 for the rest of the teams there. So it's not really comfort zone for them just yet.
Exactly, and we're looking at that sort of the area where they need to get perhaps a chicken dinner to really climb back up, because 2 games, if you just acquire maybe 15 points, it's still not going to make the cut, because I'm believing that the rest of the teams that are up there would still be able to get a few points or so, so they desperately need one more chicken dinner in the bag to make sure that they've booked their spot for that top 5. So for that top 8 right there, whoever gets that chicken, they should be all the way heading in towards the PMPL already, while the top 2 seems to be very much well secured, to be honest.
Imagine if the page 2 teams would get themselves the chicken dinner on the next couple of rounds. That's gonna be really a hustle for the teams on the top 8 here, because it just shut down their chances to climb back up that ladder. But before that, we're gonna head into a break for a bit, because there's only 2 more games to go. It's gonna be Miramar and back to Vikendi. We're gonna see you guys after this for match 11.
There we go. We are at the penultimate round of the PUBG Mobile National Championship Malaysia 2020. My name is Contra. This is Choo Choo Gaming, and of course, make sure you drop her a follow as well as like. She makes awesome content. And of course, for me, it's Contra here, bringing you all the games here, casting all these matches, and hopefully more to come for us in the future as well. We gotta thank Tencent Games PUBG Corporation as well as Lightspeed Quantum Studios for giving us some phenomenal matches alongside with our official partners. And of course, it's got to be the one and only Udo. Make sure you guys switch to Udo because you guys can get a cool jersey inside the game itself, and you can customize it however you please because you do it better. So Choo Choo, yeah, it's great to be here once again. Now we're only down to 2 more matches. How are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling lobstery today because there's only one time here for a limited time. Get it before it disappears, guys. Only 40 UCs are being used here for you to get a permanent set of that lobster, which returns for now for a very limited time. Be sure to get that lobster on your side because I'm damn freaking hungry right now looking at that suit.
I was thinking like you're feeling lobster because he looks so happy and is like so cheerful. That's where I was like, okay, now I understand you are feeling hungry for those chicken dinners because he only got 2 more games to go, and it's going to be time for us to head in towards another matchup because time for us to find out who will be crowned as the champions of the PMNC as well as the 5 representatives of the PMNC to be moving forward to the PMPL.
Now, the thing about is that we're down to 2 more games, but the 3rd to the 5th place is still unpredictable. Who will it be? It's gonna be anybody's game, and I do want to see for once the second page teams. Yeah, we're talking about teams like, for example, the Dark Horse, or even teams like RMC to merge themselves, to get themselves that one chicken dinner at least one time here for the final 2 games. If they actually land that chicken dinner for themselves, they're gonna disrupt all the top 5 lineups out there, which are gonna be unsure about who will place themselves the slot for PMPL.
Exactly.
Except for LXE, obviously.
I'm pretty sure that one team right there, LX Esports, will be able to actually make it very far. And from this certain point onwards, I just think that there's just so much more for them in the future.
Bless
Excuse
you.
me for that. It happens sometime, but you know, maybe somebody's been giving a little bit of toxicity somewhere in the comment down below. Yeah, I sense it right here. Just kidding. Everything's pretty much cool out there. So, as we slowly move in towards the game, I expect this explosive match coming in our way.
Bless you, and there you go. Because we have 2 more matches remaining. There's 2 sneezes for you guys watching. It's gonna be Miramar plus back to Vikendi. Like Contra said before, it's kind of cold out there. Be sure to stay safe because we started off with Vikendi, ended up with another cold map Vikendi here. So Contra, you need to grab that sweater later on because it will end up quite cold for the last few rounds.
That's right, so make sure you guys sit back right there, and I hope you guys are staying pretty much healthy as well as safe. As for myself, yeah, it's a little bit of a common cold going on for me, and of course, the air conditioning here is a little bit cold, unlike, you know, sometimes in the studios where, you know, it's just perfect, but we really gotta make sure that we stay pretty much meters apart. In this case, we are all casting from our humble homes right now, so to really witness the entirety of the PMNC take place. I gotta say, so far, if I reminisce it over on towards so many of all these different tournaments, I haven't been seeing such a dominant team so far for quite a long time, because even in the other stages of the tournaments, it's like it's always going to be a back and forth, just like what we saw back in day number 2 as well as day number 1. But well, after those sort of games, it's kind of clear that nobody in the entirety of the tournament will be able to actually catch up to Alex Esports right now in PMNC.
I can see their future is so bright right now that hardly all the other players can see them from that top of the peak of the mountain in PMNC. The last time I've seen this kind of play was back in Genesis Day of Secret. Back in Genesis where BB was in a different team back then, it was first season ever of PMNC. So it has been a while for us to actually see a team that can emerge one more time just as bright as how BB and the rest of the team back then. So maybe we can see they have a huge potential coming up for the next couple of seasons or even the next World League. Hopefully they can make it out there. And this just shows that the progress of the players in each regional, each country qualifiers have been, putting up and setting up a bar that quite high than previous ones. The bar set up is pretty much, I say, professional plays these days.
Yeah, I gotta say the way that they've been playing is pretty much clinical so far on how sharp they are on their shooting, how they really rotate all over the map as well. So I really want to see them fare really well against the rest. Like, the reason why I compared them to Bigatron Red Aliens is because they got high amount of frags. They always get themselves towards those great positions to really take the circle, take those choke points where teams would actually struggle to meet them. And it's very evident when we saw, okay, they were camping outside of the circle between Paradise Resort, knowing that people will exit out of those territories, and they've been stashing up kills after kills. Although they didn't get that chicken dinner in these past 2 games, hey, they came pretty close once again.
Yep, they're very adaptive when it comes to their environment. Whoever tried to pressure them, they counter it back quite wisely, up to the point that it's the team that trying to run them up, the one that will go down first. And they are very flexible when it comes to their formation. Plus, they are very versatile as well when it comes to individual skills and players. So their team play is quite strong. I'm really looking forward for their next performance in the next couple of matches. And even in PMPL, obviously, I want to see how can they fare themselves when it comes to the veterans out there. Are they up to par? Are they really ready, or they still have a lot to learn?
Yeah, of course, I believe that they can definitely go toe to toe, and not only them, we're also talking about other teams like Team Bosker, who really showed quite a strong showing here inside of the PNMC. In the previous game, we saw them securing that chicken dinner, and then for the past couple of rounds, Asfar really has been showing off all his skills and talent, as well as the experience that he had throughout the entirety of the years that he's been practicing. And now it's time for them to really put those skills to the test, because now we're ready for our penultimate round. We're heading in towards our second last map of the entirety of the PNMC Malaysia National Championship. Let's head in towards it and see how the flight will take us.
And the flight path cutting just very vertical, but skewed a bit more towards the east side of the map here. We're looking at Los Leones, will be one of the biggest town cut across, ended up on the outskirts on the southern side of the map, starting off from very north side. Not real well, but a lot of teams will try to drop into Valdemar. We have a long shot going for them, but I do want to see is the circle is actually favoring most of players based on this kind of flight path.
I'm not too sure why is there so many teams actually dropping in towards Campo Militar, as we are seeing a little bit of that sort of run over action coming over towards side of Antique as well, as Crywolf tries to actually hit him with this buggy as he's hiding right behind. And now over on the Cactus as well. I think that he's going to be able to do perhaps something, but he's just not giving it away. It's a hilarious chase after all, as he will once again miss that opportunity. Now that he's in the shack, yep, he will try to actually find a weapon, but oh, there's no weapon at all. And now he's going up towards this hills, and this is going to be pretty much a good run over. Rival's going to be able to get that, and yep, first blood in the back for the side of Miramar.
Who needs weapon when you have a buggy killer out there? There you go, an easy kill for Crywolf. The one who get themselves the vehicle first will get away with whatever points they can have. And that's going to be the first blood for him. And the rest is history. Speaking of Campo Militar, yup, everybody just happened to want to drop there for no reason. But we have so many compound for them to actually go for. El Pozo, this is just a cruel circle. You drop them in a flight path of more into the eastern side of a map, but the circle just have to be on the most west they can be. It's going to be El Pozo, probably ended up in a crater field. We've seen this kind of circle before, or maybe even ended up in Monte Nuevo. We're going to have to wait and see for the next few phases. Well, back to AKA, they are one of the most hardest contestants out there to get themselves on the top 5 for PMPL slot.
Yeah, they moved down towards the 6th place because of what just happened in the previous round itself. They couldn't seem to actually catch up all too much, but as we are looking at the side of AKA, if they can get good positioning inside of this game, it's pretty much already in the bag, but over on the side of Buntit, he's all by himself, and this does not look to be a good scenario for him as he is just waiting by the edge of Tierra Blanca.
But Antic, though, we've seen how Antic fight against Org X before. Org X seems to able to clutch it no matter what. But Antic, they just have a bit of a, how you call this? Something that very flawed for them. Flawed in terms of their judgment call when it comes to getting into the side-by-side with a team fight or just rushing in. There happen to be a bit of miscommunication, a huge one for their team play. Hopefully they can get it out this time around better than the previous games. But again, we're looking at Org X seems to be separated from the rest of the team, while MIP Romeo, well, I think it's going to be A-okay. I think this is around Chumacera right now we're looking at. It won't be this circle because everybody tried to move a little bit northwest of the map. So it's going to be one direction when it comes to just one particular angle that everybody have to move.
As we are seeing the wrestler wagon driving right through, MIP now, of course, will be able to actually secure some long-range weapons with the Car 98K already in hand. But, of course, early game of Miramar is all about securing position when with the circle being so brutal to really test them to the limits to secure that top 5 position for PMPL. This is looking relatively tough. We're looking at Ketchup here holding on towards that mutant. Haven't been seeing much of these players to be playing using that weaponry so far. 762 pretty much similar to the M16, but there's going to be a little bit of that big kickback when it comes down to the recoil, but the damage output, of course, will be a little bit better than the M16.
Now you make me miss UMP9 for no reason. I haven't seen that weapon ever because everybody just forget about the UMP now. Man, what happened to UMP? If only they give more credits to it, it would be great though.
Yeah, speaking of UMP, yeah, we do see Japun really holding on towards the UMP, but he says, yep, I prefer the Micro Uzi instead, because there's been a little bit of changes towards the UMP 9, where now it's being called UMP 45, and the sort of the damage output is much lower because they are using the ACP bullets instead. So it's better to actually keep that Micro Uzi, now that you can actually put a red dot sight or a hollow scope over on towards it. So it's pretty much not too much different, and of course the firing rate is so much better as compared to what the UMP offers right now.
I still prefer the 9mm over for the UMP though, honestly speaking. It used to be so OP back then, but back about the game we go. Stars Esports FR trying to take a fight against Shredder. Shredder happens to be alone here. He'd probably be the scout for the team on Antic, but I'm not sure about him going alone out in the open field. FR didn't connect the dot just yet with Scar L with a red dot at that across that deserted place. Shredder will be living for another day.
I love his gun. It looks like a toy water gun for those pool parties that we are looking at. But yeah, he's going to be able to actually restock those bullets to get himself ready for some of the next ones. It's interesting to note that FR prefers to actually use the first-person perspective to actually play things out. So these are player preferences sometimes where, you know, when it comes down to close quarter combats, it can give you a little bit more of that accuracy.
But at the same time, you kind of put down the fact that you won't have all your angles covered there. The moment you change to the first-person FPP, first-person shooting a view, you won't have that 360 or 180 views around whatever is around you. You know, you kind of put that down, and there's also a big risk for you to do that.
Yeah, I guess it really depends on certain scenarios, especially inside of buildings. You can put the first person. If you are outside, out in the open, it's better to just focus on the TPP because that's how some of all these teams will be behind trees, behind walls, and you need to actually spot them out really quickly for you to actually capitalize on those sort of situation. Now, over on the side of Miramar, still not really making that much of a move from the northern end, as Dark Neo has been waiting across the corners of the hill, hoping to actually pick somebody up.
Back to Miramar's Miracle. Miramar's one of the teams that always caught themselves in a very unfortunate incidents, I would say. That they always try to scout for stuff, always try to scout for other teams, or even try to place themselves in a better position. But it's always along the way, they've been caught in a very tough spot where too many teams to handle at a time. Again, LXE will rotate a bit late when it comes to Miramar. This time they won't be rotating as soon as they can like the previous one. Oh, this is a classical. If they have themselves a sniper, this will be the perfect spot for AKA.
Yeah, and you can see Seek already trying his best to actually reach the top side, as they have an absolute great time here to actually secure a couple of angles coming in the way.
And the rest of AK, we have Ika. I'm not sure where are the rest of Waisuhera here. They're nowhere to be seen. A risky place to be with so many high spots taken by AKA right now. Not really a good idea to march right into their compound.
Oh, seems like she also spotted out the members of TRX Elementus as well inside the warehouse. So she's being in between. So doing scout duties, I think that this is going to be really tricky for them to actually do much. And she doesn't seem to have much of the sort of gears, especially if a couple of bullets are being sent her way.
What the bigger question is that how did she ended up here alone while the rest of the team is nowhere, not even one grid away from her? So this is very questionable. Ika going without any vehicle straight into Waisu Junior compound now, and only have Malik around that corner. This is a rivalry of siblings that we potentially might be seeing next.
Yeah, and I think that she just spot out some movement coming from the side of Malik. She's being extremely careful. And, of course, this is one region where snipers are on duty all the time. And it's not only her. There's actually 4 total teams that's by the corners of this hill, if we really want to put it that way. Because TRX Elementus have just booked themselves a slot over these ridges as well. And here comes a couple of taps coming from the side of TRX, as Ika is hiding behind. As Seek, he can actually pull a little bit of that sort of a trigger over the side of Kim as well as Def.
Oh, Seek. If only this team, aka, oh, he got himself Def right now with a red dot. Luckily, it's not a 2 times, not even 4 times. If those actually landed up on the Seek's hands, it's gonna be a headshot there. But in terms of TRX, they got themselves second place right now. Try to get themselves this hill, the highest place you can view every single person in the map, just on the outskirts of crater fields out there. But weather zone we go. We're looking at LXE coming in super late. Same goes for Boss Q, just plays himself a chicken dinner last one. While we have the rest of the team coming up, a lot of them from the southern side of the map. LXE, they're taking quite a lot of blue here and taking up a challenge against Bosco.
Well, yeah, they can actually take the Western Highway to actually sprint in towards El Pozo to make it into safety, but now we're looking at the full commitment coming from the side of TRX, lobbing some nades towards the side of AKA Rook. I don't think it's going to be good for any one of these teams, as we are looking at Janik now, trying to actually coke another one, a little bit, it's way too high up in the air, as it does not connect towards members of AKA. One from Def does actually hit towards Teddy, though.
I don't know about the nades, but most of them are exploding in the air right now. But this is not doing great. Jimbo managed to get one on Teddy. They're gonna rush it in. One knock, they straight going for more. Not hesitant at all. And the rest of the team of TRX going full aggression straight from the start here. They are forced to back out a bit for AKA lost one man straight Teddy. And that will be TRX getting the King of Hills for now.
You see Crywolf trying to actually put a little bit of lead right across the map as well, getting one knock off. While AKA Rook now slowly depleted. They cannot afford to lose as we still have them hanging by a thread on 6th place. RMC going for the catch, spots out Organization X. So it would be HM that will be cutting across alongside with Min. And for now, Power Grid seems to be that open area that is still being covered up, but these guys have to make a move.
Yeah, you don't want to get late into the party. Power Grid right now still inside of the circle, but they were coming up from, if I'm not mistaken, eastern side of the map, or a bit east south of the map. The El Pozo, everybody's rushing it there. Crater Field probably be the end of the spot. Well, we have the redeem in-game code right now. Well, we're looking at MK as the first airdrop of today, not an AWM, because this is a huge map. You don't want to drop an AWM. It's more preferable in Sanhok, because why? The game can.
Oh yeah, and of course, AWM will definitely be very much vital in anyone's hand at the current standpoint. Now, a few more seconds before the circle shrinks all the way in for phase number 2. Kim's still trying his luck. He's got that Mini 14 to work with, but so far not really being able to actually find the members of Waisu Jr. Meanwhile, we still have perhaps Ika somewhere in between the lines, as we are seeing all these members of TRX really taking a lot of the sort of the coverage after AKA has been flushed out of this area.
TRX already got themselves that grenade just now. I think they're planning to toss it out very soon. Crater Fields, one of the hardest places to play with because of the terrain, is really tricky. Look at how much the hills and uneven ground to work with. While they do have a side of a sloping hill to take covers from, but at the same time, it's not easy to land any shots. Even the grenades. We're having OX or X here. Sky tapping it out. He got himself one of the top players in the featured last round. We do have MK14 this time, taken out by Bosku Sam. Even have a cheek pad at it. Maybe for the next drop will be AWM, hopefully.
Yeah, I think that the DMR is definitely going to be working wonders as well for the MK14. You could still change it to single tap for that accuracy. Mart's going to be able to actually pick off Cyan Yen coming from the side of RMC, while Sky's going to be up towards those hills as well. It's going to be relatively quiet for now, and that's going to change right now as LXE. What Fick goes in with a pen? He actually finds Japun, and yeah. Another kill as
wait for it.
Oh, okay. That's good save. Good save coming
Good
from the
save.
side of
For now.
Sam.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
Extra careful. We have to be extra cautious when it comes to driving, especially the mini bug van. You know it's not that fast, but the terrain's like I said. Look at that. This is challenging the players. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh. Double drop coming in. Let's see what's in the back. MK14. And what's in the next one?
And with a chick pack too. Because you can drop a chick pack with an MK14. Why not?
That's going to be pretty much great. Now over to the corners of the southern side of the hills is going to be where most of the action is going to be at. Whoever's inside of the craters, they got to bunch off for now. Meanwhile, over to the northeast section, there's still going to be Antique that needs to make their way in. Ika seems to be very far away from the rest of Waisu Hera for now, but she will have to play solo for the entirety of this matchup because this circle is unforgiving, and only the ones that can survive out of this should be able to make their way in towards PMPLs. Seeks will be able to actually get a little bit of redemption. Takes out Kim from TRX Elementus.
Speaking of which, their weapon seems like having a hard time. One of them is Sky with M16. He got himself a micro Uzi. From this standpoint, it's so hard to land any shots with whatever weapon he has right now. While Dev, on the other hand, giving a lot of pressure from this side. With a buggy only, he tried to climb himself on top of the Crater Field's mountains. And Crater Field is just so hard to play. Again, look at Sig. He just tried to place himself on top of that peak. Dev is just really trying so hard to take him down.
Zeke trying to actually go in for the red dot side spray down there over the side of Dev. He did get the catch over the side of Kim with the same weaponry, and I'm really impressed of the distance coverage coming in from the side of Zeke as Antique with the first one to be crashing out as they will have to say goodbye, coming too far off from the zone, and Zeke is going to be taking another time to actually play this one out. Inside of El Pozo, we are seeing members of LX Esports slowly covering the corners of the apartments, while YouTube wants to climb all the way up and perhaps land a couple of shots.
It's all about getting the high ground to get yourself a better view to shoot somebody with, while Duran take one on Tito. LXE, this time they will be challenged by MIS. Yeah, MIS want to take the crown away from LXE. Tidor seems like living up to his name, sleeping on the ground, hoping somebody to take and pick him up. He's struggling, bleeding out. Gerano, on the other hand, quick out the nade, hoping it to land on the vehicles to just deny their mobility towards the next compound. We have White Suhara on the back line here, but Death managed to take down an RMC finally.
My goodness me, Dev once again added at a 1v1 challenge, and that will be RMC Cryptic down and out. Second team to actually hit in towards the lobby. While Fick, let's have a look. This is how Fick does it. He's going to be hopping out and crossing in towards the other building as if it was nothing, parkouring their way through, and now looking for those kills against Martino and South.
Another nade being tossed by YouTube. It's gonna be mid-air explosion again. So hard to land those nades when it comes to keeping the distance, such a long one to throw any nades or land any shots here. YouTube and also Fake. If the circle plays with them, they'll be happily staying where they are right now. But at the same time, we have Dark making it hard for them. Look at that taps coming from afar. They were being forced to take a retreat for a bit. Dark Horse out of nowhere from downtown. More to uptown here because how high up they can be in this map right now.
This is going to be hard for Dark Horse because they have to actually make their way in towards the circle as well. This is what the side of Star Esports are currently doing as they are trying to actually book those vehicles up and towards the corner, making sure they stay pretty much safe. LX Esports trying to actually retreat as well because they don't really have any sort of advantage, staying really closely over here. As Vex having that open area to actually look upon those open fields. This is going to be pretty much hard for them as Fake OP gets a couple bullets tapped on towards his way. They're going in for the nade, connects towards the side of Bear. Wow, that's a long-range nade coming in from the side of the members of LXE.
Very, very long indeed. LXE will not giving up. Even though they got themselves secured in the slot for PMPL, they are not very comfortable with their playstyle just yet. They want to get for more. They are greedy to rack up their points here. While YouTube caught himself in a tough spot, stuck in between with Waisu Hera, scoping them down, taking the advantage. YouTube popping himself smoke. So many teams around this corner. Bosku trying to take down Waisu Jr. We have TRX staff. Again, the Golden Boy tried to do something about this. Will it be another miracle pulling out from Dev here?
Now it's going to be Anis getting invaded by the members of the LXE. It's going to be shredding out the vehicle coming from the side of YouTube, and that's going to be a big pummel of bullets coming from above as well. Right down below is going to be Theodore, as well as another one coming from the side of LXE. While members of Segregated, Aston's going to be shredded out by Mimo instead. My goodness, the ladies are taking a lot of these numbers down. YouTube's going to be the next one to fall as Bosker's going to be joining in the way as well at far. Helping out in this sort of commotion, and oh boy, that was a close one.
They can actually get Tidorba, and he's trying to get it. It will be a white if they can manage to just knock him down for Tidor. The only members left here. Blue zone closing in. It's gonna be the fucking Tidor. He will be knocked down here. Please don't finish him off. It's the rest of the team is nowhere to be seen right now. Janik on the other hand still surviving. Woohoo! Really last tick of health. Couple of members on a stay home. Knocked down as well on top of that mountain. Well, Woohoo will try to rack up the killing point as much as they can. Stay home on the other hand. Don't want to bow down either.
Now we're looking at Vortex trying to actually hold him for Tay. It's going to be Woohoo trying to actually push them up. One good nade with the two, but he is being held back by Vortex. He do have the smoke stick, trying to go in for the revival. But my goodness me, Woohoo will be able to actually shred down Ophelia, knocking down the knees, and that will be it. Stay home, down and out on 14 plays.
That was just not great for them, and they are trying to place themselves at top 5 too soon for them right now. 14th place is a lot to take in. While we're looking at Bosco scoping over XP across that map, they cannot overstay themselves here. We're talking about the Blues are slowly closing in every single second. They don't have much time. They don't want to rotate too late here. Sam being tapped here and now, and he doesn't know which way, which direction the bullet is coming from, because there's too many teams surrounding so far, and Red YX coming from downtown. Finish him off out of the blue. Z is out from the game.
This is looking a little bit difficult for him, but Sam is going to be taken out no matter what, as we can see Red YX will be able to actually have those clear angles to actually spray him down. Big OP still survives for the side of LX Esports for some reason. They made it out alive, so good for them, as we are looking at WJ just really having a good time right now. As it stands, Expert will be able to actually secure 6 total kills, while the rest of the teams are still trying to actually secure even more to come. Team Bosco only 1 kill alongside AK Rook, as well as Organization X really have to catch up for those points for the top 5.
Especially this, we only have one more game to go, one more map to go for them, racking up their kill points plus points for the positions. But this is the time you guys at home staying and watching this game to redeem your in-game code right now. Or if you might missed it, we have only one more game left here, so not much codes for you anymore. If you snooze, you lose. You want to take this code right now. Well, back about the game, we're looking at Miramar here. Seems to be having all 4 men well and alive. MIP on the other hand, Romeo playing it with a smoke and only have a couple of stone structures to work with, while they're being forced to stay in the blue. We have one more team coming out from their flank side. It's going to be Orc X here, separated, Moron knocked down first. Romeo marching in, advancing, trying to finish him off, but FM tried to be the third party, taking the advantage. Romeo didn't see this one coming.
Yeah, he's just focused on towards getting himself across, but to no avail. There's only going to be 7 more teams left. 3 members of AK still well and alive. Dark Horse on top of the other side of the hill as well, still trying to make ends meet, while Miramar so far has their best run in this entirety of the tournament so far, with this total of 6 kills, and hopefully they will be able to actually secure even more with the circle in their favor. As TRX Elementus, they have to go for this uphill struggle here. Big OP still goes for the kill. They manage to spot out Waisu Jr. as Miracle goes in for the spread, and one more nade being tossed right down below. Maybe he might just be able to pull the trigger.
Trying to get for a nice position, but nades! Double nades by Fig OP. He tossed just now, paid off. It's going to be 2 of the teams here being knocked down, but Fig managed to finish it off. That's racking up a lot of kill points on the side of LXE again. Going full aggression, going all out, even though they placed themselves quite securely on number 1 spot, but they never had it enough. Greedy for more. Fig is just having a great time so far.
What an impressive play coming from Vikendi. He's all alone and he managed to pick up not one but two more with that nade. And early on, we also see him going on the 1v1 fight when he just squeezed himself across. Now, Dark Horse is getting pushed by the members of AKA Rook right down below as Seek is trying to actually go in towards the other edge here. Scott throws in Hansen for the side of Ketchup as Leo is getting pushed all the way through. This top 3 situation is getting a little bit dicey here as we are seeing Miramar still on the back foot. They are going for the push. That Seek's going to be the first one to fall. They're looking for those kills. And there we go. Dark Horse once again wiped out. And AKA Rook with a total of staggering 4-pointer right there. It's going to be Miramor's turn to actually rush right in. Can they recover in time? Because all of them are already on the prowl. And this is going to be perhaps a chicken dinner for one of these teams out here. Could it be Miramar or would it be AKA Rook who desperately needs it to secure the top 5 position to get themselves in towards the PMPL Season 2?
Oh, Ketchup spraying it over. Miramar on the other hand wants to place himself at least one chicken dinner for themselves here, but no! Ketchup denies it! He's making sure everybody go down! He got back that punishment! Almost last tick of health. He got himself quite decent enough for utilities, but not that much to last long enough if they are forced to play the healing game. But back on his foot, he's getting more! Ketchup is just going crazy in this angle, taking every single player of Miramar's down! One more there! Ketchup! What is wrong with you? He can just finish the game off! He's clutching 1v4 just by himself here! Ketchup is just having the best time of his life!
Ketchup now looking for Cravo to respot him out, and here comes the rest of the members going right in, and this is going to be Cravo. Free now C. It's not going to be enough for them to secure it, and there we go! One diving spray to seal the deal. AKA Rook with such a big win with 9 total kills will secure a total of 29 points with this penultimate winner chicken dinner with one more game to go.
My goodness me, that was really a good clutch and a really good angle to hold on to Ketchup, knocking 3 members of Miramar by himself in the very last minute. They cost themselves a whole chicken dinner to take in, and they got themselves 2 chicken dinners so far. But LXE, they got themselves 4th place here. I have to give credit to them because I saw the last time they got themselves into a fight, I'm positive the minimum is 10 kills for their side only.
Yeah, and with this win for the side of AKA Esports as well, they are well solidified to get themselves in the running to head in towards PMPL Season 2. I am extremely ecstatic because this was a really long-fought battle for AKA. You saw them being on top of the hill alongside with TRX Elementus. You saw a couple of all the other teams as well that were loitering around that corner. And yes, indeed, the circle actually went all the way towards that corner, and that gave them that edge. They just waited patiently. They went in for a couple of snipes, and man, that 1 versus 4 moment right there, you could just tell Ketchup have definitely felt that he has it in the back. And with that 3 frags, eventually Seek and the rest of all the members of AK went in to hunt down for the final kiss towards the enemies to secure that winner chicken dinner.
If you ask me this time for the PUBG Mobile Malaysia National Championship, there's a lot of 1v4 moment, or even 1v4, 4-3-2 squads, if you want to call it. There's a lot of good potential players that we've seen in this tournament only. Imagine, wow, in the future for the next season, I can't wait to see what this time, like next time, have to offer. Even this time, I think it's up to more than I expected it to be. I was expecting a bit less than this, sorry to say, because it's PMNC. But now we're looking at high quality tournament with very, very high potential players out there as well.
I would certainly say that this is definitely the beginning for teams like LX Esports, aka Rook, and so much more. Once again, I think OP is going to be the top fragger of the tournament with the total damage of 809, as well as 6 kills in the back, 4 kills for Ketchup, as well as MQD of AK Esports. And to top that off, we also got Woohoo, who have joined right in from Expert.
Oh, we just have to squeeze in. His name itself is just fun to say, but again, one of LXE members must have to be in the top players out there. Fake this time, 809 damage, while he got himself the most heal as well. It's just gonna be Fake all over the place, while we have Dark Horse Neo out of nowhere with the maximum kill distance. Probably when it was on top of that mountain where all the chaotic mass happened. But that was a nice run, nice go. But we're down to the final game here, which is going to be the last but not least, again, back to Vikendi.
Yes, indeed. And now that we've already got ourselves pretty much a big win, we are looking at the very final game on how this entirety of the tournament will be concluded. So we really got to make sure that we keep our tabs on towards the total rankings thus far for the entirety of the match. So we are waiting for the marshals to really calculate the scores and eventually bring it up on our screens later on. So in this match itself, of course, very challenging circle indeed in between those creases of the hill, the crater fields, El Pozo and stuff. But, you know, it definitely was a fitting ending inside of the final match of Miramar. And now that we're heading towards Vikendi, we saw the very first game of Vikendi where it ended up in between those river, and after that it was really down towards that very final few moments right there, which we saw was so difficult for anyone to maneuver across. But this time around, of course, I believe that we're going to be having perhaps one of the most challenging yet. But right now, we'll be looking at the replays for this Miramar match. Saw MQD managing to finish this winner chicken dinner in style as he slowly dives his way to secure that perfect spray down. And of course, there's so many moments which we witnessed was like 1v3s, 1v4s that happened throughout the entirety of the tournament. Tell us your favorite moments down below on, you know, who has definitely impressed you. Of course, leave down the hashtags on which team that you guys are supporting to be heading in towards PMPL Season 2 and, of course, taking the championship trophy home. So far, Choo-Choo, you know, today the games have been pretty much impressive, but we have to say that all the teams that have been playing inside the top 16 has been phenomenal. From all the way down to 16th place, although they may not have all the luck or even though the sort of the options to be able to actually secure the spot, they have definitely made their mark in the PMNC at the very least. AKA Rook, here are the stats for the team.
With a total damage this time 1,500. The most so far we're looking at 1999 by LXE, but this time is quite decent instead of die total damage here by AKO Root, but still good enough to get himself that chicken dinner with 9 kills in total. Teddy didn't get any kills this time. He clutched it off for the last game, so he rested a bit for this round as well. While the smoke's being used at 5, that's pretty much how they try to migrate themselves into a circle. But at the same time, this will be your MVP. You have to give it a go for Ketchup. 1v4 moment. He clutched it off, giving so much space for his team to get away with that chicken dinner. And that's 4 knockout for his side. 2 grenades, even 2 smokes being used. He didn't heal that much, but he's one of the top fragger for now in his team.
I certainly gotta say that Ketchup, so far we had an interview with him as well, so So he is feeling really confident after having a little bit of those small little tournament experiences and finally getting the spotlight to shine. He had definitely take that moment right there. Here are the standings for this match itself. 39 points for the side of AK Ruby Bravo 23, 13 for the side of Dark Force, 18 for LX Esports, while TRX Elementus comes to 12, 8 for the side of Organization X, 7 for YSU, as well as MIP with 5.
Oh, this is not a good, I say news for teams that actually try to place themselves at top 5 and take 1 point. Same goes RMC, stay home 3 points. Same goes for Stars Esport. Bosku and also YSU will have a tough time to get themselves at top 5 here. Alex Esports and TRX Elementus still got themselves at first 2 spots with 200 points over Alex Esports. The only team reaching it for 200 over. While AKA Rude climbing themselves all the way to 3rd place. Team Bosco plays themselves 4th. 5th, Stay Home Molino in 7th placement at 6th. This is very tough spot for all these 3 players. MIS very close to Stay Home to secure that top 5. 3 points, maybe no, 2 points away. Stars Esports doing the same thing too. So 5, 6, and 7, very, very tight fight there.
Yeah, and this is really down towards those final few stuff that they can possibly achieve right there. I'm definitely keeping tabs on towards this because I took a screenshot. Like, I really gotta talk about the possibilities of how this will end up, because we saw on the 5th place it was Stay Home with 108 points, of course, and 2 points below was Marlino in South. It can be either one of these teams or even Stars Esports, which is on that 100 point mark. So yeah, one game to change it all. We're talking about TRX Elementus, of course, being well secured no matter what. Team Bosco still pretty much on the rid as well. If, say, Stay Home as well as Marlino itself performs tremendously, and if, say, Team Bosco crashes way too soon, then all their hopes and dreams, of course, will be halted at the grand scheme of the grand finals. YSU Hera, 88 points. It's not impossible, but it will take a very huge effort for them to actually make their way in towards that top 5.
Create a better future with Operation Tomorrow. Nothing is more important than the mission, even life. Only through the perfect combination of man and machine can you attain the strength to survive in the world of PUBG Mobile.
At least, that's what I used to think. But we've underestimated what mankind is capable of. What will our future look like? Let's find out.
Welcome to Operation Tomorrow. An epic battle is about to arrive. In Season 11, new things are coming to PUBG Mobile. Higher quality maps and more interesting items for players to stage exciting battles. First, a new 2-player snow vehicle. A snow bike that is steadier and faster will replace the old one in Vikendi. First, the new arena mode will have a new 4v4 map, Town. In this all-new expansive map, there are 3 randomly activated bases. 2 teams of 4 will fight to capture these bases. Players will need to work more closely with each other and adopt a more strategic approach in order to prevail. The first team to capture 2 bases wins the game. Players can also find super weapon crates along the way to boost their power. Additionally, Royal Pass 11 contains the new Operation Tomorrow outfit. Will machinery make one stronger, or will determination prevail? Join the fight and find out. Bring your teammates and explore the new content together. Fight for glory and honor.
Assalamualaikum, welcome back ladies and gents out there. You guys are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship for the Malaysians here 2020, which is brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios and Tencent Games, and also our official sponsor here, You Do Best, with me Chuchu, and also the Contra with us for the final game. Final game!
That's right, we're in the grand finals and we are going to be concluding the entirety of the PMNC Malaysia right here, as we have already witnessed so many battles being drawn out, all these bullets flying up in the air, and of course it's time for us to celebrate at the very end to see who will be able to clinch the top spot to be crowned as the champions of PUBG Mobile National Championship Malaysia, and of course the 5 slots to be heading in towards PMPL MYSG as well for Season 2.
It's a very close combat here between so many teams out there, including Stay Home. We're talking about some teams like TRX, pretty much very secure on second place. We're talking about Bosku there, as well as AKA. There's also Molino in South. Also, some of them still voting out for Waisuhera. Is still not an end for them just yet. If they can land themselves chicken dinner plus kill points, it will be them advancing towards the next stage of PMPL as well.
That's right, and now we're looking in towards this final game, which I really want to discuss about some of the results coming in towards the the match that we just witnessed concluding. So I do have in my hand a little bit of that scoreboard if you guys really want to know who's in your top 5 currently, with LX Esports leading the pack, TRX Elementus will be on second place, followed by AK Root on third, with that big chicken dinner that they just managed to achieve, and Bosco alongside with Stay Home, of course, still pretty much on that trend because Bosco has 115 points, 108 points for Stay Home, and on 6th place is just 2 points shy to actually take over Stay Home. So these two teams are going to be locking horns alongside with Star Esports on 7th with 100 points.
It's just like what? Less than 10 points different between the probably potentially 4th place down to the 8th place there. But here are your favorite stars out there for you to vote. This is your responsibility. Do your vote right now between July 15 until July 22nd for the PUBG Mobile Esports Award 2020. For the South Asia, we have America, Europe, the African, and also Middle East, also a wildcard region too. So do drop your vote for the World League PMWL favorite individuals or players or whoever you like. Just put your votes down there and drop in the comment section below for your personally you think who's the best player out there in PMNC or even World League, whatever you like, as long as you're happy about it.
That's right, and you might be one of the players that will be able to actually share the spotlight with those stars of PUBG Mobile. And of course, it will matter a whole lot for all these sort of players that have been working so hard to actually make their mark in the PMPL. So yeah, a little bit of voting goes a long way for your favorite players out there. So make sure you guys do just that. But now, fixating our focus back in towards the PMNC, of course. I feel like we have a clear winner already. It's more about that slot going in towards the PMPL Season 2 that we are focusing at, because this is where things will really have to be considered when it comes down to how the playstyles is going to be like for the rest of these teams when they go in towards PMPL and adapt. But there's this one final game that we'll see whether or not can they really squeeze right through and hopefully be able to actually put out those numbers to secure those spots.
The thing is, only 5 spots or 5 slots available for these teams to advance later on for the PMPL. Imagine yourself if you're just 1 point away from being in the league later on, in the professional league PMPL. We're looking at only less than 10 points here, differentiate between the top 5 down to the 8th place here. Not that much point. When it comes to star spots, they're one of the closest out there at 6 spot right now, 6 slot with only 100 points. Not that far out. As long as they don't get kicked out or being too soon in the game, it's good enough. So they have to be mindful about their positioning, have to be careful and very cautious when it comes to approaching their fights in the final round we have, which is going to be a Vikendi.
I'm thinking that some of all these guys in the top 8 will be playing a little bit more passively. I'm not too sure about the guys on the top 3. They can go as hard as they want, but now it's time for us to jump in towards our very final battle. Are you guys ready? Because this is going to be the last match of the PUBG Mobile National Championship Malaysia 2020. Let's get it on as we'll take this flight straight into the map.
Yeah, but this what is this flight path straight vertical out there? And it's gonna be from the winery southern side up to straight Cosmodrome. Where will the circle be? It seems like a very balanced flight path, a bit skewed just a little bit towards the eastern side of the map, but it's still approachable for anybody to go drop wherever they want it to be. We're waiting for the circle to appear for the first one, but winery already occupied by a couple of teams, including LXE and also MIS.
And so far we are seeing this sort of a binary battle between the two teams here. MIS is looking to just spread out because this is the huge Titans actually waiting by the corner. They don't want to be clipped out all too soon because they are right now sitting at 6th place. And oh boy, this is going to be really tough for them.
Jiren. Like we mentioned here before, MIS have to dodge this fight. We do know LXC kind of secure for themselves to get the champions in this tournament at PMNC 2020. So it's best for them to avoid the fight first. Because, yeah, they might have the chance to take down LXE here, and it's going to be a big win for them. But are they willing to jeopardize their 5th spot later on? Because they are very close into not making it for the PMPL later.
And I gotta say that LXE definitely have not much to worry about. They are just waiting to see if there's actually any sort of challenge at all. Even if they drop this game, they should be still go on well their way to perhaps lift the trophy by the end of today. Now, looking for the side of exam. They know that they've been seeing a couple of these motions of the parachute dropping down below. Fico P, probably the top fragger of the tournament so far, as we are looking at him getting an average of 6 to 7 kills a game. So far, of course, this is definitely one big number that we did not expect coming from a brand new team inside PMNC.
They're not really a brand new team. Most of them are veteran players as well. Just reformed themselves into a different team. This is about with Fox Motion playing around the corners. Moonshine is not happy about this. And Fox Motion really in motion. Getting a kill with the micro Uzi. Level 1 of everything. Still managed to get that kill. Extra point, but behind him, he couldn't be too careful now. Because still Sky gonna get him back for that redemption outside of their city. Right now, Fox Motion tried to take cover straight away after he got himself that kill. Tried to reset himself because he knows level 1 of armors will not bring him that long.
So as for now, of course, those sort of the early sort of battles are really not resulting well for some of all these players out there. Same goes to Vortex that just got clipped up by the corners of Pavasto. As we see members of the side of Organization X is just moving in from the corners of the coal mine in towards the satellite towers. As he's scouting out ahead, he's got that micro Uzi aplenty inside this match up here. Molotov on the ground, but he's still struggling to find himself a helmet.
It's just so hard to find the loot. Well, Vortex is just bleeding himself out. Stay home. One of the teams that's really close to making it up for top 5. They have to be super careful now. But instead, they are playing more aggressive than they can. TRX, on the other hand, having the Golden Boy Death here with Kim alongside him as well. Try to hoard every loot possible. TRX Elementus, one of the team that already secured himself this spot on number 2 right now. Nobody can take them down and nobody can take away from them. But we're looking at XP4 knocking one more player down, and LX YouTube with MIS. MIS, if they are wiped out early out this time, they might just lose the spot towards the PMPL later.
YouTube winning by the edge. He knows that he can possibly crack a couple of nades in towards those windows to actually take out Marlino himself. This is one team that is looking to qualify, and this is going to be looking pretty bad. More members are coming in the way. Theodore's going to be having some bullets spread it out as Jepwood unleashes his micro Uzi. But here comes that sort of the portion coming in the way as well, and XM will be able to actually get one sort of knock going on this side. But Jared's going to be able to actually trade right back, leaving only a few more left. Fico P goes in for a rush. He gets one. My goodness me. This could be another takedown, but Fake goes down as well. He might just actually risk his life. Sam, now, has to actually survive for a little bit longer. A little bit of fire being spread over his corners of his legs. But this will be the rest of Marlino and South actually coming in for the rescue. And they just trapped out LX Esports as they went out too soon. My goodness, they have taken down the Titans.
Kind of a questionable movement here just now. The moment LXE just paused the moment. There's one more person right in front of them. But this is still a big win for MIS. That kind of give them actually these scores with the wreck and kill points plus 4 at that. Wiping whole out for LXE, the Titans out there, and this matters most for them to get that points up. While AKA on the other hand tried to take down Star Sports here. Rogue Are they willing to take whatever they have to just march in to wipe one more team out? SP or Star Sports, if I'm not mistaken, they are one of the contenders for them to get the top 5 here. All the teams that are fighting for the top 5 are forced to fight each other so soon.
Yeah, and if I really want to keep taps on towards those sort of records here, they had 106 points early on. And to add on top of that, now Merlino in South is currently positioned at 5th place. They just got to stay all the way through to the very end to make sure they get themselves in towards PMPL. Now, of course, LX Esports will not be affected because they have a total of 215 points. And the best thing about that sort of fight is that Merlino and South, they were only looting so little buildings. And with that really stacked sort of a loot being dropped on towards their side, it seems like they don't really need to waste any more time. You just actually loot from those bodies that they've managed to take out, and they will be able to actually go well on their way. Circle once again right in between those river, and it's going to be a really uncomfortable ride for some of all these teams to get their way in towards the very end of this championship run here.
Oh, Mount Cranston also have potential fight here between Orcax and also Dark Horse. Apparently, just around the corner, it's going to be a three-way war. I'm talking about one more team just around there. We have Antique marching in for MIS. Can they finish one more squad here? If they can, this will be them getting themselves extra points again 2 times in a row for 2 squads. They almost wiped the whole team of Antique down. 1 team out so far, 1 more to go, but they got themselves quite decent number of kills here. Orc X on the other hand only have men left on their side. With a micro Uzi, have to fight 4 men of Dark Horse marching towards him.
I don't understand. What exactly is Antique doing there? There's no reason for them to actually cut across towards the lower end, and to me that was a little bit strange, but hey, for some reason, Marlino and South would still manage to actually win some of all these trade-outs, which gives them that edge to perhaps secure their way in towards PMPL right now, as we are looking at XP taking up that fight here between Organization X, and they are being cornered out. Dark Horse members having 2 members of the low ground is not going to be much advantages for them. Here comes S4 trying to actually go for it, trying to actually make a little bit of move. Who's going to be able to actually knock Bin down? The next one to fall is going to be Rel, as LX Esports, of course, got eliminated so much early on. Vex will be trying to actually shred them down. But for now, this is going to be pretty much a disadvantage to fight for the side of Dark Horse.
Oh, XP Max, the moment he jumped out from that cliff, he got shot down quite hard. Emerald getting a flank side. Dark Horse, can they survive this? They're trying to reverse center table. Rubber Emerald got knocked down instead. Vax come up from the flanks here out of nowhere. He happens to cover this angle, which is the blind spot of XP. Now XP, all that's left is just Woohoo and 4. Well, we have Dark Horse, 3 men still alive. Boboy, Vax, and Fox Motions. Sorry, and now they are trying to march for more. They managed to secure 1 kill here, while the rest of Orc X will be away and be resting in the lobby, while Woohoo still fighting for his life. Boboy knocked 1 more down for XP, clean up the mess as well, got themselves extra point. 4 kills for now, nothing to live for Dark Horse anymore. They just march right in, making it hard for everybody else. Well, 4 with a micro Uzi, the finish of XP. Dark Horse winning that, while XP placed themselves at 13th place.
Wow, what a move coming in as we see Dark Horse actually putting quite a staggering fight out there, but it did not really result all too well for both these teams. While Jad waiting for the spray down, he's all by himself now. We're seeing members of TRX. Oh my goodness, he actually stressed 1 down, but Jad will still fall down instead. Over the back, we do see Apoy coming in as well. Wesley Jr. trying to actually fight back. TRX Elementus, they might have actually secured quite a number of points, but they still need to actually fend off some of all these sort of challenges that's in the way. They're about to corners of blue, and here comes Dev. He knocks 1 out, and now having Apoy over on the other corner.
TRX staff used to be the golden boy. Can he pull another miracle out of his pocket here? While Apoy running away. Waisu Jr. making sure they try to cover themselves as much as possible. Malik bleeding out at the same time. Apoy, where would he run? Does he have any smoke to just evade himself from all these attacks coming up from TRX? Jinboy rushing in. He got knocked down first with a micro Uzi in his hand. Kim marching straight right up. Jenny coming up from the side flanks as well. Waisu Jr. eliminated at 12th place. And this is TRX racking up the kill points at the same time.
Yeah, and for now, we're looking at how they are faring up so well against all the other teams in close quarter combat as they execute it all too perfectly. But looking at the circle, it's going to be a little bit far for them to actually reach. But it's going to be a clear passage for them to actually cut through if they want to cut over towards Cosmodrome and in towards the eastern side if they want to. If they do stick it towards the west side, it's no problem as well. Hey, guys, it's a motorbike! Get this quick because this is the last game, and you definitely want this one in the back as well. So make sure you guys snap that one real quick. And of course, you will be able to actually walk away with a whole lot of swag. So here comes the rest of the members of RMC Yan, as we are having some interesting rounds, past couple of runs, but they got that AUG in the back as well. And I hope you guys managed to claim that bike because I want it for myself.
I like the fact that he's in this bag. It kind of gave a Christmas kind of vibe with this kind of map right now, with the colors red and green. So it kind of suits with the environment for Yan's cosmetics. So speaking of that motorbike, I want that myself, but I don't have time to key in the redeem code. Man, I want that motorbike. It's looking so cool.
Yeah, it looks absolutely sick as we are looking at now slowly looking around. It's going to be a little bit of that sort of tricky place for them to actually be at, but for the time being, boss score should be inside the circle, so all they have to do is just wait. And they are pretty much in a really good position right now in terms of points, as we are currently seeing them getting themselves pretty much a couple of all these sort of position in 4th place, as well as 115 for now.
Back to stay home, struggling to get themselves the 5th spot later on. Really close to heading themselves to the next challenges, which are going to be the PMPL. Coffin and the rest of the team are playing it super safe based on how they scout the things out for the rest of the team here. We're talking about snaking all the way since the start of the game. Try to stay low as possible. Just take necessary fight. They lost one man already, which is going to be Vortex. And we have to wait and see. Will the circle be kind towards the players? We're waiting for the circle to see it drop the judgment call for this, guys. Will it be easy? Will it be the hard one? Because Volnova seems to be very vacant. Only one team coming up from the southern side of the map. Well, aka one of the top contenders as well out there. Try to get one on Sportstar. Sportstar, we're talking about... Stars Esports is struggling as well, so they cannot make any mistake. All the teams that are competing right now happens to be the one that's just tried to squeeze themselves in the last minute here. One mistake, 1 point, a bit too soon, will force them to say goodbye to PMPL.
We are waiting for most of these players to slowly make a move, while Boss is just keeping their eyes closed towards the side of Miramar. Early on, Miramar managed to actually secure 2nd place, sitting inside their game, and of course, Crywolf was the only member left standing before aka Root goes in to take that chicken dinner. Now, most likely the case, all these teams that are booking the cement factory is having pretty much a solid decision, but where exactly in cement factory will it end up? Would it be outskirts, in towards the middle of it all? That's how this game can be really difficult to be played out by all these finalists of the PMNC so far. As for teams like Stay Home that we mentioned early on, Marlino himself has been chasing right in already, and these points definitely have amounted in such a way that they have overtaken Stay Home, and Stay Home needs those points to really chase back up into the top 5.
Bosco is one of them, want to be the top 5 right now, really close to seal the deal here. TRX happen to be marching their compound. TRX at number 2 placement right now, kind of secure themselves in the top 5, but if they wipe out Bosco in this hand, it's gonna be the end of Bosco. They won't rack up their points anymore. We still have 11 teams in the game, which means it's still anybody's game for them to march into PMPL next. We're gonna look at the circle, how it progressed, how the migration of these teams happening. We still have Waisuhera on the outskirts of Castle. If they can back themselves a chicken dinner plus a couple of kills there, they might just still make it for the top 5 slot. While the rest of the team, MIS especially, plus Stars, Esports, and also AKA Bosco as well, are fighting for their placement later on. Dark Horse happened to be one of the teams that suddenly emerged, getting themselves a rise out of nowhere on the last couple of games here. A bit too late if you ask me to get the engine started, but still, it's not too late for them to get themselves last chicken dinner. Oh, Cement Factory.
Oh boy, this is definitely going to be inside of Cement Factory for sure. Now, challenge for the side of Waisuhera, being all the way towards the western end. They have to cross those bridge. They might need to make a swim if they have to. And this is one of the toughest one to see whether or not can the ladies make their way back in towards that top 5. Not only that, they need quite a number of kills as well to actually get themselves back up. Bosco has not made a move. Same goes to the side of Miramar, as they have the longest stare down so far for the span of the past 5 minutes.
They cannot just play it safe with positions. They have to force a couple of kills here and there. While MIS, Molino from the south, they are placing themselves quite a decent compound to work with. One of best out there in the Cement Factory area. Oh, we got themselves sniper rifles. Try to scope any of Bosco member. Mind you that Bosco, they cannot go down now. It's either them going or they have to give it their slot to somebody else. We have Evie on this side scouting things out for the team here. They have to cross that bridge, which is not an easy task because we have MIP waiting for them to take the bait here. So if they cross that bridge on top of it, it will be a huge problem waiting for them. They will have to force to swim through or just rotate in their longer route throughout the whole map.
There's going to be Team MIP on the top side, as Evie has already seen a little bit of that movement with her sharp eyes. As over on the other corner, we see RMC already making their swim in towards the corners of the shore. Can they dock by safely? That might just be a couple of kills that might just go in favor for the side of Waisuhera as well, if they are aware enough to actually take this sort of the opportunity.
And still deciding whether to cross that bridge or not. Waisuhera having a tough time to decide here because the blue is closing in. We have RMC just around the corner to MIP. Which one will they pick? If they too occupied themselves with the fight against RMC, then it's going to be a free pass for Waisuhera to cross that bridge. At the same time, Mile kind of get the idea. There's somebody across that bridge, but he's still waiting for them to pass it. They're not that far upon that circle. RMC, on the other hand, having the same fate as the ladies here, kind of expose themselves with that hat over pick, even though they're snaking. Miles straight away open up fires here, and this is the moment Waisuhera been waiting for. They're just gonna march right in, taking the advantage to get away in the sticky situation they were in, but that kind of got them caught in between. Ranger tried to fire and connect the dots, won't let anyone in that shot just yet. While RMC will they get away from this? Ranger and the rest of MIP being too greedy, not sure which team to focus onto first.
What a wise move coming in from the side of Waisuhera, because they took that opportunity to actually get themselves across when the enemies are actually occupied. But AKA Esports, they are actually getting themselves in trouble after finding a little bit of that sort of the crosshairs pointed at them. And AKA Rook now has to actually push through. They have to hunt down the rest of Miramar that has been here for the longest of time. Bosco is also watching this battle from the top side of the hill as well. Teddy doesn't really have too much of these kills with him as well. Let's see whether or not can they actually make Miracle go back up on his feet because he's bleeding out and there's not many members to be able to actually save them for now. But Ketchup will be back up as MQD will be falling out flat.
You know, Miracle need to reset himself if he got himself that utility to be used for. While the rest of Mirror Mobs here trying to secure this compound by themselves. But at the same time, MIP is not enough yet because the ladies are not happy with what they had just now. MIP will be wiped out by the rest of Waisu Hera taking the advantage of what just happened, even by the one that feeding them just now. They making sure MIP has nowhere to run. Anis is down, bleeding out. Will they make it out her alive because she needs extra help? Well, Mail is still around the corner, making sure he still put up his warrior face to fight the girls or the ladies out there, while the Blues slowly closing in. They have a minute over. We have Dante just out of nowhere being ambushed by another Star Sports player. RMC Cryptic bow down this time, placing themselves at 10th place.
And once again, the code is out for the bikes, making sure that you guys will be able to actually claim it. Do it quick before it goes out because this is going to be for a limited time and the Miracle is going to be able to actually secure a little bit of that sort of push alongside with the rest of Miramar. This might just be the end for the son of AK Rook. My goodness me, they crash out in 9th place here and this is going to be pretty hard for them after winning that fight, but they do have quite a number of points to be able to actually hopefully hold their mark here to make it in towards the top 5, while Waisu is still trying to look out for the final member, but they don't really have much time. There's only about 25 seconds here for them to actually make a move in towards phase number 6, while Mao will be hopping in towards the Dacia to eventually hit in towards the outer circle. But hey, his Dacia is stuck. I'm not sure. Can he actually make it out? Coffee's going to be going in for a threat as he will be able to actually find one member side of Star Esports. Over the other corner is going to be Mirror Mob trying to actually make their way across as well. Everyone's having a big party inside of Cement Factory. This is going to be inside of those compounds as well, where everyone needs to take those cover, need to find a little bit of place to hide, while Death will be able to actually shoot down Anise with a headshot.
Down to only 2 men on the side of Mirror Mob, so the rest of Bosco right out in the open, but HM won't be taken down at all as far from that far distance at downtown, taking the headshots coming out from Mirror Mob. Scatter on the rest of the team. They tried to fight themselves against so many teams, got clustered, got sandwiched by so many cults out there. We're talking about Z and the rest of Bosco. Tried to rack up the kill points. TRX, on the other hand, kind of segregated, aka eliminated just now. We're down to 7 teams, and we have as well Stay Home fighting themselves, aka this is not a good time for them. They are waiting in anxiety, anxiously waiting, biting their nails to see if any of the teams will cut their lines in the top 5. What Eevee are reviving Meemail at the same time. They lost couple of casualty on their side here. They still can make it out to the top 5 if they got themselves the chicken dinner. Japun still managed to take one more down here. While we're looking at Miramobs playing around the hills, we have Star Sports trying to stay surviving, keep the boat afloat.
This is going to be a really hard call for most of these teams who are making it in towards that top 5 of the PMNC to be able to actually move in towards the qualifications of PMPL. Now here comes the crosshair being pointed towards the enemy side as we can see FR running for his life. Star Esports hiding by the corners of those walls, and the circle is slowly moving towards their side. They do definitely have that advantage, but how long can they hold on for? Because Mirror Mob has been trolling them for a long time, and here comes it's going to be a battle between Jetbone as well as Coffin. Oh, there we go! Marleno itself having the highest amount of frags in this game, and they are slowly chasing in towards 10 kills. They are well on their way to PMPL, and PNNC so far has been all too exciting with Death here taking another frag towards the side of FR.
It's not going to be enough just yet. Now down to 6 teams only. Omiri Mobs trying to position themselves in the circle right inside of this tunnel. At the same time, there's so many fights out there, which is very crucial for us to watch right now. Bosku trying to take down TRX, which is number 2 versus number 5 or 6 spot. Bosku cannot go down just yet. They have to take down TRX. Like it or not, they managed to knock 2 downs. It's going to be 2 extra kills points for them if Vaspar can actually just finish it off straight away. But at the same time, we're looking at so many teams behind them, including MIS, which is Merlino in South, will try to take down every single opponent possible to secure themselves the spot. We have still Waisuhera on the run. MIS just around the corner. Bosku is still there somewhere with TRX. And Stars Esports just trying to stay alive as long as they can.
Stars Esports looking for that top 5 finish at the very least because they need those points to actually make their way towards the top 5 as well. They're battling with Marlino himself, who got more kills, the most kills possible in the very final rounds right here, as they did take down the likes of LX Esports way earlier on. And now Blossom should be charging right in as well. Oh my goodness, Tyrus gets spotted out. He's going to be able to actually take one. Mick almost actually go unscathed, but he's going to be pointing those sort of marks towards his vehicle as well. HM have to actually defend. He's got to break those vehicles in order not to get popped at all. Now, with that circle moving in towards the side of Star Esports, things are going to be looking good for them, but Japun, of course, have to find their way across. Oh, Japun gets a little bit of damage coming from the other edge as well, as he slowly makes his way in. They are a little bit further in from the south side, and they got to find a way to cut across, while Matnor as well as FR, they're right in towards the center, and they are the only team alongside with Boskur to be able to actually hit in towards phase 8 without a problem.
The circle is playing alongside of Stars Esports and also as Bosku. They are trying to hog the circle as long as they can. They do know that they have to gatekeep so many teams out there, including the Miramar and Jiren take one down for MIS. Keep wrecking the kills there. Crywolf been knocked as well. Miracle. And also Crywolf is struggling there. HM trying to help his friend popping up the smoke, while FR might just want to be the third party. They can just kill steal this away, but just hesitant for a moment, tossing that smoke bomb. We're looking at Bosku rushing in, being knocked down here by MIS again. Meg seems like Merlino in South is on fire, trying to take everybody down. But Nor on the other hand, trying to get this angle right. It's so hard for him to play the corners. Too many structures covering MIS, but MIS playing the higher ground, going on top of the building, taking it into their hands, getting so many kills. But the circle will be the circle having their thoughts on. Will it be favoring the players or not? Stars Esports still inside of it, and MIS is hogging it right around the corner.
They can't seem to actually force the engagement across these walls. They are slowly taking a little bit of a peek. This is the dangerous move, and oh my goodness, it's going to be a body shot coming from the side of Big, coming from the back as well. And this will be the very end for the side of Star Esports as they secure a 4th place finish. Good enough, but I'm not sure how many points did they secure. Guys gonna be able to actually get the hit shot from the side of Big, leaving only Jiren, the only one surviving, as he's trying to actually go in for the revival over the top side of the building. They have to actually hop down, and there's no other way for them to actually survive MIS. Marlino in South, they do have the numbers if they can get all the revivals intact to make their move in. TRX Elementus also trying to push right in. Janik killing from the outskirts as well. Dev, the only one inside the circle, as Nya is holding on the angles with the G30C, having a little time to actually boost himself up because they're getting ready for the very final battle here. It's going to strength all the way towards the middle in about 10 seconds from now. Let's see who will be crowned as the champions of the PMNC 2020 Malaysia National Championship. One for out for the side of Sam, and over to Lam. It's going to be once again taking down Meg.
Oh, the explosion hit Sam quite a huge chunk of HP as well. See, it's still tanking the blue, but the rest of MIS will force to go down. No, open up fire! Sam knocked down fast, and now where are the rest of Bosky? They're trying to wipe out MIS! They might just get wiped here. One more member left. TRX next. Bosky, no, reload, take off health, and that's gonna be Bosky taking it away, checking it out. So close with MIS getting so many kills here. Bosku, can they make it for the top 5 later on? We're gonna have to wait and see. But the last game just now, taken by Team Bosku with that chicken fresh being made in Vikendi.
I cannot believe it. Bosco with such a big turnaround of events. They are booking their tickets right now with this big win. I believe they will be able to actually make it. Marlino himself is full. One huge lead. They may not get that chicken dinner, but look at those kills that they secure. They finish off 2nd place as well because Jiren was healing from the outskirts. And boy oh boy, there was also TRX Elementus in the top 3 as well. And such a grand way for us to conclude the PNMC Malaysia National Championship 2020 right here with such a big victory for Team Boskur. And we've talked about so many upsetting moments for the side of Boskur, who used to be called Boskur Revenge, who did not make it out in the previous qualification. Today, yesterday, and the day before, they have fought tooth and nail for all these chicken dinners, and finally, they have done it.
A lot of team biting their nails in the very last minute, especially, I have to say, aka Rook, because it's so close for them to place themselves in the top 5. I'm not sure about the overall score right now, because we'll have to wait and see, can they make it up to the top 5. I do check the last time, it was almost 20 killed by MIS in the last round, just we've seen it before. But the thing is, I think there'll be a bit of swap probably. They probably place themselves in the top place here. But on the 4th and 5th place, who will it be? Will it be Stars Esports? Will it be Bosco? Or will it be Merlin? MIS pretty much got the 3rd place there, right? So is it going to be AKA or not?
Yeah, I'm not too sure how many points did AKA achieve as well, because they went out way earlier than the other top 5 candidates way early on. And of course, we got to talk about Stay Home, because they had the best circle possible. They made their way in towards that top 5 until the very end. I believe that's quite a number of points. Will that really push out AKA Esports? It's time for us to find out, because this is the tournament leaderboard with big 9 kills in the bag. This is the record high that we're seeing right here at the PMNC.
Yeah, one of the highest kill there is, we've seen 8 so far, but this is breaking a new more record. No double digits so far by the total kills, but this is more than enough here. We're talking about 1,000 over damage just by himself, with 2 headshots on opponent by MIS as well. 2 members of MIS placing themselves in this board, and Dev still squeezing in by TRX here. No matter what, he wants to be part of this top leaderboards. While we still have making the highest damage, 1,096, while Janik have the most kill right now with the kill distance of hitting almost 300 MIS. Duran, again, a lot of Merlina and South players in that board, but we are waiting for the highlights, not just that, but more importantly, who will be the top 5. How much the point different between the 5th and the 6th place? That's more important.
That's right. We're really waiting for the very final results to see who will be the champions of the tournament, as well as the 5 teams that will be able to make their way in towards PMPL Season 2, which will be happening really soon. Of course, we haven't really got the announcements out just yet. We'll be waiting to see how will they fare against some of the top teams of MYSG so far. So after all these sort of the 12 matches that we've witnessed so far, I think that we have finally concluded that Malaysia itself, all over Malaysia in every single state, we have excellent players that is definitely world class in terms of performance. So I hope that with that, the 5 teams that will be representing from the PNMC here will be able to advance even further than the PMPL regular season that will be happening really soon. So, of course, we got to thank once again PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for providing us another stellar tournament that has been happening for the past month. And of course, big shout out to Udo as our official digital telco partners of the entirety of PUBG Mobile National Championship Malaysia 2020.
Yep, it's been a huge privilege for us to be part of another PMNC, and I can see since Season 1 up till now how much progress been made by all these players. So much abundance of talents out there, and I'm proud to see how much they have grown so far. And we can see so much talents out there, even though they didn't make it for the top 16 here. I'm talking about all the players involved in the PMNC. You guys still one of the best out there, and it's just a remarkable performance by all these players. It's down to who can actually take away more than the rest. We're talking about LXE, especially TRX. These two are confirmed squads or teams that will advance for the PMPL. But the bigger question is waiting for the other 3 teams. I think MI is pretty much secure with that kind of rank and kill points there. That's just too much. Almost 20 kills just by themselves, plus the position points. That's pretty much secure themselves for the PMPL slot.
Yeah, and at the start of the day, I was talking about how Molino himself haven't really had a stellar game that they have been playing so far. Day 2, they did have really good games going on their way, and slowly heading in towards the moment that mattered most, they just turned on their Super Saiyan modes and just went out at everybody, unleashing the wrath in towards the entirety of Vikendi. And by the very end, they still managed to pull quite a fight against Boskur, who, of course, already secured the entirety of phase number 9. And it's time for us to actually check out some of the highlights for the games as well before we head in towards, the scoreboards for the entirety of the tournament. And of course, that was the highlights. That was the conclusion of the entirety of the tournament, with Boskur taking yet another chicken dinner in the bag. Of course, they are the team with the second highest amount of chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken, of the entirety of the tournament. A total of 9 kills being brought in for this final match inside of Vikendi. And the one that really fragged out the most was, of course, now early on, which he will be the MVP of the team. Total damage of 1,601 being put out there. As I did mention that he did get quite a number of frags, there's 810 damage being put out. Although he did get 5 kills, it's about the knockouts as well as the damage output that you've been putting out to the entirety of the map that definitely put him on the spotlight as the man of the match.
But what interests me most is how many smokes they've been used just now. 19 smoke bombs, smoke grenade been tossing out. How much they need for more. It just shows that they have been trying to avoid as much war as possible and just making sure they got themselves the placement points there. Plus, taking the fights when it's only necessary and needed. Before that, it was a stellar performance coming out from Bosco team as well. But we're gonna have to wait and see who will be on the scoreboard. That's where everything matters most. It doesn't matter when you kill or not, but it's about whether you get your placement in the top 5. We're talking about Bosco who have themselves 9 kills in the last round. Molino instead, even though they got themselves second place here, but with that 20 kill points, 24 points overall. Team Bosco 29 points at first place with the chicken dinner. TRX Elementus got themselves a third place in the placement points, 6 kills so far, 16 points. Starts Esports on the other end, 10 points in this round only. Miramar got himself 12 points. Waisuhera 7 points. Draw with Stay Home. MIP got himself at the 8th place with placement points, 1.4 kills, while the rest is just really incredible play, aka Rogue, having only 3 points this round. Is it enough for them?
I'm not too sure whether or not will this be enough for all these teams, but it's time for us to slowly wait for the final result, because this will decide who the 5 teams will be heading in towards the PMPL Season 2. Now, of course, we do thank all the players for participating in PMNC. Whether you came in from the state qualifiers and made your mark in towards all these knockout rounds and in towards the grand finals, this top 16, of course, have put in their utmost best to be here today. And of course, whether if you win or you lose, every day you learn to be one of the better players out there. And of course, that itself is a pat on the back. So far, of course, we've seen crazy plays all over the entirety of the grand finals, and of course, it did not disappoint me at all coming in towards casting all these sort of matches. Make sure you guys follow Choo Choo Gaming as well as myself, as we are bringing you all these sort of the shoutcasts all over these entire tournaments. And of course, we hope to actually do a whole lot more heading in towards those future tournaments to come in the PMPL or so, as we are looking at that top 5 once again. And the teams that almost made it, I felt really bad for Suhara because they played it out pretty alright. They did survive very long, but here are your top 5 of the tournament, as we will see LX Esports to be crowned as your champions of the PMNC 2020 Malaysia National Championship, and followed by TRX Elementus, 151 points for them on second place. Team Bosker with that chicken dinner, they shot themselves above of Molino himself. And of course, with that 144, and Marlino himself, look at them, moving 2 spots up to secure 140 points. Congratulations, as they will be your champions, LX Esports.
Those top 5 spots, even AKA made it in the very team eyes there. We're talking about sadly enough, Stay Home just 15 points away to make it out for their top 5 here.
Ataupun sebelum ni pernah join mana-mana tournament sebelum PMNC ni lah?
Kalau untuk tim saya seorang saja. Saya daripada PMNC 2019 dan PMPL 2020.
Awak pemain PMPL sebelum ini?
Saya daripada pasukan tim TRX ESPORT.
Oh, okay. Nice. Bagi tim awak, ada apakah perjalanan mereka sebelum masuk ke dalam PMNC qualifier ni? Adakah mereka student ataupun mereka ada pengalaman bermain apa-apa tournament-tournament kecil sebelum ini? Macam mana korang form team untuk, sebab forming a team tu benda mudah, tapi untuk form team yang jadi champion dengan point difference begitu besar di stage PMNC bukan benda yang mudah. So, cuba cerita sikit macam mana awak form team ini bersama team-team yang lain.
Saya perform tim ni daripada berdua saja, saya dengan Tidur. Kebanyakan 2 student, bukan 2, tapi 3 student. Tidur student, main student dan fit student. Kita orang dapat daripada kawan lah. Saya dah lama kenal. Dan saya pun ada, saya punya seorang lagi namanya YouTube. Dia submit daripada online lah, Facebook. Yang saya berjumpa dengan dia. Dari situ kita orang cuba buat tim ni. Dan sama-sama kita orang mula masuk scrim setiap malam. Buat balik tim ni. Mana yang silap kita orang cuba balik. Daripada awal lah kita orang mula.
Very nice. Korang semua daripada Pahang ataupun daripada negeri-negeri lain buat masa sekarang ini?
Buat masa sekarang ni 3 daripada Pahang, 2 daripada Selangor.
So bermain tu memang bermain secara online sajalah, tidak macam perlu berjumpa, tidak ada bootcamp ke apa-apa sebelum tournament?
Sekarang ni kita orang tak ada bootcamp lagi. Cuma untuk main yang masa buat sekarang ni kita orang semua berjumpa lah dekat KL, di hotel.
Oh, korang semua berada di hotel di KL untuk bermain bersama?
Ya.
Nice. Ada kawan-kawan dekat sebelah tak?
Ada.
Cuba dia masuk kamera, lambai-lambai sikit. Mari masuk.
Sini lah, masuk. Okay, ni saya punya Role dia sebagai ni scouter. Dia scouter.
Itulah tidur.
Ni tidur.
Oh, okey,
Dia
itu tidur.
sebagai
Okey.
dia sebagai supporter. Ni Min budak tu.
Dan itulah guys, kita punya champion Alex Esport dan juga play-play mereka diketuai oleh Asta, dan mereka akan mewakili tim Alex Esport untuk ke PMPL 2020 season yang pertama. Tahniah Asta, dan kami jumpa anda di PMPL nanti, okey?
Okey, terima kasih Om Teguh dan terima kasih semua.
Sebelum pergi tu, beritahu dulu sedikit support-support kepada korang main supporter ke, apa-apa kata-kata akhir untuk keluarga, apa-apa nak cerita?
Saya bersyukur sangat. Bersyukur kepada semua yang mana yang support kita orang daripada awal lagi sampailah sekarang ni. Dan kepada semua fan kita orang akan cuba yang terbaik lagi untuk PMPL season yang akan datang ni.
Itu dia Asta. Terima kasih Asta untuk time awak, dan tahniah kepada korang dan juga tim korang. Korang memang sangat mantap hari ini dan juga hari-hari yang lepas. Tahniah lagi sekali Asta.
Okey, terima kasih Om Teguh dan J Hunter.
Dan itulah kita punya LX Esport. Mereka champion untuk PMNC kita kali ini, dan kita akan sekarang masuk untuk satu highlight untuk kita punya tournament. Jangan ke mana-mana, tonton highlight ini dan anda akan bersama kembali dengan kami sebentar saja lagi.
And those were your highlights coming in for the entirety of the past 3 days itself. So sorry to cut you off there, Choo Choo, but yeah,
It's okay.
we got so much to say about the entirety of the tournament that finally it has all come down to the end. And of course, I know there's a lot of mixed bag of emotions going out there for the entirety of the emotions for teams that make it, teams that did not make the cut as well. How are you feeling, Choo-Choo, after all these?
I'm feeling happy, especially for LXE or LX Esports, especially Asta. He used to be played. I mentioned this before multiple times, but apparently nobody noticed it. But he actually played for Traitor Esports back then. Same goes for Vortex. They used to be in a team. But I'm glad that the fact that both Stay Home and also even LXE, they used to be teammates back then. But they make out a new venture and they are actually performing way better than they were in the PMPL last season, which is the season 1 back then. So it's actually a good start for both of the team, SH and also, even though SH just 15 points away from making it out for PMPL, but it's still a good start for Asta himself, who used to be one of the Traitors captain as well, if I'm not mistaken. But sad enough, Traitor didn't make it back then, but it actually worked it out for him this time, form himself a new team, and nevertheless, they got it really well this time. Look at that, LX Esport, TRX Elementus, Team Bosco, Marlena himself, and AKA Rogue plays himself for the slot in the PMPL Season 2. These are your qualified teams later on. All have one squad and one goal only, which is gonna be PMPL Season 2 champions next one.
That's right, we'll be seeing them in PMPL, so make sure you guys tune in and check them out because they will be your up-and-coming rising superstars to make their mark and hopefully make Malaysia proud in the CE Championship one day, perhaps. And of course, this is all that we have for the entirety of the PMNC Malaysia National Championship. And of course, we thank you guys for tuning in from start all the way to the finish. You guys are the real MVP. And of course, other than that, we've got a whole lot more other MVPs as well. It's going to be Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, as well as Lightspeed Content Studios for providing us PUBG Mobile, as well as our official partners, YouTube.
So switch to UD right now because you might running out of time. The jersey for UD in-game will be distributed if you switch it right now. And do stay tuned with the PM World League and just root for your teams, your favorite one. Especially Secret and UD gang themselves gonna be playing. But I think this is the end for our line here. Contra, thank you so much for being here. Always, it's a pleasure working with you in. We're not working out just yet, but we're working in the casting scene here. And thank you so much for Fam and those who are supporting us, dropping so much comments and support in every single stream possible since day one. Even you guys that have been watching since qualifiers, you guys the best. And do keep on supporting your favorite teams out there. They will be advancing for the PMPL. But still, again, thank you so much for having me around here. It's such a big privilege to cast this PMNC this time. It's a huge progress. If you look it back, throw it back since season 1, it's just tremendous.
That's right, of course. Well, it's definitely a pleasure to be casting alongside with you as well, Choo-Choo. Make sure to follow us on our Facebook as well as Instagram, and we will be signing off. Until then, we will see you in the PMPL. Take care and have a good day. Well, it seems like it's not just yet, or we're just spinning by a little bit too soon. But hey, it seems like of course, a little bit of that sort of the goodbye for now. But it's never really goodbye because all these players out there, they will still be looking towards meeting each other once again. So remember, for those players that may have not made their way in towards the PMPL yet, the dream is still alive, as we'll see you in the next PMNC Malaysia National Championship 2020. And now is the real time to say goodbye. So you guys will take care and have a great weekend.
Mwah.